Earlier this year, we flew out to Dubai to meet the Sartorial Shooter, and that episode got over 2 million views because you guys loved his story. Well, 6 months later, Shooter offered to host us in Dubai again, and we were able to record our longest podcast with him. And safe to say, there have been many developments. With that being said, sit back, relax, and enjoy this episode of The Three Muslims featuring the Sartorial Shooter.
I can talk about something I haven't talked about before. I lost twins. I had stillborn twins, fully formed. And at the time, I didn't have religion. And so that, I couldn't understand why. I just couldn't get why would this happen. Such beautiful boys, sitting there. And that drove me away from Dunya a bit. It made me think, I'm chasing, at the time I was working so hard. It was all about the money. It was all about success. But with all the money in the world, I couldn't get those heartbeats to move. I couldn't do it, you know what I mean? But now as a Muslim, I think I'd be a lot better equipped to deal with that sort of thing because Qadr Allah. And again, I refer to the life of the Prophet, alayhi wasallam. If you look at how much he struggled and he's God's favorite, then I should struggle too. I think the best and most sustainable and most healthy heightened state you can get is not from drugs, not from hedonism. It's from regular prayer. It's from being on the deen. It's from surrounding yourself with other brothers on the deen and working to be better physically, to be better religiously, to be better in terms of your business. And I'm not a guy who's big on the whole feelings thing. If I don't pray regularly, I feel it. I feel something's wrong.
Any possibility we're going to do anything with Andrew Tate or Tristan Tate anytime soon?
Yeah, 100%. We'll set that up. Why not? I'm not his manager and out there. Inshallah, spend a few days with him, give him some feedback on how he's praying, be the support that he doesn't have. But yeah, okay, message is sent.
There's a little...
Wouldn't it be cool? Let's see if he replies on the pod.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and welcome back to the realest podcast in the dunya, The Three Muslims. Today, alhamdulillah, we are back in Dubai, in the palace, with the one and only Sartorial Shooter. Assalamu alaikum, brother. How you doing?
Honored to have you here, brother. Thanks for being here.
Pleasure's all ours. Thank you so much for having us.
Rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, ya habibi. Good to have you here. Fantastic.
All right. So a quick update.
For the record, we're starting at 10 p.m. Let's see how long we go.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been busy, guys. I apologize.
No worries, alhamdulillah. So, quick update. What's new with you?
What's new? So, what are we? 6 months since our first podcast?
About, yeah.
It was pretty amazing to see how many views it got. I got a lot of positive feedback from that. And that positive feedback, I'd say, is a big part of the reason why I'm still a public person. I've got no love putting myself out there, genuinely. Like, I see the value in being a private person. I like the culture of the Gulf Arabs. You keep your family separate. You live behind walls. You meet your friends in the majlis, but doesn't mean they come into the house. I get that. I like that more and more. But the reason why I continue to put myself out there is because so many people are coming up and saying, hey, I saw that podcast with the three Muslims, it was amazing, all these things. The amount of positive goodwill that's come back from that, I find really motivating to keep sharing and keep giving input. And again, I'll say for the record, my knowledge is nothing, but for some reason, Qadr Allah, I don't know, people like what I have to say, so I'm going to keep saying it. That's my takeaway from the last 6 months.
May Allah keep you shining, bro.
Ameen. May Allah accept it from you as well. So what were some of the things they were saying? What are some of the things they liked about the podcast?
I think a lot of people talk about the fact that, there's those who are, considering Islam, and they find it very useful to see, an Aussie talking about his journey to Islam, especially when we can talk about this. My background, Muslims weren't so much the enemy when I was in the army, but they certainly weren't the friends, So to go from that side of the spectrum towards taking Shahada is quite a journey. So people, I think, resonate with that. From Reverts, they like these sorts of conversations because they're going through the same process themselves. But most of the support was from the Ummah. It was from my Muslim brothers and sisters just saying, Reverts bring a bit of a different perspective. And I think a lot of people find that quite useful because I think, if I'm allowed to say it, I think a lot of people who are born to Islam, maybe they can forget how lucky they are and how valuable it is. Whereas when they see a revert come in with such energy and just like almost awe at how much value Islam gives you and makes you a better person, better for your family, better for your community, it's just a win in every sense. I think that can fuel people to get on their deen a little bit more. That's the feedback I've gotten anyway.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. A lot of born Muslims, whether they're practicing or not, they take it for granted, unfortunately, the blessing. And something that we asked Dylan, actually, Dylan Madden.
Still working on him. He hasn't taken Shahada yet.
Inshallah. But we asked him about you and the biggest difference he's noticed since you accepted Islam. He said, you seem a lot more content nowadays.
Yeah, I feel more grounded, and I can speak to that. So, having really realized the power of Islam, I've changed all of my future plans in life. For example, I wanted to move out of Dubai at some point. I've been in the Middle East for 15 years, wanted to retire, for example, in a villa in Croatia. I missed that feeling of home that I get when I'm in Australia, even though I don't particularly agree with the politics of that country. Now I feel home here. I feel the same longing I used to have for Australian nature, the beaches, the mountains, that same sense of calm, of grounding. I get that when I walk across the road to the masjid. Wow. So my entire retirement plans are changed. I'm retiring here, inshallah. The cars can go, the watches can go. I don't need all of that. I plan to retire simple. But my retirement goal has gone from big flashy villa in Croatia with a bunch of cars, all this sort of stuff, to a nice house that's easy to maintain, and I can walk across the road to the masjid. Wow. So even my future plans have changed a lot over the last 6 months, and I'm quite clear on that. So, to come back to the original point, I do feel a lot more content. I feel less drawn towards success in dunya. I mean, I still enjoy the lifestyle. I enjoy having businesses that provide for a lot of people, and I enjoy bringing my people up with me, and all winning together. But for sure, the watches don't have the same appeal. The cars don't really give me the same kick. I feel more drawn to something deeper, right? Which I'm sure we all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
but
100%.
So I feel more content in here and less drawn to everything out there, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Actually, it reminds me of a story of two companions of the Prophet. They were out like near the ocean or near some lake at least, and they had dry bread, and they were it was so dry they'd had to dip it into the water to be able to eat it. And one said to the other, they said to each other that if the kings of Rome and Persia knew the contentment that we had in our heart, they would send armies to come and try and take it from us.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah. I've had a very powerful perspective change because I've been practicing. I've been taking my faith seriously. I try and read every evening. I'm having amazing discussions with many brothers. My Arabic is picking up now. Starting to study formally with Andalus Institute. That's a good Google search for any reverts trying to really get their Arabic tight.
Is that Mohammed Andalusi?
Yeah, amazing guy. He does a good job of combining educational content with entertainment as well. Okay. So I'm really taking this seriously, and as a result, my priorities in life have changed. My daily routine is definitely more structured. I find myself more disciplined. I can say no to a whole bunch of things which I kind of wanted to say no to before anyway. I never liked alcohol. It's gone now. There's no alcohol in my house either. For a while I had alcohol in my house for guests. Now it's gone. Don't need it. Sorry. If you want to drink, go somewhere else. In terms of interacting with women who are not, family, or I don't need to do that either. I can cut out all temptations, everything, because at the end of the day, dating and all this sort of stuff, it's a low frequency experience. It's a low quality experience. It doesn't lift you up, right?
Yeah.
So I've cut away all that which doesn't serve me, and I've taken on a bunch of new habits which really do serve me. Salah is awesome. Am I allowed to say that? Like, it's not disrespectful.
Course, yeah. No.
Salah is awesome. Like, it's a lot of people think, oh, you become Muslim, there's all these restrictions, then there's all these obligations. First, let's talk about restrictions. You need to cut away alcohol. It's a poison. Good. You need to cut away casual sex. Good. Look at the risks involved, both physical and in terms of, we see all the reputational risks that can come with it, and just the wasted energy. You need to cut away pork. Man, pigs eat human feces. I'm okay with not eating pigs. Yeah. So all the things you have to cut away, that's fine. And then you talk about the obligations. People might think praying 5 times a day is an obligation. If it gives you energy, if it fuels you, if it's a way to cut off the world and just really reset, remind yourself of what matters, and generate very positive emotions, and pray for all the people that you love, and send positive energy towards them, and pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala looks after them, that's not an obligation. That is wholly positive. So everything that, Islam makes you restrict things, good, they're all junk anyway. And all these obligations you have to take on with Islam, they've all added value to my life, and they've made me better able to serve my people and my community and my staff and my family. I see zero negatives. I see absolutely zero negatives in anything that I've encountered in Islam, which isn't the perspective that people have.
Yeah.
They think, oh no, it's going to be difficult and challenging and restrictive. It's all positive.
Wow. And see, that's the thing. When you focus on what you can't do, you don't ask yourself why you shouldn't be doing them, you don't get the value from it. That's why in Islam, there's actually a narration of the wife of the Prophet Aisha, radiallahu anha, where she said that Allah first revealed heaven, hell, belief in God, before he revealed, don't have sex and stop drinking alcohol. She said if he had first revealed, stop having sex, stop drinking alcohol, they would have said, we're not going to leave these things because they don't see the value in it. But as soon as you understand that God knows what's best for us, if you do what he says, then you'll live the best kind of life. That's kind of summarizes what you were just saying.
I like that.
But people don't look at it in that sense.
And I think even without faith, and I'm talking to everyone out there who still engages in hedonism, everyone knows alcohol was junk. Everyone knows it's a poison that only leads to bad things. Yeah. Every time someone's in a fight in the street, alcohol. Every time there's an argument, it's alcohol. Like, it doesn't help anything. It does not add value to life in any way. And when you talk about hedonism, everyone who's engaging in hedonism, even without faith, they know it's junk anyway. Yeah. So really, what are you doing? You're just cutting out negative habits. Wow. It's nothing but positive, man.
Bro, I think it's something like 90 or 95% of all crimes are done under the influence of alcohol, bro. Just take that in. Wow. They did a study in Princeton University, and they basically concluded after asking, men and women on campus, the main finding was that most people, like I think 95% of people don't actually like alcohol. They think it's disgusting, but they drink it because they see everyone else drink it, and they think they should like it.
Yeah.
If that's not the most groupthink, sheepish mentality ever,
and you feel junk the next day, and I'm so glad. Inshallah, the Tates are out soon. I'm so glad I can say to Tristan, nope, I ain't touching that drink. And he can't argue with it this time. Because, that's a group thing, right? And when you're with the lads, it's what you do. And, why did I do that? But then you do it again. Islam gives you that nice, firm, nope, I ain't doing it. Because it ain't healthy, it's not natural, it's not useful for me. So it's a very powerful thing.
Speaking of Tristan, I remember this one thing that he mentioned in a podcast. He's like, reverting to Islam is not something you do. It's something that's done to you, right? Something that happens to you on the path of your spiritual journey. So this being said, how has your relationship with Tristan changed after you were Muslim?
Oh, to be honest, I don't think it's changed that much. I mean, we're strong brothers. It's just I now know that I have a reason to not drink with him. So no, I've got a lot of love for the brothers, and nothing's changed there. I mean, we can talk about them as well if you want at some point. We can go into that. But
for sure.
I'd like to hear from you guys. Like, where's your journey? I mean, we talked about your plans. We talked about the fact that you have incredible potential and some steps to really get that out there. How's that going?
Now, amazing. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Thanks to your connections and all your help, alhamdulillah, we spoke to amazing people, and the thing is, I don't know what it is about our podcast, or I think it's maybe because we're younger guys, we're chill, but whoever we got on the podcast, they're so open about like almost everything. Tam Khan, we got stuff out of him that he's never said, like Islamically speaking, religiously, he never said on any podcast. Same thing with Ahmed bin Shaiba, same thing with like Hamza Zortis. You just,
amazing.
Alhamdulillah, a lot comes out, so it really is a blessing.
You guys are good at what you do, alhamdulillah.
May Allah make us the way you see us.
I was going to say the same thing. Allahumma ameen. Ameen ya Rabb. So all these reasons you mentioned before, is this a part of the reason why you added a masjid to your new tailor shop?
Oh, wow. Very excited about the masjid and the tailor shop. I think, to summarize why I've jumped into Islam so deeply. I was 40 when I reverted. I'm 41 now. Learning new things when you're a very busy man at 40 is a chore, right? It's, I have to make time to learn this, I have to put aside time, I have to clear my schedule. Learning Islam has not been learning about Islam and getting my Arabic going again has not been a chore in any way. And that's a bit of a rare experience for me because, first of all, it's funny, I thought I understood Islam a bit before practicing. Man, I know nothing. Wow. It's almost like when you start to study Islamic history and the depth of the Arabic language and the depth of the Quran and the Hadith and so on, it's like a huge ocean, and you thought you understood it, but then you see the ocean is just endless. And I mean, I don't care how well you swim, you're not going to cover that ocean. You just have to accept there's so much out there. But the more that I uncover, the more energy I have for more study. And that's a very unique experience as a guy who didn't have time. I didn't really have time for reading before. I read every evening now, pretty much without fail. It's part of my daily routine. It's gotten me motivated to learn something new again that I just didn't have. There's zero obligation involved. I love it. And people talk about the dawah high. I think this is a permanent state. I think if you objectively look at the depth of the guidance in Islam and the pure power, the deep intelligence in the system for life that is Islam, you can't help but be excited about it. Because I don't care. I mean, people say, again, a lot of people say they found Islam at their worst times. I found Islam at my best times. Materially, dunya-wise, there's nothing I could have wanted more. This has added so much value. And it's made me a better man, more disciplined, more able to resist temptation, more present and caring with my family members, more committed to really helping on a human level my staff to level up and to do well, Islam has made me a better person when already, especially from external perspectives, I was already winning. Man, what is there not to love? What is there not to be excited about? This is not a fading dawah high. I've discovered a certain truth and I'm running with it, inshallah, for, as long as I can. There's so much to learn. I'm actually scaling back on a lot of my businesses, on the 3 of them in particular, so that I have more time for my faith.
Wow.
It frustrates me every Jummah prayer when I can't understand all that's being said. It frustrates me that when I read the Quran, it's so slow. So I am actually saying no to money actively and saying no to taking on more contracts and more tasks and so on, so that I have more time to focus on my faith. Because that's, at this stage of life that I'm in, that's where the real deep feeling of satisfaction comes from. It's not from more stuff or more wins business-wise. It's from, learning more about this ocean of knowledge that is Islam.
Yeah. So what would you say your objective now in life is?
Oh, it's funny. I think becoming a practicing Muslim and praying regularly has gotten me a lot more in touch with caring for my people. Because every time I pray, at the end of it, I say, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect and care for my family members. I think of all my family members. My staff, I think of my staff. I think of my brothers. I think by regularly, multiple times a day, thinking about the importance of the health and well-being of the people in your life, it has made me more empathetic and more caring. So, to be honest, brother, I don't ask for anything for myself when I pray. And in terms of my goals in life, I don't really have any personal goals. Alhamdulillah, I have enough money. I have enough experiences, accolades, whatever. The main thing for me now is lifting up my people. It really is. And that's what excites me, especially when, my brothers, I've had a lot of brothers revert, which I think is incredible. It's very exciting. We praying together with your brothers. Tell me that hitting the gym with your brothers and praying with your brothers, tell me that doesn't beat any hedonistic experience on the planet tenfold.
Absolutely.
And I've done the hedonism, and I did it pretty well, like I put in time and effort to that sort of thing back in my younger years. I get so much more satisfaction, because again, ask anyone who knows me, when they say, hey, let's catch up, what do I suggest? All right, come, let's lift, and then let's walk to the masjid. That's it. I'm having my meetings now while lifting and going to the masjid. What did we do when you guys arrived? Lift, masjid, steak. That's life, man. There's not much more to it. So, yeah, my main push in life now is to learn more about Islam, because I see that it's the truth and I see the power there, and to work as well as I can and be as disciplined and high output as I can, staying in that high output state, which I'd love to talk about, so I can best look after my people. That's what drives me. I've got enough, man. I've had enough experiences. I've got enough toys. This is about what I can do for my people.
May Allah keep you steadfast, bro.
Thank you.
This being said, what are some lessons that you've learned that would be useful for other reverts out there?
All right, so certain resources I wish I knew about at the start of my revert journey. So first, I think learning how to pray accurately is absolutely key. I was using a book and YouTube videos. That's okay, but there's a website that I only found out about a few weeks ago. I wish I'd known earlier. It's salahcompanion.us, and it's this little graphic, and it shows you what to do and shows you the words. It's perfect. So salahcompanion.us is a great one for reverts. And also Al-Quran Al-Karim. You know that? The Quran, the really big one, every single word is translated. Because in most Qurans, you'll have a sentence, and then in Arabic, the sentence in English. That doesn't help you if you're trying to learn Arabic and learn each word, at least the way I learn. In that Al-Quran Al-Karim, it's a big book. It's by my bed. I read it every night. Every single word is translated, so you can actually improve your Arabic and learn word by word while you're reading the Quran. So they're two really good resources. But to be honest, and I don't know whether this is a bad thing to say, when I was first studying Islam, I couldn't really connect with the Quran. I found it a bit too deep. What helped me a lot was listening to discussions from my devout brothers. I found discussions from my brothers who could interpret and show me the deeper meaning behind certain parts of the Quran. That was my gateway into then reading the Quran and really understanding it myself. So I'd say to reverts, find yourself practicing brothers and talk to them about Islam, and also consume content from guys like you. That to me almost makes the meaning in the Quran a little more accessible, especially early in your revert journey, where some things in the Quran you might not really fully understand. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely, 100%. I think even like some born Muslims, when they get back into it, these are stories and things they've heard many times. To understand, like Allah's wisdom is not something that's simple, right? So sometimes, and especially because Islam is a whole system. So to understand one thing, you have to understand it sometimes in conjunction with another thing. Like if I say I eat with my right hand, it doesn't always make sense till I tell you, I wipe with my left. Now it makes sense. I dirty things with my left, clean things with my right. So alhamdulillah, Islam as a whole system, it's something that you really only understand when you get the full picture, not missing the forest for the trees, as they say. But you said you wanted to talk more about the spiritual high or something that you felt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not into the spiritual thing, I'm not into the hippie stuff, but I have to admit that there are very strong emotions and high energetic states from being a practicing Muslim. And again, I think everyone's chasing a higher state, right? Why do people take drugs? It's to feel a higher state. Why do people chase hedonism? It's to feel a higher state. You can get that high state through healthy means. Like going to the gym, everyone knows. You get a good workout in, you feel high afterwards. Doing an ice bath, you feel high afterwards. For me, if you're praying regularly and if you have that knowledge that you are on the deen and you are doing the best that you can and you're surrounded by other brothers on the deen, that to me brings it's not like a sort of fast burning high, it's a very slow, sustainable, drawn out satisfaction that you're living well, you're living the way you're meant to live as a human. That to me is a heightened state which I greatly seek. And a few times I've been traveling and I haven't kept up with Salah as much as I wanted to, or I've been away from a masjid for a while. I've felt that I'm on the straight path, energy fade. People talk about your iman being like a battery, and the battery can be full or the battery can be empty. I feel that very clearly. I think the best and most sustainable and most healthy heightened state you can get is not from drugs, not from hedonism. It's from regular prayer. It's from being on the deen. It's from surrounding yourself with other brothers on the deen and working to be better physically, to be better religiously, to be better in terms of your business. That state where you're surrounded by brothers all on the same path, all living the best they can be, as humans are meant to live, as we know, that's the best heightened state that you could hope for as a human. And if you can maintain that for the majority of your human experience, you're going to be a better person. You're going to have higher output. You're going to make more, you'll be more successful in dunya. You'll be more successful in akhirah. I think that's the ultimate heightened state. And I got to say, I'm hooked on it, man. If I don't pray regularly, I feel it. I feel something's wrong. Like it's very interesting. Yeah. It's very, and I'm not a guy who's big on the whole feelings thing, but when the call to prayer goes, I feel my chest going, and if I miss it, I feel that I'm not being the best man that I can. So the best heightened state you can get, thankfully, we've been told how to live. We've been told how to do it. Follow the system that is Islam and enjoy that sustained high output, heightened state, free of distraction, free of temptation. That's the way to live.
Powerful.
Really.
Absolutely, bro. So this being said, what advice would you have to someone that's kind of considering reverting to Islam?
I mean, I think if it's a Westerner, there's a lot of negative stereotypes to get through. A lot of negative stereotypes. Islam is a religion of the poor. Islam is an extremist religion. Islam is somehow misogynistic. I mean, it's first you need to address all of those. So first of all, the one about Islam being a religion of the poor. Many of the Sahaba, the Prophet, the companions of the Prophet, were very successful. Khadija, radiallahu anha.
Perfect.
Yes, again, sorry, I should be better by now. She was a very successful businesswoman. So obviously there's nothing wrong with success, and as long as you keep, because I've read up about this, as long as you keep Islam in your heart, you can have wealth in your hands, especially if you're able to better look after your people and give zakat and so on. As long as you're not attached to money, as long as you don't worship it as which is a form of shirk, there's nothing wrong with being successful as a Muslim. The next piece that it's somehow an extremist religion, man, spend some time with Muslims. They are the most kind and compassionate and genuinely hospitable people. The men I respect the most take their faith very seriously, and again, they will treat you well because every interaction, every moment, they feel accountable to a higher force that on the day of judgment, they will have to answer for. What a perfect way to be able to trust somebody. If they really feel everything they do, they're being judged, that's going to be a good person. So this whole idea that Islam is somehow tied into extremism, spend time with Muslims. That's the best way to dispel that. Spend time with good Muslim brothers and you'll see it's a very compassionate, very caring, very supportive religion. The last piece, that it's somehow misogynistic. Man, how many strong figures do we have in Islam of women? I mean, we could talk about Aisha, radiallahu anha, and how what she achieved and how she led in a battle. She narrated hadiths. There's a woman who achieved so much. How could it be a religion that suppresses women when you have hundreds and hundreds of years ago women in leadership roles who are very, very strong, very well respected, very capable? And this whole thing that the hijab is somehow suppressing women, I actually used to think that. I'll admit that. When I was in Australia, I thought, oh no, that's suppressive. But now understanding, if a woman chooses to protect her modesty and shield herself from unwanted attention, I respect that fully. Good on her. I think it makes sense. Islam's a very practical religion. You cannot stop men staring at women. You can't do it, especially if those men aren't religious. It's not realistic to think that. So if a woman chooses to shield herself from that unwanted attention, I think it's a very healthy choice. In the same way, I'm walking down, a poor part of the world, I'm not going to wear a platinum day-date Rolex. A bit of a flex, I quite like this watch. Anyway, but it's just sensible. Like, I'm not going to, if I don't want unwanted attention from people, who would target me for my wealth, I'm not going to display my wealth. In the same way, if a woman chooses not to have unwanted attention from strange men, she should have the right and she should be proud of that choice to protect herself from unwanted attention. So all of these myths about Islam and the negative connotations people attach to it, if you actually look into it, none of it checks out. None of the criticisms of Islam that I've looked at in any way match the reality. And this is a guy who used to be in the military back when the war on terror was the whole thing, right?
Wow.
Like I grew up, I learned Farsi and Dari, language of Iran, Afghanistan, for to deploy. And this was, again, it wasn't thought of as the enemy, but Muslims are thought of at least as a minimum dangerous, as a minimum, the propensity to be extremist and all these sorts of things. I came from that far negative view of Islam to 15 years later taking Shahada and having a positive impact on every area of my life and enjoying it so much that I'm open. That's why I'm sitting in front of cameras. Again, I don't have that much love for cameras. I got a bit of online notoriety through being associated with the Tate brothers, but for years I was behind the scenes. I had no love with the cameras, and I'm happy with that. I went public with you guys, that podcast, to speak for the Tate brothers. They're out now, so I probably won't do that much public stuff. Apart from, if we're talking about Islam, I'll take every podcast I can, because it is that powerful, the benefit for people in terms of their individual growth as people and the benefit they can bring to their communities, their people. You cannot fault it. You cannot question it. If you practice Islam in a sincere way, you will be a better human. You'll have a better human experience. You'll be better able to look after your people, your community, your family. It's so positive that I can't stop talking about it. And so that's why I'm happy to have you guys here. That's why I'm happy to be in front of a camera. The world needs to know about this, like especially in the West. People don't understand. People do not understand the benefits of adopting Islam and practicing it in an earnest manner. People have got no idea. And it took me 15 years in the Middle East to really figure it out. If we can speed that up for other people, inshallah, that's a huge blessing to give to someone. It really is. Anyone who can bring someone to Islam, you are bringing such a positive change to their life on so many levels. It's a beautiful thing. It really is.
Brother, you talked about not being attached to the dunya, not being attached to materialism.
While flexing about my watch.
Yeah.
Astaghfirullah.
How would you, what would you say to someone to be able to keep the dunya in their hand and not in their heart?
It's a tricky one. For a long time, I was very money focused. First, I was driven because I was poor. I was angry at how poor I was, and I channeled that energy into getting money. From there, once you get over the money, it's sort of the status and the experiences and all these sorts of things. But at the end of getting money, you realize that getting money past a certain point, doesn't give, there's diminishing returns. If you're worth 5M, there's not that much of a difference if you're worth 10M. Like you're still eating the nice steak and living a good life. Like at a certain point, there's no reason getting more unless it's just an ego thing. I mean, I can understand some people, they're building businesses, they're providing, bring a positive impact and so on. But just chasing money, you're going to get sick of it. And so you can chase money as hard as I have and get that money, or you can realize, yes, I'll get enough money to live well and look after my people, but beyond that, it's not necessary and it's not necessarily fulfilling. Like money past a certain point is not going to change your life that much. Get your money right to the point where you can look after your people, but from there, focus on what matters. Like, look, I've got more money than I ever dreamed of. What is my ultimate day? It's prayer, training, hanging out with my brothers, eating good steak. Maybe there'll be another training session. Maybe I'll play some chess. I'll read. It is the simple things, and it is time with your loved ones that matters more than any money in the world. And so I think a lot of people, they'll put so much emphasis on money. Then finally, the end of that road is you realize, you know what, it doesn't really bring. I mean, it's a necessary element to living well.
No.
But it's don't worship it. Don't. You know, faith is real. Money is just an aspect of, in my mind, practicing. If you practice your religion well, and you maintain that disciplined living with that, and you've got good brothers around you, the money will come. I think that should be the order. Focus on being a good man and being disciplined, the money will come.
So then what about the opposite end? Where you have the brothers who, they try to say, oh no, we shouldn't focus on money at all, we shouldn't have any money whatsoever.
I've actually had some of that. Yeah, I've had some people within the Ummah criticizing me about being a bit flash, and fair enough, I'm a bit flash on Instagram and so on. The amount of positivity, the amount of people saying, hey, this inspires me to do more, to achieve more. I mean, again, I came from a welfare family, which was a mess. The amount of times I went to bed with breakfast cereal as dinner, like it was a lot, right? I grew up as pretty much as rough as you can get in a first world country. Very blessed to be born in a first world country. And now I have financial independence and so on. If I can show what's possible, in the same way the Tates, they're a great example. They grew up real rough. Like they were in a homeless shelter at some point, and now they're, you know, incredibly wealthy. I think it's a very positive thing. So I think, again, it comes down to the niyyah, your intent. If you're showing off a flashy lifestyle to inspire others to show them what's possible, I think that's a positive thing. But the key thing is, and I'd say to any detractors who say, oh no, he's too flashy and so on, I'm not attached to it. You take the cars, take the watches. It's not going to change my life. At some point, I'll give it away or auction it and use the money for something useful. Like, as long as you're not attached to success in the dunya, and you understand what's real and what isn't, and you have Islam in your heart, I think it's a good thing to be successful, so that you can look after your people, so you can give zakat in a impactful way. And to anyone who says that, oh no, you shouldn't chase money and success in dunya, I think they need to read certain parts of our the Islamic texts out there a little closer, because even the call to prayer, hiya afala, like come to success, no? Like you're being called to success. And to me, when I hear that, it's like, the more I pray, the more disciplined I am, the more I resist shaitan and these things, the more successful I'll be. To me, being a good Muslim and being successful are tied into each other. I don't understand this whole, to be a good Muslim, you need to be poor, or sort of, there's some of that. Like, can you guys speak to that? Because I have seen there's a bit of that sort of negative attachment.
Yeah, and it's completely wrong, even from the perspective, like, if you want to bring people to Islam, let's say you have a huge demographic of people, which there is a huge demographic of people, who look up to the rich, who aspire to be like the rich. So if you have someone who's rich, who accepts Islam, people are going to be like, wow, maybe there's something there. As opposed to a poor man, who's like a homeless man, I'm a Muslim. It's like, unfortunately, in real life, that doesn't mean too much to people. So even from that perspective, it helps. But to speak about it Islamically, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said, the strong believer is better and more loved by Allah than the weak believer. And strength isn't just like muscular strength. It is also muscular strength, but it could be financial strength, intelligence, wisdom, strategizing, many different things. And many of the Sahaba, as you mentioned, were rich. There was one companion, I forget the name, but he traveled and he did hijrah to the land where like the Muslims were. And the Muslims wanted to help him. They're like, let us give you some money, get you started. He's like, just point me to the marketplace. He went to the marketplace, started doing business and trade, and he ended up being one of the wealthiest people, if not the wealthiest person in the whole city, subhanAllah. Uthman ibn Affan, the one of the greatest Sahaba, companions of the Prophet, peace be upon him, one of the wealthiest people. And he contributed a lot to the battles that the Muslims fought.
Okay, I like that. And to me, that's the thing. I think, in its essence, if I'm allowed to say this as a recent revert, Islam demands, especially of the men, to pursue excellence in all realms. Yeah. It really does. You need to be physically strong. You need to be able to give zakat to your community. You need to be able to provide for your family well. You're held to account. Yeah. That goes in alignment, and that supports trying to be successful. As long as you're not attached to money, as long as you're not worshipping as shirk, as long as you realize that everything in the dunya is ultimately meaningless and will be left behind, I think Islam wants us to be successful as people so that we can be most positively impactful for our families, communities, staff, and so on.
Yeah. Yeah, and something that Simon says, squat, shout out to your brother. Something that he told us recently.
Excellent. I'm glad you guys met. He's an amazing guy.
He's amazing. Something that he taught us recently is the word rijal, which means man. The root word of it comes from like, basically it means like something that's moving. progressing. It's tied to like the leg. You know, the legs carry you forward. They progress you. So a rijal, a real man, is someone who's always progressing and getting better and stronger.
And isn't that interesting? Because again we have the depth of meaning within the Arabic language, within the Quran. When are you most satisfied as a man? When you're making progress. Now, I'm glad I never caught a crypto pump. I'm glad that every step up I made, I earned. I mean, I wouldn't have minded crypto pump. But anyway, I'm glad that each one of these little levels up, where I went from, it was the most amazing thing to be able to buy a $1,000 car, incredible, to now I have, 10 plus cars. Like to make those little steps up, that's where the satisfaction comes from, right? And all of course, hadiyah min Allah. I don't claim to have earned it by myself. This is all blessings from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But to me, it's very clear that there's no reason to not be fully on the deen and fully successful at the same time. I really think there's no reason for the two to get in the way of each other. And making progress as a man, as you've just said, that is when we are most satisfied as men. Yeah. That is when we're most fulfilled. So, of course, within the language, you find that meaning in there. It's incredible. It really is.
It is this whole narrative that Islam equates to being anti-successful. I don't know where it comes from, man. And a lot of people, they shame you for success. So it almost normalizes the state they're in. It's like this whole people that are morbidly obese, not because of a medical condition, just because they just don't, like to hold on to themselves. They like to let go of themselves. They'll create these body positivity movements just to shame you for wanting to care about your physique.
Interesting. I think it's a pity. I really do. I think for Islam to be more broadly accepted by especially those who didn't grow up around it, we need to get rid of, as an ummah, if I'm allowed to say it, again, as accepting the limitations of my knowledge, we need to get rid of this connotation that Islam is only for poor people. We need to get rid of it. We need to let people realize that if you want to be disciplined, if you want to be high output, if you want to have those traits on a day-to-day basis which correlate with success, Islam will help you with that. I really think that's a message that needs to be put out there. I really do.
Absolutely, 100%. And something that one brother reached out to me saying is that we need to focus more on the oneness of God, because a lot of people have an innate belief in one God. They don't believe like 3 in 1. They don't believe millions of gods. Naturally, intrinsically, we all believe just one God worthy of worship.
Tawheed just feels right.
Yeah,
it feels natural. It makes sense on a deep level.
100%. And at the end of the day, like, when you have stress of life, and I think everyone's experienced this, when you have stress of life, you can't handle everything yourself. That's why we have teams. That's why we're brothers. That's why we have systems. That's why we're social beings. But when there's something that's out of like everyone's control, you have no effect on it, you leave it up to Allah. He's the one who's all powerful, who's all wise. And any problem you have, he could take care of it for you. So a lot of these people, they live in the West and they're so focused on the dunya, and there's so many things that they just can't get a hold of. Like, if only they knew, if they just believed in God, prayed to God, like even once a day, a lot of that would be stripped away from them.
Indeed. And that's what I love about, and again, I think there's a very deep intelligence within Islam. Everything makes sense if you look into it deep enough. Like the action of sujood, of prostrating yourself, getting down on your knees and saying to the Creator, to use more generic terms, I acknowledge your greatness and I thank you for everything. That's very humbling. I think part of the issue in the West is the ego is so catered to. Hey, make sure you get the iPhone that matches the color of your personality, all this nonsense, right? Whereas if you're regularly throughout the day reminding yourself, I am literally nothing compared to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and all I have is blessings from well beyond me and my capabilities. And again, in terms of the bad things, if something happens to me, okay, God, that's bad, qadr Allah. This is part of my path, my journey, my struggle to learn. If we want to talk about a difficult life, look at the life of the Prophet, alayhi salatu wasalam. Man, lost mum and dad at an early age, lost family members, was beaten, was kicked out, had attempts on his life. Look, even Muhammad, alayhi salatu wasalam, who was chosen to narrate the knowledge that we have now in the form of the Quran. So you could argue one of God's favorites. Look how much he suffered. You know what I mean? So, and when you have this knowledge and you understand, okay, if I'm facing an obstacle, sickness, something challenging, this is Qadr Allah, this is part of my life path. Having that knowledge that there's something bigger than you, man, I don't know how people live without it. If you really want to go through life as a godless Westerner, thinking you're going to wrestle through everything and anything that happens, it's you, and anything that happens positively, it's you, and just think that your ego is controlling the universe, man, that's pretty ungrateful. That's pretty kafir. That's the root of the word, right? And ingratitude. And isn't that another thing? Like, even that word, kafir, I didn't know that it was tied into ingratitude. But if you think about it, a kafir is someone who thinks, no, I'm the center of the universe and I'm doing all of this. That is deeply ungrateful. Yeah. Like, it all makes so much sense. I'm loving getting back into the Arabic language, and I'm studying it in a lot more of a deeper way now. The depth of that language is incredible. It was actually Simon who told me, I think, and I'm going to butcher this, but he said that English has, I think it's maybe a couple of 100,000 words in the vocabulary.
Yeah, I think he told us recently, I think it was like 12,000 words or something like that.
Okay, something like that. Okay, whereas Islam has, Arabic has millions of words. Yeah. So it's just the depth, the
I think you said
complexity.
12
You cannot
million.
compare. Yeah, there it is.
I think there's a hadith where the Prophet mentions something like, "Oh, is the state, such is the state of the believer when a calamity befalls him, we say Alhamdulillah. When something good happens to him, we say Alhamdulillah." So this being said, can you pinpoint negative effects? You don't have to, mention them by name, but anytime you had negativity in your life, things that in the moment you were like, why am I going through this? But they actually contributed to the success you are in today.
Tricky. I can talk about something I haven't talked about before. Hopefully I don't get emotional. I lost twins. I had stillborn twins, fully formed. And at the time I didn't have religion. And so that, I couldn't understand why. I just couldn't get, why would this happen? Such beautiful boys, sitting there. And that drove me away from Dunya a bit. It made me think, I'm chasing, at the time I was working so hard, it was all about the money, it was all about success. But with all the money in the world, I couldn't get those heartbeats to move. I couldn't do it, you know what I mean? But now as a Muslim, I think I'd be a lot better equipped to deal with that sort of thing because Qadr Allah, it's not the right time. Now, thankfully, I believe, my kids were born and they're healthy. I have 2 kids who are healthy. But dealing with that sort of thing without faith, difficult. Brings you to your knees. Whereas, interestingly enough, when I was working in Iraq, one of my staff, his 2-year-old died from a heart issue. And it was brutal. Obviously, we took care of, paid for the funeral, everything. He was back at work the next day. I couldn't understand it. I said, brother, take as long as you need. No, he said, no, it's helpful for me to be here. I want to be here. And this is all the will of Allah. I couldn't understand it at the time. If anything, I'll be honest, I thought, man, that's crazy. He's just lost a child. He should have a few weeks off, a month off. But he was like, no, this is the will of Allah. And obviously he was just praying regularly and he was on his deen. Isn't that interesting? As a kafir, as a non-believer, losing my kids took me to my knees as a human. Was the worst experience of my life by far. And I've been through some bad experiences. Here we had a religious man who lost a 2-year-old, someone he'd spent years with. So even if we look at it objectively, even more negative than losing, fully formed stillborn twins born without a heart rate, so on. He was at work the next day and he, on a deep level, definitely sad, but he was grateful for the experience. He was grateful for the years that he had with his son, and he viewed that it was Qadr Allah, and he just kept going. Isn't that a remarkable comparison of dealing with severe, obstacles in life? So, and that's something I'm very grateful for with Islam. I really believe now that if I was to get sick or if something terrible was to happen, I can accept it on a deeper level because I don't think this is just my ego running the shop. I understand that there is a higher power that is dictating certain struggles, certain life paths. And again, I refer to the life of the Prophet, alayhi wassalatu wassalam. If you look at how much he struggled, and he's God's favorite, then I should struggle too, because that's what life is about. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us obstacles and challenges and sicknesses and losses, that is Qadr Allah, that is part of our path, and we should be grateful for it. We should say, Alhamdulillah. And if you're living in the West without God, you don't have that frame, that mental frame. You are less mentally resilient as a result.
You know what's beautiful? The fact that when we come into this dunya, Allah puts our soul into a physical body, right? And then we will be tested throughout this time, and then we are sent back to Allah. But when someone dies in the womb, or maybe, I forgot, there's a certain age before they are actually being held accountable. If they die before this time, they are immediately, automatically accepted into Jannah.
Awesome. Straight.
That's the most beautiful thing.
Yeah. So may Allah reunite you with your lost kids, man.
Ameen.
It's tough.
Man, I want to get up and hug you, bro.
No, man. It's tough, man. But Anghel, man, as a revert yourself, can you relate to some of these things too? That after Islam, when a calamity befalls you, you immediately, if not even immediately, you can attribute it to, okay, maybe there's a greater power.
Yeah,
Maybe
no,
there's a greater plan.
100%. Because the same way as you, brother, like, I've not been in this position, so I can't speak from experience. But my sister, she had a child, and he only got to 7 months old, and then he passed away.
Brutal, mate. Brutal.
And I was like you, I was not Muslim. And I remember when this happened, I was asking the question, why? Like, God, if you're real, like, why is this happening? And I couldn't understand.
You notice in movies, there'll be murders, there'll be rapes, but they don't show the death of a child in a movie because it's just so brutal. I didn't know that, actually, about the direct entry to Jahannam. Thank you.
It's beautiful, right? Habib, bro.
Jannah.
Sorry, don't mean to bring in emotions.
Nah, bro. Listen, at the end of the day, we're humans. And even the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, like, you think this man didn't cry? He used to cry when he would think about the fact that there was going to be so many brothers and sisters that he was never going to be able to meet. Did I get that correct? Is that correct?
Yeah, he was asked, like, you know, who are these brothers? You, like, the Sahaba would ask him, you have us. And he's like, no, these are the people that will come at a time when they can't see me, but they believe in me.
Awesome. Amazing.
That's us.
Amazing.
Yeah, but don't ever say sorry for.
Man, I have
feeling
gotten more
something
emotional since
internally like
practicing
that.
Islam. I'll admit to that.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah,
Allah soften our hearts.
yeah, it's a real thing. This softening the heart thing's real, man. Like, and it's interesting in Western culture, especially as an Aussie, you show emotion, they're gonna call you a certain word that denotes a certain haram activity. Let's put it that way. But what I'll say is, man, like, and I can admit to this, regularly in prayer I'll feel emotional, regularly, and it's not a sadness, it's not a happiness, it's just, if anything, it's a deep gratitude. I'm just so grateful to have found Islam that it actually hits me in a way that I feel emotional. And I've talked about this before. Numerous times men have been crying in the mosque. I've noticed it numerous times. And these, man, let's face it, Muslim men are pretty masculine. They've got the beards, you know, they're usually pretty strong there about it. But they're also feeling emotions. I think it's a beautiful thing. I think it's a more rounded thing. I think it's quite a secure thing. Like, I think if you're a man who can cry out of the beauty of your connection with your faith, I think that shows you quite secure as a person. I think it's a nice rounding of masculinity as opposed to this tough guy who doesn't show emotion. I don't think you should cry if things are tough in life. Get on with it. No one cares. I don't think you should cry if you're having a hard day or you're stressed. But if you're crying due to, you know, the loss of a loved one or due to your connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I see no shame in that. I think that there's nothing wrong with that at all.
There's this thing that I heard a long time ago that says when you see a man cry, it's not that he's weak, it's that he's been strong for so long that he's just finally like letting go in that moment.
Yeah, I think I'm getting a bit soft in my old age.
But it's good, bro. It's good. Your heart is getting softer. Yeah. It's all because of Islam. And you had mentioned this earlier that for you, you don't feel like it's just this high as a revert. You feel like it's an actual like, it's a lifestyle now. Like, it's in your life.
100%. I think it cheapens it to call it some kind of high. I've entered an energetic high output level where there are zero distractions, there's zero hedonism, there's zero temptation to say no to all of it. It's all junk. Every day is discipline and good men around me, men who I can really respect, men who I can welcome into my home. I'm very particular with who comes into my home. Nowadays, I'm getting more and more Gulf Arab with my time here, man. Like, most people, I'll meet them in a coffee shop or the majlis. Like, they don't need to come into my house, you know. But whereas when a man is on the deen, and I know he's got his life together, and he's disciplined, and he treats his family well, and he's a good man, these are the sort of people you want to be around. If you're practicing Islam earnestly, you're going to gravitate to more of these sorts of people. Like, the people in your life will be a higher quality when you are taking your faith seriously. It's quite remarkable. Every area of your life improves when you practice Islam in a committed manner. Every area. It's remarkable. How is it typecast as a negative thing? I just want to talk about, the atheists and the criticisms that people have of Islam. They're like, oh yes, but you need some religion to guide you. You should be able to figure it out yourself. Sorry, what? You think as an individual, and been on the planet for what, 30, 40 years, you know better than a system of life that's been around for centuries, that was narrated between 610 and 632, common era? Like, you really think you know better than that? All right, fine. There's a reason why you're called ungrateful, a kafir, I get that. But also, even to the atheists or the people who think, Islam isn't bad, tell me if they were practicing Muslims for a month, they wouldn't be better people. They wouldn't be more based and regulated in terms of emotions. They wouldn't be more disciplined and resisting temptation and that which is bad for their health. They wouldn't feel more accountable to be better in serving their family, serving their community. Tell me that everyone, no matter what level of life you're at, no matter what culture, wouldn't be a better version of themselves if they weren't practicing Islam in a committed manner. I haven't seen anyone counter that argument, because I can show it from my lived experience. It's real, it's powerful.
Yeah. And many, even the Sahaba, they went from being like the craziest, most badass people to the best Muslims, the best companions. And
they had fun together too. They were rolling together as men, like living life. People don't realize, like, the stories of the Sahaba, they're pretty based. It's like, if I'm allowed to say it, it's lads having fun with each other, joking, conquering, building. Like, if you want to talk about men's natural state, the way the Sahaba lived together, to me, that's the dream. If you get brothers around you like that and just leave a positive impact on the universe, that's what this life's about, right there. Absolutely. Sorry to cut you off.
No worries. That's a great point. 100%. I never thought about it like that, to be honest. The way the Sahaba interacted. SubhanAllah. May Allah grant us that. May Allah make us like them. I mean, something I did want to say on the point of it would make Islam makes people better. I think it's very similar to how certain foods you put in your body will have certain effects on your body. If you eat trash, you're going to have symptoms of a trash body. And if you eat healthy, you're going to have the symptoms of a healthy body.
Yep.
I think spiritually, with correlation to knowledge and what we observe and what we listen to and what we remind ourselves of, what we surround ourselves with, this is spiritual food that we're putting into ourselves, or emotional food we're putting into ourselves. So if you're only reading garbage, only seeing garbage, only thinking garbage, that's going to reflect in how you feel and how you live life and your day-to-day interactions, how you treat others. But when you put, the remembrance of Allah, as Allah says in the Quran, indeed with the remembrance of Allah, the hearts find ease and contentment. You're going to walk through, you're going to just glide throughout life, and you're going to be more blissful than you would have been without God.
There it is. And there's a real bliss there. I remember when I started praying regularly, I felt like I was diving into an ocean of calm, if you will, if that sort of analogy is cool. But then I read, was it a hadith or in the Quran somewhere, about the idea that there's a river and you go and purify yourself in the river, whether it's in
the afterlife.
And it's like, they were sort of talking about the experience for me that is prayer. You're through wudu, you're washing yourself of ghusl, washing yourself of impurities to prepare yourself for something sacred, and then you go in and you literally, your heart is at rest. You can turn off all the work meetings and all the this is due and all of that, and you really just hit the reset button. I don't know. Look, I'm not into hippie stuff again, but there is an energetic benefit to Salah, which I'm still only just beginning to understand. But I see the positive impact on my life. Like, it's almost like, modern day spirituality. They're all just trying to replicate Islam, man. Oh, you have to meditate. Well, that's what Salah is. We do it 5 times a day. So. Well, you should say positive mantras. That's what Salah is. You know what I mean? Like, we are asking to stay on the straight path, to resist temptation. Oh, you should, and the health stuff. Oh, you should fast. Well, that's what Ramadan is. Like, there's so much wisdom in how to live out your human experience within the routines within Islam. I see again and again. There's one one spirituality thing. I used to read about it. It's called Ho'oponopono or something. It's from Hawaii, and they say certain things routinely to make your life better. They say, "I love you, please forgive me," and a number of things, and they say it regularly as mantras. What are we saying? Astaghfirullah, Allahu Akbar, Subhanallah. All these spirituality methods, they're all just watered down, weak attempts at Islam. Like, I see it more and more. It's funny. So everyone's looking for meaning in their life. Everyone's looking for purpose. Everyone's looking for structure. There's one that's been written a long time ago, which is superior to everything else out there. And I'm a guy who's tried a lot of things. I tried the yoga thing, the Tai Chi, the meditation. I've tried this all because I think there are benefits from these things. Islam is just a better, more efficient, more powerful way to bring about these benefits.
Can you relate to the fact that all these things like meditation, chanting, yoga, it's almost like you're putting yourself as the center of the universe. Whereas in Islam, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is in the center of the universe and you're nothing. Yeah. And many times it's like just knowing this, in Islam or anything else, even on your spiritual journey, just Allah is here, I'm nothing. Knowing this positioning, you get anything in life. Allah will bless you.
Exactly. And I think that's the main reason why in the West, people are so unhappy and just living such empty lives. It's because the ego is running unchecked. And I think that's a fallibility, if I'm using that word correctly, of the human condition, is the propensity for our ego to think, I am the center of the universe, I'm what matters, I'm controlling all of this. That leads directly to a very stressful and very unfulfilling life. We need to humble ourselves to be fulfilled. Islam is the most powerful way to do so.
Yeah. Ego, I was actually going to make a point about ego, that when we have ego, we feel like we need to keep up with it. We feel like we need to keep up to a certain standard, that I'm the man, I'm the big boss, and whatever. It's a lot of work. And it's a lot of the time, it's ego a person can't afford. So it's so stressful because they can't live up to it. But when you remove that from yourself, you're like, oh, I'm just a dude, alhamdulillah, you know?
That's it.
Alhamdulillah.
When you say can't keep up with it, is it like those rappers like rented cars, rented women, rented watches?
100%. All of that stuff.
Man, I feel it's so funny. Like, I spent a lot of time around celebrities and very wealthy people, you know, throughout my career. I don't respect someone who's very wealthy or very famous or any of these things if they don't have faith nowadays. I just don't. I just view them as lost people. I think they're just chasing false gods and they're living lives that are ultimately meaningless. And a lot of the time, they're very deeply unhappy people, very insecure. There's drug habits or there's, you know, running through many different women habits. I think what Western society views as, oh, wow, amazing, rich, famous, whatever, I don't really respect that anymore. I have more respect for the brothers that I see when I go to the masjid every day who are taking their faith seriously. And also, funnily enough, the brothers who I see every day in the masjid, they're a lot more fulfilled as people. They've got a much more positive glow about them. They're a lot more enjoyable to talk to. Yeah. The West, it glorifies all the wrong traits in a person nowadays. It really does.
Yeah. You know what? I think even in the West, they have this spiritual center called a mosque. I think they should just go visit, inshallah. Just go to a mosque and see how Muslims are. Just literally go walk in and say, listen, I'm not a Muslim. I just want to see what you guys are about. I promise, inshallah, it'll be the best experience you've ever had in your life.
And the support from the Ummah is amazing. Like, Islam does have a bit of a perception as a very strict, very sort of intimidating religion. Every single individual who I've talked to has been nothing but supportive. You've seen the shelf of books. Yeah. They're all gifts. I've had people I don't even know send me gifts, just saying, hey, welcome, brother, I want to help you. Wow. Like, the amount of support you get when you revert, especially if you're blessed to be living in a Muslim country, is incredible. The support from the Ummah, it's anything but strict. Yeah. Take your time, you know, do what you can, let me know if I can help. It's the opposite of what people expect.
What you're saying, Joel, reminds me of a hadith where the Prophet mentions, none of you will truly believe until you love for your brother what you love for yourself.
Nice. That's a beautiful one. I like that.
You know, speaking about Salah, it reminded me of the conversation we were having with Ahmed. And he showed us this video where they did a scientific study on how Salah affects the brain.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Have you seen it?
No, I'd be very interested in that, though. Because I've been thinking about these things myself, been reflecting on this
yeah,
myself.
Talking about the one with the neurologist?
Yeah, it's crazy. Because, so they have two examples. The first example, the brother performs Salah, rushed.
Okay.
Very quickly.
Nice, yeah.
The doctor gets the two examples, the results, and he says, in here, there's no real change. The brain, it shows the two examples, the scan's exactly the same. Now he performs Salah again, but this time
with a more earnest intention, right?
Yeah,
Niyyah is so huge. It's so important.
Khushu, which is the presence, the focus, being in tune with the prayer.
Okay.
And he took his time. They even like turned the lights off and everything, let him just continue praying in there by himself. Then they did the scan, and the before and after. Before, like the brain, like all the things was all like disorganized, crazy, and then after, everything was aligned. Perfectly aligned, symmetrical. It was the most beautiful thing ever, and it shows that Salah is something real.
Salah is awesome. It's so awesome. Like, before I reverted, I thought having to pray 5 times a day, that'll be a chore. I get excited. I'm happy walking the mosque. It's such an energetic boost. If you're looking to be a high output man and be the best version of yourself to take care of your family and your employees and your community, Salah supercharges that. It's anything but a chore. It's anything but an obligation. Now, Fajr, haven't quite cracked that because I usually finish work at 3 a.m. But I'm attempting to scale back on work so I can nail that. But again, when we talk about the deep intelligence of Islam, why Fajr? Because naturally we should get up early in line with the sun. And we should get to bed early in line with the sun for the best, for your hormones to be balanced, for your recovery. Again, everything that is in Islam has this deep reason why, if you look into it. Now, I need to stop going to bed at 3. I need to work less. I need to be healthier. Getting up for Fajr is my reason to be healthier. Again, in every way, Islam makes you a more healthy, more balanced, more mentally resilient person. It's so powerful. It's
This being
incredible.
said, man, I had some questions about the Tate brothers.
Yes,
So do you
let's
have
do
any
it.
updates? I know everyone's wondering, like, what is going on with them? They're out of prison. We don't see videos of them. Yeah, they're on Rumble, but what's going on with them?
So yeah, the brothers are good. They're mentally. You want to talk about mental resilience? They've been through a lot in life, and they practice what they preach, right? They talk about being mentally resilient. They talk about taking challenges and being in a state of combat and still being positive and still being disciplined. That's them. They're in prison without proper food and no gym. They're still training. There's a reason the Tate brothers are famous. It's not from saying mean things. It's because they are so disciplined and they are role models for men who want to be disciplined and become better versions of themselves, right? So they're fine. I remember the first time, I think the podcast that we did was the first time I went loud, really properly talking in their benefit. I did one with Fresh and Fit previously, but just with us. I don't really need to speak for them anymore. They're out of prison, they can speak. So I haven't been doing all these podcasts and things anymore, even though I've been invited, because they can speak for themselves and they're better at it than me. But from my perspective, as a guy who cares about them deeply as brothers, they're doing okay. I think I'm more concerned for them than they are, to be completely honest. I'm deeply concerned with how ridiculous this whole situation is, in that, again, without going into too much details, I'm not a lawyer. I don't represent the Tate brothers officially. I'm not even like, I don't understand what's going on legally. I'm not read in on these things. But I do know, and I referred to this in the first podcast without giving details, that the two main complainants are far from credible in this whole case. The first one has a history of making false allegations against men, saying I've been kidnapped, saying, look, that was consent during the act, but afterwards I've decided it's not consent. I'm going to have to take this to the authorities unless you give me this or this. She's done this, and it's on record. There are court cases against her in the US where she's been extorting men and making these claims, and the leaks that have come out have her family saying, why are you doing this again, in her own chat records that have come out through all these leaks from the prosecutors. So anyway, the first person, and she already had an OnlyFans before she came over to Romania. She already had like these sugar daddy websites where you get rich men to fly you out. She already was working on a sex hotline. This was not an innocent person. She was in Romania for 6 days, booked into a hotel, yet she claimed she was human trafficked. It's just such nonsense. Look, the Tates have said plenty of bad things on the internet. I get it. If I'd only seen the bad things that they said, I might be offended myself. But the reality is, if we're going to talk about what they are charged for, that first individual has a history of lying and manipulating, and it's on record. Funny how the journalists don't cover that piece, right? And the second individual, who's the main complainant in this whole thing, was working as a stripper in the UK, met Andrew, and this is all out there, I'm not breaching any trust here, met Andrew, said to him, hey, I want to make money online instead of working, and there's a specific amount of money I want to make. Can you help me with that? He said, yeah, fine, come over. She was working, getting paid, able to leave the house whenever she wanted, had a phone, normal, no restrictions on her movements. And also knowing the Tate brothers, the second a woman says anything disloyal or doesn't want to go, they're just like, all right, go then. That's their whole policy. I've seen the Tates so many times have to say to a woman, all right, go. And they cut them off completely. The Tate's main challenge is getting women to leave. It's not restraining them or doing something, deceptive or against them. And so that's the second main complainant, someone who was already a stripper and who asked Andrew to make her money online. Yet we're going to pretend these two people somehow did something against their will and they were used as forced labor. The first one flew business class over and was in Romania for 6 days and was in a hotel and already had an OnlyFans account. How is that human trafficking? So that's my perspective on this whole thing. And this whole preventative detention, in Romania you can be held for 6 months without charge. In Australia I think it's 24 hours. UK 24 hours. US 6 months they can hold you. That is some communist era outdated nonsense. And unfortunately, if a certain person in the Romanian system, as we see with the current prosecutor, has like a fixation on someone or has an agenda, then they can abuse that system. And that's what you're seeing with the Tates. The Romanians must know, because they're investigators, they must know that the credibility of the two main complainants is nothing, is a joke. Yet here we are.
So the allegations are completely from uncredible sources, and it's almost like they're guilty trying to be proven innocent. By default.
Yeah, it's wild. It is wild. The process is the punishment, right? And as I understand it, the other complainants, 2 of them say we're not guilty in any way. I believe one of them has a degree in psychology, and she's saying, look, no one's manipulating me. I'm wanting to work, and I'm getting paid, and everything's fine. But no, you're brainwashed. You're a victim. Bruv, isn't that terrifying? Yeah. Isn't it terrifying? So yeah, the 2 main complainants, they have no credibility. Others are saying we're not actual victims. Like there's there are so many holes in this, but I don't see the journalists and the investigators covering that at all. It's really quite unfortunate. So, and if anyone wants a proper breakdown of the lack of credibility of these complainants, Candace Owens did an amazing breakdown. I think her video was called Candace Owens Examines the Andrew Tate Victims. So have a Google of that, watch that. If you want to see just how far from innocent, helpless victims these women are. If anything, especially this primary complainant, she is the manipulator. She is the one who is extorting. She is the one who is committing the crime. And I have to believe that that'll show in history, because, man, just have a look at her. It's ridiculous. It's almost comical how much of a lack of credibility that source has, yet the Tates are still constrained. They're still having their freedom taken away. It's remarkable. And look, I get it. I get the haters. Tates have said some controversial stuff. Andrew used that as a medium to become, world famous. But guess what? I was there for 5 years. When the cameras are off, I've never once seen him raise his voice with anyone. I've never once seen him be disrespectful. I've seen the women in his orbit. They're enjoying life. They're having fun. This main complainant was making sexy TikToks in the house, not for Andrew or Tristan Tate. She was doing it for herself. The videos show them coming back from a mall, unloading handbags and luxury goods from the back of a car. They were flown business class and put in a hotel. That's trafficking. It's utter madness, but I don't see any coverage of that side of the story anywhere. So I'm deeply concerned about how the reality doesn't matter. I'm deeply concerned about how outdated the Romanian system is. I think it's absolutely terrifying. If they want to get you, they can. That quote, "Show me the man, I'll show you the crime," from Stalin's head of security. Yeah. Man, that's what's happening. The Romanian authorities know that the credibility of these two main complainants, who are the only ones really pushing it, is absolute zero beyond zero, but the Tates are still held because "show me the man, I'll show you the crime." It's communist era nonsense. It's concerning, man. I'm more concerned for those brothers than they are. They're fine. They'll handle anything, and they'll keep being them, and they'll keep winning regardless of what happens to them. But I'm deeply concerned at how twisted this whole situation is.
We can't expect perfect justice, bro, in this dunya. Unfortunately, this is the reality, and all we can do is pray that they do get justice in this dunya, but if not, in the akhirah. And there's something I want everyone to know, that you can be nothing in the eyes of the dunya. You can be worthless. You can have no reputation, and you have no idea how Allah is speaking about you to the angels, bro, with what high rank that you'll have. But you could be everything in the dunya, bro. You can have it all, but you're not going to be even looked at on the day of judgment.
Interesting. I like that. Yeah, that's good to know. It really is. But again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I put my everything, my 100% conviction on the fact that the Tates would never do these sorts of things, because, I've seen the women in their presence. Man, I'm a former intelligence professional, and I've worked in the world's most dangerous places. I'm pretty good at reading situations, reading people. I'm a trained investigator. Not once have I seen any of the women in their orbit, and let's face it, there are a lot. They're popular guys. Not once have I seen them be uncomfortable. Not once have I seen them be scared. They're well taken care of. They're flown around private or business class. They're given gifts. The women in his orbit are well looked after. The idea that he's somehow forcing someone to do something, it's just not real. And I've seen it. I've been there. I've been around them for 5 years. Yeah. I've spoken to a lot of different documentary makers. Guess what? They don't include my content. I've spoken to a lot of journalists. Guess what? They don't include my content. They don't want someone who is a credible source. Again, I'm not an objective source. I love the brothers dearly, but I'm happy to go on record, and I'm happy to swear by my faith and by my honor as a man on what I've seen. These are good men who take care of their people. And yes, there's a lot of talk. But again, all right, every gangster rapper who says, "I'm going to shoot this, going to shoot that," they're not doing it. Or if they are, they're in prison, right? There is such a thing as building a character. And yes, the Tates said a lot of controversial things. That's not what they're being charged for. They're not being charged for saying bad things on the internet. They're being charged for human trafficking and forced labor with women who asked them to help make money in an industry they were already in. Yeah. It's nonsense, mate. It's nonsense. It's wild.
And anyone who's online at all, who you look deeply into their life enough, you're going to find things. You're going to find things, and you can make a whole case, a whole story.
Show me the man, I'll show you the crime.
Exactly.
That's exactly 100%. What's happening in Romania.
And I genuinely believe Muslims have an obligation to defend him at this point, because we believe innocent until proven guilty. If there's some crazy evidence, okay, let's see it. But as Muslims, we are obligated to see both sides of the story. Allah says in the Quran, this is from Allah. He says, when you hear, I'm going to paraphrase, when you hear news from an untrustworthy source, you have to confirm it. You have to verify it.
Oh,
You
really?
have to go.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Assess the credibility of the source. I say that all the time. Nobody can look into these two main complainants and think that there's any credibility whatsoever in what they say.
Yeah.
It's comical how clear it is, especially the main complainant is a serial liar, serial manipulator. What she says, she has a modus operandi. She has a proven tendency to make up these stories and these lies to try and exploit men, and that's what happens. You know what's really interesting? If you look into it properly, she at one point wanted this whole thing to stop. She's like, no, I take it back. I don't want this to happen. But the man she was talking to, no, I'm involving the embassy. We're making, there's so many holes in this, yet the brothers are still constrained. It's terrifying, man. It's absolutely remarkable. It really is.
And you know what this shows? This shows that it's actually real, that there is groups of people who are at the top that they try to make it seem like it's not real, but it is real. They're at the top, they have an agenda, and there is something going on that we as laymen we're not seeing.
100%. The investigators involved in this case, there is no way they haven't seen how uncredible the two main complainants are, yet they still continue on as if it's a credible manner. That means there's an agenda of some sort. Very clear.
So you're telling
Undeniable.
me this whole case was started with these witnesses, and then one of them wanted to basically withdraw the whole thing and stop, and they continued,
Yeah.
even though the witnesses were
Check the video
uncredible.
out. Check Candace Owens' video out. She goes into incredible detail. It's laughable. It's absolutely laughable. Yeah. Where's the coverage of that? Everyone just conveniently ignores that.
Yeah, that's another thing. When I find when media focuses too much on something, when there is some kind of other side, or like maybe related people doing similar things that they're not talking about, you can't help but wonder why.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
No, I think it's deeply troubling, and I think the takeaway for men nowadays is avoid zina. The risks are not worth the return. Avoid having women in your house who you do not know and trust and view as either wife material or your wife. You know what I mean? Like, don't engage in sex outside of marriage, and also be very, very slow and very careful in carefully assessing who you allow into your life, because very bad things can come of this. It's remarkable. Watching how many men have had their lives upended because of the women they allowed into their lives. Be very careful who you let in. That's men nowadays, especially in the West. I mean, Romania isn't even the West. You need to be ultra careful with who you let into your life. And again, Islam solves that. Don't get naked with a woman unless you are, with a contract, under the law, under your faith, taking care of her in a way that's clear and halal and clean. The risks are not worth the return. It's wild. I don't want to sound misogynistic. I don't let women in my house that I don't know. No, it's not happening. Never. And I've got the full CCTV system as well. Doesn't help you, as we've seen in the Tate's case. So women do not come into this house that are strangers to me. It's just not a thing.
Wow.
I think every man needs that same approach.
You know what's crazy though? Is that there are certain Muslims out here that are literally throwing Andrew under the bus, and Tate as well, even though Tate's not Muslim. But they're throwing Andrew under the
You mean
bus.
Tristan?
Yeah.
Huh? What?
You said and Tate as well.
Did I say that?
Yeah, Tristan.
Oh. Yeah, Tristan. But they're throwing them under the bus, and they're saying Andrew is not a real Muslim because of these things. And they're trying to say that he's a fake Muslim, that he's using this for just to have the Muslims on his side, and all of this stuff.
Okay, to that I'd say his home is the most heavily Orthodox country in the world, Romania, right? Now, he enjoyed visiting Dubai, but Romania was still his home. You really think if you were just doing it strategically, you would leave the church and join Islam? It doesn't make sense. And also, sure, you can say that there's support that comes from the Ummah when you become Muslim, but there's also a lot of hate that comes from people who aren't Muslim. There's a lot of downside as well. I mean, I've experienced some of that myself. We can talk about that if you want. It's not all positive. So yeah, it's not real. Now, yes, he's not going to the masjid every day, but if he was here in the Middle East, perhaps he would be. I can bet with conviction if he was here, he would have already gone to Mecca and Medina, would have gone on Umrah. if he was around other Muslims and if there was a mosque nearby and if he had brothers he could pray with, I'm sure he'd be able to advance in his path as a Muslim a lot more than he is able to now, with his liberty restrained. People are forgetting this.
Yeah, we spoke with Tam Khan about this, and he was saying, imagine you just accepted Islam, and after a few weeks, you put in jail.
Yeah, for real.
And he said that these people, they're being so hypercritical of him and so judgmental because they're thinking one thing when in reality this is it over here. And we had a brother that we met in Mecca, may Allah bless him. He didn't have these bad assumptions, but he said that he saw a video which the Tate brothers had put up, which was a reenactment of what it was like when they were in prison. And they put a toilet in the house and they did 24 hours of what it was like. And in this video, he said he saw that Andrew wasn't praying at all in the thing. And then to that, I thought to myself, how many more Muslims are thinking the same thing? They see this like, oh, isn't Andrew Tate Muslim? Why is he not praying? But then again, think about what Tam Khan said. I was about to butcher his name. May Allah bless the brother. But he said, imagine being a Muslim or becoming a Muslim and then just going straight to jail.
I think 3 weeks, not even, right?
Bro, I don't even think he learned how to fully pray.
Well, there's no one around him who can teach him that. The thing with Tate, because I said to him, like, brother, show you're learning Arabic. Show, he's memorizing some lines of the Quran. He said, no, I'm not going to do that. I said, well, what about showing you praying? He said, no, I'm not going to do that. Because there's always going to be people who are hating on it and criticizing it. The thing with Tate is he's so driven to be perfect at everything. He doesn't play pool. He doesn't touch pool because he's not really good at it. When I taught him how to shoot, we'd spend hours with him perfecting something. Otherwise, he doesn't want to be seen to be doing it. Like, he would never do something that then people could criticize. And who's he had with him to pray with? No. He told me he prays, and I believe him. He's not the sort of guy who needs to lie to a brother. But if he's not confident in doing something, he's not going to give the haters a gift by praying imperfectly and having everyone say, oh, look at this. That's his mindset. So I think that explains that one there.
What's crazy, bro, it's like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Yeah, there's going to be Muslims at his throat if he was praying, but they're going to be like, why is he not moving his finger? Why is he not doing this?
Bro, if he wasn't restrained and he was here in Dubai, we'd be in the masjid every day.
Sure. Yeah.
And we would have gone to Saudi. I mean, he's told me how much he wants to do these things. People are quick to forget that he is restrained in his liberty who are criticizing him.
Yeah. And Muslims who have this kind of perception, they need to ask themselves, what do they really want? Do they want him to start praying? Because they're not going to get him to start praying by, yelling at him.
And the haters are strange. I pray for the haters, brother, genuinely. I've had some haters come after me as well, say nasty things about my kids and all sorts of weird behavior. But genuinely, I feel nothing but compassion for them because we have a limited time on this planet, right? If you're using that time to sit behind a keyboard and throw hate and weird allegations at people, that's a pretty sad existence. So I genuinely, not all the time, but I often pray for the haters and I hope that they find more meaning in their life. I hope they find better people around them. I hope they find faith because, man, they're wasting their time on this planet. Yeah, our time is finite, you know what I mean? Because the thing is too with the haters, doesn't impact anything in the real world. They're genuinely just wasting their time writing nasty words behind a keyboard that doesn't bring any impact whatsoever. What a waste of a life. It's very strange behavior. I don't really understand haters in that sense. It's weird behavior. I feel sorry for them, man.
Yeah, oftentimes they're also projecting something that's like an insecurity within them. Like, there's a thing, it's like you spot it, you got it. So if you're just out here doing the most, projection, exactly.
Yeah. But as with everything, like a lot of people, like they get all, I got some friends who are, on the internet and they get a bit fired up by the haters. Not Tates, they don't care about haters. The best way to deal with haters is just to win at life. Be on the deen, take care of your people. Who cares what people say? Only Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can judge you. And if your people are looked after and you have good men around you, you're building businesses, providing for many families, people can say nasty things on the internet. It doesn't affect you. I think people need to realize that. It's not real.
Speaking of being on the deen, I noticed recently you've been on the TheDeenShow. So how was your experience meeting Brother Eddie?
Well, first of all, I managed to avoid rolling with him. He's apparently a weapon at BJJ. I had a few people warn me. They're like, if he asks you to roll with him, just say no. That's an impressive man. Like he's a good father. He's a leader of his community. He's very driven towards the dawah and he's building masjids and he's got an amazing BJJ setup. This is what I mean. The men who I respect the most take their faith very seriously. That is a man you can instantly trust, instantly respect. He's having a positive impact on the world. He's he's ferociously capable as in a violent sport, but he's the most gentle and respectful and calm guy you've ever met. I said it before. One of the key reasons why I reverted was the men I respect the most consistently are on the Deen. They take their faith seriously. And our man from the Deen Show, Eddie's a perfect example of that. That is a man you can respect, and the more you know about him, the more you respect him. So yeah, that was great. I really enjoyed that discussion. I'd love to support what he's doing more and more. I'd love to host him in Dubai. Incredible. He's got my full respect. What a wonderful man, really.
With this being said, do you think there's a possibility, because I know a lot of the viewers are going to be just flooding the DMs with this, any possibility we're going to do anything with Andrew Tate or Tristan Tate anytime soon?
Yeah, 100%. We'll set that up. Why not? I'm not his manager, to everyone out there.
Yeah, we don't like these comments saying, when are you going to get Tate's manager back on?
Yeah, no, it's you try managing the Tates. My goodness, they're the two most strong-minded people on the planet. 100%. Oh, I can message him whenever you want, and yeah, I'm sure he'd be open to that. I'm sure he'd love that.
Inshallah.
And you know what? Inshallah, spend a few days with him, give him some feedback on how he's praying, be the support that he doesn't have. Wow. You know what I mean? Like I think that'd be really cool. I would be very happy to try and set that up.
Inshallah,
be amazing.
yeah. Inshallah. Be amazing.
Awesome.
That would be amazing, honestly.
I think he'd really welcome that too.
Because he was visited by, and I'm obviously no shade to these people, he's visited by Patrick Bet David, Candace Owens, which Muslims are there from?
I know.
Actually, that's a good question. Which Muslims flew out to go visit him?
I haven't heard of any requests.
Wow.
Inshallah, we're the first.
Wow. Inshallah, let's do it. Honestly,
Awesome.
Let's do it.
I'll message him now if you want.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's message him live on stream.
Bismillah. Inshallah.
Easy.
Inshallah, that'll be dope.
May Allah bless them, man. Honestly, discussing with you and Tam Khan, it really just put into perspective. Like, wallah, I feel so sorry, man. I feel so bad. It's like, obviously, like, alhamdulillah, as you mentioned, he doesn't let it affect him. But the fact that there are all these people who are not emotionally empathetic enough to understand that this guy had 3 weeks before he's thrown in a dungeon for like 3 months straight. He was in prison longer than he was a Muslim, basically.
Yeah.
Or a free Muslim, I'll say.
And I don't understand, like, look, I can understand, so I'm just sending him our last episode so I can see what you guys do. I don't understand, like, people are so keen to hate the Tates so quickly. Are they forgetting, okay, look, some of the stuff the Tates say back in the old days was negative. Guess what? They've changed. People evolve. People get better. I thought also as a Muslim, your sins are washed away once you revert, right? Like, what happened to that, to the people criticizing it?
Yeah.
But yes, they've said some bad stuff on the internet. They will, even Tate himself in his final message on Rumble, he said, what I said to an audience of tens of thousands, obviously is very different to what I say when I have an audience of millions. They are cognizant of the fact that it's their responsibility to speak well. I would suggest that the haters have a look at the Tate when the cameras, when he's speaking without the show, and Tristan as well. These are very, very articulate, very insightful, very motivational men who bring a massive positive benefit. There are so many examples of people saying, I got my fitness together, I got my money right. A lot of people saying I was considering suicide, but I found your message and now I've improved my life. There is so much positive impact from the words that the Tates have put out there. That's why they're popular. And the haters are just not acknowledging that. They're just go and look at any one of Tate's videos and look at the hundreds, if not thousands, of positive comments underneath. Everyone's just neglecting to realize or to notice that there's a positive impact on people. Again, that's why Tate, both of them are so popular. The supporters of Andrew and Tristan Tate, if they live by what the brothers preach, their lives get better. They're more disciplined. They're healthier. They're okay with wanting masculine achievement and masculine excellence in a society that's saying, no, going to the gym is a microaggression, all this nonsense. That's why the Tates are popular. I'd urge the haters to do a little bit of investigating as to the positive message and the positive impact that the Tates have had.
SubhanAllah.
But yeah, okay, message is sent.
There's a little...
Wouldn't it be cool? Let's see if he replies on the pod.
Yeah.
We'll see. That'd be cool.
Inshallah, that'd be dope.
So this is a little bit kind of off, not really off topic, but a little side note here. I don't think that it's a coincidence that Andrew Tate became Muslim.
Yep.
I don't think it's a coincidence that you became Muslim. Because look how disciplined you guys are. And think about when a man is disciplined, what does he do? He starts to get rid of the things that restrict him, that hold him back in life, and he starts to add things that allow him to progress and move forward in life. And that, in a sense, is a purification process. And you can't help but understand that when you are purifying yourself in this way, you're also purifying your heart. And the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has said that in the body there's a piece of flesh that if it's pure, then verily is the rest.
Awesome. I love it. I love it. I love this talking of the heart. Yeah, the Tate's main message is pursue masculine excellence in all areas of life. And that's why, I became such good friends with them, because I was doing the same, independent of them. Of course, being around them helped me level up to a whole new level of discipline. These guys are ferociously disciplined. But if you're a man who every day wants to be a better version of himself and hence have a more positive impact on his family, on his community, all these things, you are going to end up with Islam. It is inevitable. If your heart is soft to it, if you're objectively reading the landscape of the human experience, it's inevitable to end up with Islam, because you are a better version of yourself with it than you would be without it. And so all these people are like, oh yeah, Tate's chose Islam for clout. It's like, I would have bet my life on the fact that Andrew would end up with Islam years before he accepted Islam, because it's inevitable. And especially when you look at traditional values, when you look at stoicism, when you look at men should be strong, should be disciplined. This is what Tate's about. There's correlation there. So he was always going to end up with Islam. And I hope and I pray that he can get his freedom back, come over to the Middle East and get more time around brothers who are on the deen, so he can continue his learning and become even better as a human. Imagine if he was able to practice Islam with the support of brothers every day. Imagine the insights that he'd come up with his ability to really channel information and analysis. I would love to see a very, very, very religious and in the Middle East, supported by his brothers, Andrew. I think that would be a very powerful, positive impact on the world.
Inshallah. Are they currently still on house arrest?
So they've got something called judicial control, as I understand it, and they were confined to the Bucharest area, I believe, but I think maybe now they're allowed to drive around the country. I'm not really caught up with the legal thing.
But taking Tates to Umrah anytime soon, that's not going to happen?
They need to get cleared from this mess in Romania first, man. They really do.
Allah give them strength.
Yeah, for real. I pray for them every day, man. I really do.
May Allah grant them justice, the justice that they deserve, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala free them and unite them with their loved ones and anyone who they haven't been able to see. I know in the beginning, subhanAllah, it must have been very hard when they were in jail, not able to see their family, their kids.
Yeah, brutal, man.
Do you have any idea how long this might take?
I've got no idea, man. All I know is that the Romanian system is apparently very slow. So it could take many, many months just to have the trial done.
That's horrible.
So, yeah, it's wild.
Yeah. Something that came to my mind recently, I mentioned a lot of the same hadith on the last few podcasts just because we talk about very similar topics, alhamdulillah. But when I look at you and I look at the Tate brothers, Allahumma barak, you guys are very kind people. Just very outstanding and very kind people, genuinely. And obviously, I don't know Andrew or Tristan, but from the testimony of people who have met them, different people, I've never heard one person who met them, who stayed with them in their house, who said a bad thing about them. Yeah. And it just makes me think of this hadith. The Prophet ﷺ, he said that the best of you in Jahiliyyah, which is like before you're Muslim, are the best of you in Islam.
Oh, nice.
SubhanAllah.
Cool. I like that. Yeah. And that's the thing, that's the reality. And that's why I felt compelled to give up my privacy and speak openly about the Tates. I've been around them for 5 years. They are nothing but generous, nothing but caring of their people. If anything, sometimes they're too good. I'm like, guys, there are too many people you don't know in this house. Oh no, you're just paranoid, relax. Like I am Mr. Professionally Paranoid. I was urging them to be less generous with hosting, less generous with, hey, yeah, bring whoever you want, let's go on this holiday. Like, I was the guy always sitting there saying, I don't know about this one, I don't know about that one. They're good men, they're caring men, they're supportive, they take care of their people. They really do take care of their people. So the idea that there's somehow, these hidden nasty guys and none of their inner circle even noticed any red flags, it's nonsensical, man. It's just not real.
So talk about yourself giving up this privacy with social media. So social media, it's something that it's very difficult to maintain your niyyah, your correct intention into why you're doing it. A lot of people get into just flexing, putting on a self-image, a fake image. A lot of other people are like, you know what, I want to do it to inspire people. So how has your relationship with social media been?
It's love and hate, bro. Like, it's funny. I greatly enjoy the positive feedback I get. First of all, the only reason I'm known on social media is Tate's. I didn't even have public Instagram, I think, before them. I had like maybe 3 or 4 posts on my Instagram before them, and it all blew up from being around them. That's the power of the Tate brand. If you're around Andrew and Tristan Tate, your brand will blow up. Funny that might have something to do with why women were asking, hey, can you help me make money online? And anyway, maybe they're capable marketeers or something. So that's the only reason I'm even on social media. And the only reason I started doing podcasts was to speak for them at a time where they couldn't speak. So I'm not naturally inclined to being public on Instagram, you know? But I'm also motivated by the fact that I have people come up in public all the time and they say, hey man, this really, you know, I heard this message from you, keep doing it, it's really positive. So I'm doing it because of that positive feedback, and I believe it's my duty now, especially as a Muslim, to share what I've learned and inshallah help guide people to our faith or help people stay on Sirat al-Mustaqim, doing the little that I can. But bruv, like, I also don't like social media. I think it brings out the worst in people. I don't like being, it's funny, like I'm very grateful when people come up and give me positive feedback. It happens pretty much every day, but at the same time I don't like it. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, thank you, brother, I'm grateful, but at the same time I'm like, this is weird. You know, it's not my, I'm a security professional. It's not my natural state to be all over the internet. But it happened naturally, Qadar Allah. I'm not going to do a whole bunch of podcasts and try and grow following and do all this stuff. I don't care. But when it comes to podcasts, when there's an opportunity to speak about the beauty of Islam and to help educate people and correct the false narratives about Islam, I'll do every one of those that I can. That's my approach now. It's to inspire others to, yes, you can be successful, and yes, you can have a powerful faith that adds value to your life. At the same time, I view that as what my brand is about. And by the way, if you want to buy clothes, I have a tailor shop. You can't deny it. Having a big following is useful if you're trying to launch a business. Now, the tailor shop for me isn't so much a money-making thing, but also I'm okay if it is. And the Instagram will help with that. So, you know, there's positive and negatives, I think, to social media would be the answer. The one thing I would say is I consume very little. I do very little reading of social media. I do very little of liking of posts. What I'm doing is producing. And that's something Tate talks about. He says, have a look at your relationship with social media. Are you producing it in a way that adds benefit to your life, whether it's money or positive impact on society or so on, or are you just consuming and flexing for no reason? So I think less consumption on social media, more how can I use this platform in a positive way, whether it's building a brand and making money or putting a positive message out there. I think that's the way to go.
So you two know that he named his company Custom Made Reality, right? Especially last time he was talking about, you know, creating your custom made reality. So I think that's such an appropriate name, bro.
Yeah, thank you, man. I just launched Custom Made Reality Racing Team as well. I got to stop playing cars. I bought 3 more cars this week. I got to stop it. Hang out with Tate, you end up buying a bunch of cars, I tell you. You see what's possible. You know, you see someone who grew up literally from the ghetto, now has 30, 40 cars and a Bugatti. It makes you think, wait a sec, if I work really hard and I push and I create businesses and just live in that high output state where you're just on all the time, I can have a bit of fun as well. It's a very positive thing.
This is the difference
they're wondering
between
what color is
mindset.
your Bugatti.
What color is my Ducati?
Bugatti.
It's green. It's funny. It's on my motorbike. I have what color is your Ducati? I rocked up the other day to fill up the other one over there, the Street Fighter. And the guy putting in the petrol, he said, what color is your Ducati? Oh, I get it, Andrew Tate. I'm like, yeah, nice. The reach of Tate's brand is remarkable. It's before he was the most Googled man in the world. Now I think he's legitimately the most famous man in the world. And yes, they're going to go through, you know, more drawn out trial stuff and some hardships. They're fine, man. They are built for combat. They're ready for this. If anything, they embrace it. And after this, when it's all done, watch how powerful the Tate brand is in terms of a positive impact on society. It's going to be a beautiful thing. It's just a question of how long this absolute nonsense trial and its repercussions take to play out.
I'm sure the late Andrew Tate would be proud of them.
Wow, that was an interesting man in itself. Yeah, I think the Tate's father raised them in a very conscious way to make them very high output, very capable, very, very different men, and it worked. It's quite remarkable. It really is. Yeah. Incredible case study there.
Something that they clearly have is good brotherhood. And in Islam, Allah says in the Quran, indeed the believers are brothers.
Fantastic.
So I would like to talk a little bit about Islamic brotherhood. You mentioned the masajid, the mosque, when you go, you see these brothers, you see how tightly knit they are, how caring they are for each other. What is it about Islamic brotherhood that stands out to you?
I'd like to answer that by talking about, this is another example of the deep intelligence in Islam. The fact that when you are praying, okay, so it's good to pray by yourself, it's better to pray with your brothers, it's better to pray in a mosque. You know, this is all by design, I swear. It's when you are standing shoulder to shoulder with your brothers in the mosque, that is the natural state of man. We're meant to be together as a pack, with some sort of mission. That's when you're most fulfilled. That's why men love the military so much. They're there with their brothers and they're on a mission. Whether or not it's a healthy one and whether or not it damages them and other people is a different story. But the natural state of men is to be rolling with the brothers, disciplined, on a mission, focused. That is replicated every time you go and pray in Islam. And so I think it's a beautiful thing, and another example of why Islam really is the best way to live out your human experience. Islam understands the power of brotherhood. And most men, especially in the War Room, which is an organization I'm very proud to be a part of, ignore all the bad press. It's nothing but positivity in there, and it's 100% halal nowadays. There's nothing haram in the War Room.
Really?
Yeah, it's all halal nowadays, which is great, which I'm all for. But the War Room we have a lot of guys who come in and they say, the brotherhood I have in here has changed my life. I'm more disciplined. I feel more connected. I feel I have more support. Before I was lonely. I think Western society, especially, I saw a Harvard Business Review study that said executives in their 40s have like 1.6 friends or something. It's quite miserable. I think Western society isolates you from brotherhood. Islam brings you towards brotherhood. That's because that's where men are most powerful and most fulfilled on a deep level. So again, I just see that as yet another example of how Islam is pushing us to live in a way that is most natural and most optimal in terms of our frequency and our lived experience and the state that we live in throughout our days.
Yeah, and you can really pinpoint the principles. Like, it all comes from principles. In Islam, we have these principles of, like you mentioned, loving for your brother what you love for yourself. You don't have that in the West. The closest thing is treat others how you want to treat it. All that garbage. Listen.
If anything, there's the keeping up with the Joneses, where neighbors compete. Oh, he's got a nicer car than me. Like it's some sort of competition.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of
Doesn't
loving.
Allah say in the Quran, you should compete with one another in good deeds?
In good.
I like that. See, isn't that wonderful? And that's the thing. Before Islam, you don't even conceptualize the fact that shaitan exists. You don't even conceptualize the fact that you have shaitan, jinn whispering in your ear.
Yeah.
If you are on the deen, your main goal in life is to be a good, virtuous human. That doesn't get conceptualized in the West. It's that powerful. So that's why I respect people who are on the deen more than anyone else. Because on a day-to-day basis, it's not I want to get more money. It's not I want to get more status. It's I want to be the most virtuous human I can be because I know there's a judgment day coming. I think it's a beautiful thing. It's amazing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that opposed to individualism. I want to get my money up. Don't waste my time. All of this stuff. It's very sad.
What a boring and limited existence.
Yeah. And that's why people are so depressed, because we're social beings. We need something called social solidarity. Even if we come together in the thing that is causing us pain and discussing it together, working through it together, that will give you that social solidarity that you need, and it will elevate you in life like nothing else. That's why I respect Andrew and Tristan as people who grew up, as non-Muslims, having that brotherhood and always sticking together. And you have to ask yourself, and I think it'd be interesting to hear from them, or you, if would they be where they are and as successful as they are now if they didn't have each other?
Oh, 100%. They speak to that all the time. And the way they've set up their life, where they don't live with women, they live with themselves. And they're constantly in that masculine frame of max training, max output, max discipline, where they check each other. Hey man, you're getting caught up on this, or you're letting that slip. That is how they've built who they are. It's the power of brotherhood and masculine accountability. And again, that's what's replicated in their organization, the War Room. It's a very powerful thing, and we see it within Islam. We see the idea of you should have strong brothers around you. You should have community. You should be close to your family. You should have a good relationship with your father. In the West, there's no messaging that tells you to maintain good relationships with your parents. There's definitely no messaging that tells you to have strong, capable, stoic men around you. It's quite the opposite. In the West, you should just sit around the house and essentially let your woman boss you around. That's kind of the norm that we see in Western relationships. It doesn't lead to fulfillment for either party.
And men have gotten comfortable nowadays being home, Discord, PlayStation Network, not really going out there. So how do you recommend they go out there and find these brothers?
What a mess. Well, I think first of all, you need to question. Now, look, I'm not going to try and say I understand how men should live and so on, but I think every man should question, how healthy is it to be around a woman all the time? No, genuinely.
Go into this.
I think we have very different energetic frequencies. I think we have different roles. I think we have different goals. I think we have different things that make us happy. For example, men run towards risk. Women prefer safety and stability. And that is replicated in our biology. We have testosterone. We have faster reflexes, denser muscles, more muscle mass. We are designed for risk, for danger. If you are around a woman all the time, it's a good thing when you need to heal, to rest. Women can remind you to enjoy life. It's a beautiful thing to have loyal, support from a woman. I mean, if you're sick and so on, if you're stressed, there's nothing better. Your brother can't give you that feminine care. It's a very magical, very valuable thing. And that's why we see the Prophet ﷺ saying, take care of your women. It's such an important thing, take care of your women, because it's a beautiful thing to have that partnership. So yes, we are designed to coexist with women, to be complementary with each other. But I think where a lot of men go wrong is they think it's normal to be around their women 365 days a year. That will bring down your energies. That will change you as a man. It will lead you to being a bit resentful. I'll give you an example. Like, the vast majority of guys I know in the West, they don't have any hobbies anymore. All they do is sit and watch other men play sport on TV. Or they play video games, watching some fictional character do cool things. What happened to men doing cool things? So I firmly believe in the power of men coming together and doing manly things. Whether that's going to a boxing gym, whether that's going to a BJJ gym, whether it's going to the masjid regularly. But I really do believe in men going out and doing adventures together. Again, we talked about this last time. You go on a motorbiking trip somewhere, go on a shooting trip where you're working on your weapons and tactics skills, go on whether a surfing trip or a kickboxing camp in Thailand for a week. Go and do adventurous, masculine things with your brothers at least 1 week a year and get a feeling of, hey, my energy's different. I feel more disciplined. I have more of an edge. I feel my testosterone's higher. That's called the masculine frame. Now, the Tates live in that all the time. I live in that all the time. I make sure the majority of time I spend is with my brothers, focusing on mission, focusing on health, doing traditionally masculine things. I think that's the natural state for a man to live in. And if you're around a woman all the time, she could be the best woman in the world. She could be super supportive and amazing, but it's going to change you and calm you down in a way that maybe isn't natural. Maybe we're meant to be out there with the brothers, hunting, fighting, bringing back the bread, so to speak, or the meat. Yeah. So I really think men spend way too much time focused on women and focused on sex. Do we really need sex that much, really? It's not oxygen, lads. Everyone's got this. The physical thirst, all right, sure. That builds over time, I get that. But the main problem is mental thirst. And a lot of the Western society tries to put that in you with the songs and the videos and oh baby, I'll be happy if only you give me some validation. What?
The R&B.
It's a mess, man. It's a mess. Now look, whether that's trauma-based because someone didn't get any love from their mum and they're trying to get that from women, or whether that's some sort of, hey, if I have a pretty chick on my arm, then all the lads will think that I'm special. It's just it's nonsense. Men need to drop that mental thirst and drop the overwhelming focus on women and sex and validation from women, and focus on more meaningful things. We again, it's not oxygen. We don't need it all the time.
Really, it's not even like this hoo-ha energy thing that he's talking about. Because the American Journals of Endocrinology, they've found that there's this thing called menstrual synchronization, where it's like when women spend too much time with each other, their menstrual cycles actually sync. Right, where their hormonal cycles actually sync. And you're telling me, as a man with testosterone, it's not going to have an impact on you? Come on.
Social neuroscience talks about the energetic or the emotional economy. And you go on to the subway in London, everyone's depressed. You're going to feel a bit, You go into a fight gym and everyone's, you're going to feel a bit, you know what I mean? And if you are around your brothers who are all ideally on the deen and have their life in order and are disciplined and keeping their fitness right, that's the optimal state for a man to live. Not doing a boring job, going home and sitting and watching TV at the end of the day with who might be an amazing wife. Again, not speaking against the supportive wives out there, but men need to be with other men doing adventurous, traditionally masculine things to be in that optimal masculine frame where they are able to bring about the highest output and therefore the best benefits for their family, for society, for the most positive life they can live.
I actually have direct experience with this. I love the women in my life. I love my mom, I love my grandma, my sister, my nieces, my wife. But there was a time in my life where I lived in this lake house with just brothers. I wasn't Muslim at the time, so I shouldn't just call them brothers. Just friends, right?
Okay, gotcha.
All men. Now, before this, I was working out 2-3 times a week, and my nutrition, yada, yada, yada. Once I moved into the lake house, nothing changed. Nutrition the same, workouts the same, but my body composition and my strength skyrocketed to levels that I couldn't even explain.
It's a chemical thing, brother, isn't it? Like, it's deep, it's real, it really is. Being around men who are all focused, all hustling together, that is such a powerful hack. To the young men out there who really want to get themselves ahead in life, find some other men who are hungry to train right, to build businesses, to get the money right, and spend time with men hustling and growing, not just chasing hedonism and chasing women all the time. I'm so sick of how many men, especially in the West, focus so much energy on what? On sex? What, for pleasure? They're not trying to make babies. So what are they doing? They're chasing pleasure. What are you, a child who wants to eat chocolate all the time? Like, what's wrong with these people? Men need to address their mental thirst and focus that sexual energy, which, I mean, if you want to read up on Freud, I mean, a lot of his stuff was weird, right? But one of the things he said was, nothing good in life comes from that other than which you see a man using his sexual energy applied to non-sexual things. I'm not a big reader of Freud. I might have butchered that. I preferred Jung's approach on things. But back when I used to think that stuff had merit, then I found something called the Quran. But the idea that sexual energy is a very deep and very powerful thing. If you waste it all just chasing women, you are losing so much potential in life. Whereas if you get all that distraction away and you focus on the deen, you be around other men, you focus on your training, using that energy for things other than chasing hedonism and sex, wow, it amplifies you. Like when you're around those brothers, how much harder were you training? How much more focused hours did you have each day to build businesses, to work on projects? It's a different way of living, man.
I mean, personally, like I said, from that example, in that time of my life, I hate to say it, I was not very motivated. I wasn't really doing much. And the only times that we were spending it was doing degenerate things.
See, that's what I mean. You were using that sexual energy or that primal life force to conquer. It's not even really, a lot of the time, it's not even about sex. It's just this conquest energy to build and conquer. They say that the drive of testosterone is to fornicate and to fight and to conquer, to build, right? You can use that for degeneracy or you can use that to build an empire.
Yeah.
But man, if you were around women all the time, you're not going to get up at 5 a.m. and go, fajr and go for a jog. This beautiful, nice, warm woman next. Like I question how much time as men we are meant to really spend around women. I think the natural state is to be with other men out adventuring, coming back to your woman to rest, to recover, but then to get back out there doing traditionally masculine things with men.
Yeah, it's because a woman is soft by nature. Woman is feminine, and that's very, very useful, especially as a man. If we've been with a lot of men, we become, it's going to sound a little suspicious, but we become harder.
Yeah.
And in the process of becoming more harder, we need that softness to like bring us back down to a normal level. But too much of it makes us weak.
And then you get resentful, and then you'll lose passion in the relationship. And it's, I think the nuclear family model doesn't work. A woman, a man, kids, everyone has different energetic frequencies. Why are we all around each other all the time? I think the natural state is it does take a village to raise a child. I've read up on this, like 150 people in a tribe. The kids go and play with the kids. The women are with the women. The men are with the men. I think that's the most natural way. I really do. And so I think this nuclear family is a modern artificial construct that doesn't really serve anyone to, in a positive manner.
Do people really think the Prophet the man, the greatest of creation, who conquered so much, led so many battles, bro? You really think he had time to just be home 24/7?
Sit and watch Netflix.
Complaining to his wife?
Really? Yeah, for real.
Astaghfirullah.
Yeah, it's true. He was living in the masculine frame. And he had his tribe. He had the Sahaba, he had his boys. It's amazing. People should read up on the fun they had together and the adventures they had, honestly. And I think the modern day representation of that, I really enjoy motorcycle trips with the brothers. I love it. It's like the modern day equivalent of riding with your horses with your boys across the fields. Getting out on motorbikes, in interesting countries is a fantastic way to replicate that ancient lads going on adventures together. Strongly recommended. Really.
Do you do that here in UAE?
Yeah, I've done it here. I've done it all over, basically.
How do you feel driving out here?
It's all right. You just got to, man. You got to stay sharp. Situational awareness is key. It'll keep you alive. And actions on, contingency planning. Every time you approach a junction, what is the credible worst case scenario, and how do you plan for it? So that if you do see an indication of it coming, you can act straight away.
Yeah. So these people out here are crazy.
Yeah, the roads can be challenging, definitely. And again, I recommend motorcycling, but at the same time, I don't. I think, put some money into training, and really have your head on a swivel and ride with other guys who are safe. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. There's something, speaking about relationships and marriage and being at home 24/7. Unfortunately, a lot of men do that. We were talking about this off camera. You had this, I don't want to say change of heart, but this newfound refined perspective on relationships. You talked about there's a difference between going for practical first and romantic second. So what do you mean by this?
Definitely. So I think the Western model of choosing a long-term relationship based on emotions is deeply flawed, because emotions come and go. And a relationship is a practical thing. You know, all the emotions in the world won't help you if you have entirely different priorities in life and expectations in life. So I really do think that if you want a relationship to be lasting, there should be a practical conversation. What are your goals in life? What are my goals in life? Do they match? What are your expectations? Do you think it's sexist if I expect you to cook a meal for me if I'm working 12-hour days? You got to have this chat first, because if the practical doesn't add up, the emotions, they're going to fade. Relationships are practical things, especially when kids come in. Yeah. You can have all the sex and passion and all she's so pretty you want. That's not going to help you when you're running a household with numerous screaming kids and bills to be paid. There needs to be that practical alignment. So I think a practical conversation between man and woman before they engage in a relationship, before they even take their clothes off, is absolutely essential. And it's not in any way represented as a healthy thing in the West. In the West, oh, she's pretty. Oh, try and capture her. Or, oh, you know, he's exciting and he makes you feel butterflies. Oh, that's a good choice. No, emotions fade. Relationships must be based on practical complementarity. You must fit together both now and long term.
You know, there's a cheat code to this, right?
Tell me.
In Islam, there's this hadith where the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he says that when you usually marry, you marry for looks, status,
wealth and deen.
And he says, if you're gonna choose the deen.
Is that amazing? That's said.
Yeah.
Man, the more I learn, the more I'm like, yes, see, it's true.
Yeah.
Because if you choose somebody who's on the deen, you're gonna have a life that matches. You're gonna have expectations that match. You're gonna have respect between two parties. It's gonna be based on practical, not emotional.
Yeah.
So this is something I discovered as a late 30s. It was written hundreds of years ago. There's so much knowledge in the Quran. Yeah. If only I'd found it earlier. One of my regrets is that I didn't find Islam earlier. I mean, alhamdulillah that I found it. But man, I've learned so much through trial and error and some difficult situations that is already written in something hundreds and hundreds of years ago.
Yeah.
If only I just found this deen earlier, I could have avoided so much hassle.
I feel that.
But hey,
alhamdulillah for finding it later than never, bro.
Yeah, indeed, man. That's it.
This whole thing you're talking about the marriage, is the nikah itself not a contract technically?
100%.
Right?
Practical between two parties.
100%.
If there's you're not drunk impregnating, no, we need to get married. You are two level-headed people sitting down with support of your family discussing, does this make sense on a practical level?
Right.
It's beautiful.
And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran that we've put passionate love and mercy between spouses, right? As Rami usually, references. It's a beautiful ayah in the Quran. And this is important because it's to understand that this is not some R-pill, PUA, black and white relationship between man and woman. We have love, we have trust, we have romance. But this comes after the nikah. Many of the great shuyukh, contemporary scholars, they've mentioned, never fall in love before nikah.
Amazing.
Never, enter the woman, have intimacy, do zina or haram with the woman before nikah.
Isn't that exactly what I just discussed? That took me 40 years to discover. It's remarkable. It's remarkable. It's so beautiful. I remember when I was working in Iran in 2007, a friend of mine had an organized marriage, and we were talking about it. I said, isn't that kind of weird? Don't you get to choose? He's like, well, you kind of get to choose because my parents have put forward numerous options, and you have a chat and see what's going to work. I'm like, but what about passion? He's like, no, the passion will come. I remember in my head thinking, man, that's crazy. That's just silly. You got to try before you buy, all this sort of thinking. But guess what? That sort of relationship will work because it's based on mutual respect. It's based on practical complementarity. Two people sitting down on a logical level saying, do our lives match? Do our priorities match? Do our expectations match? Great. And then from that place of practical foundation, they discover each other, they discover passion, and it works. It lasts much better than this, oh, he's so sexy, he's in butterflies. 2 years later, they're divorced.
And a lot of these brothers that are watching the podcast, they support Andrew Tate. A lot of them are not Muslim, so they might look at marriage as something like so grandiose, right? So Rami, do you want to quickly just break down what an Islamic marriage is and how it's not really a big deal?
Like the actual process of getting married?
Yeah, it's not like in the West, some big $500,000 ring.
All you need to get married. The man, the woman, the father of the woman to give her hand to you in marriage. The proposal, acceptance. A gift for the woman could be anything she wants and something the guy agrees on giving her.
Nice.
And then 2 male witnesses. That's it. You don't need a big flashy party. You don't need music. Actually, music is haram, so you can't be doing that. You don't need to throw rose petals. You can if you want, but Allah makes it easy. And you know what? let's take it back 1400 years ago to the time of the Prophet or any normal society that values chastity for men and women. Committing zina is hard. You have to get out and go to their house and not be seen, or they have to come to your house and not be seen. It's like there's no like hotel you can go. Like zina is hard.
Sure.
Nikah was easy. Marriage is easy. Nowadays it's flipped.
Wow.
Marriage is difficult. People make it difficult. The government makes it insanely difficult.
I can understand in the West why you wouldn't want to get married. It's terrifying.
Yeah. Because as a man, you get married, you get divorced, and then you lose half your stuff. There's that risk. As a woman, even as a woman, some women, they fear, basically they get cheated on, they get divorced, and they don't, they can't fend for themselves. They didn't go to school or whatever. They relied on their husband. Now they're alone, and child support, the guy's paying $200 a month. It's not enough to get by, and she's a single mother, all this stuff. So both ends, there's no protection for either. That's why Islam is perfect, because it has a system for this. But it's because, and back to the last topic, people look at their spouse as a product rather than an investment, right? When you said you got to test it before you buy it. That's for a product. It's for a car. That's for golf clubs even. Like, you got to test it, make sure. What's an investment? An investment is something you look into. Does it make sense? Is it compatible with how much I have, how much I can spend, where I'm looking to be in the future? Is a projection there? Does it make sense? Your spouse is an investment, and they're investing in you just as much as you're investing in them.
It's a genuine partnership. I find if the nikah process and marriages that are based on practical, talked about discussions, for me it feels a lot more like a partnership. Whereas in the West, a lot of the time, a marriage is a competition. Both parties are trying to out-earn each other or be the boss, or it's just a mess. It's there's no polarity, there's no complementarity. It's literally everyone's trying to be as masculine as they can, and everyone's kind of irritating each other, and it just doesn't work. So to the men in the West, especially our Muslim brothers in the West who are looking to get married, find someone who takes their faith seriously and has the same expectations as you, and ideally get out of the West. I can't see how, as a masculine man who likes traditional values and wants to get married and have a big family, I can't see how being in the West serves you. I really can't. I don't see, again, especially if you're on your deen and you adhere strongly to traditional values and you reject liberalism and you reject all this wokeism and stuff, you got to see the trend of these Western countries. It's not heading in your direction. I think the only move is to get you and your family out of all that disgusting programming as soon as possible. Man, my son is 10. He's in Sweden. In his classroom, there are 25 children, 10-year-olds. 3 of them identify as trans. That's a little higher than the national average, right? Like it's
in 5th grade.
Yeah, and he's read books, and he's asked me, Dad, like I've had to read books that have words like homosexuality, transsexual, bisexuality. This is in the school curriculum of a 10-year-old. He's not allowed to misgender in his classroom, or the teacher gets angry at him. Bruv, look into it deeply. Sweden has gender-neutral preschools, and again, somewhere like Sweden or California, these places are, especially California, they're at the forefront of the culture that you see spreading around the world. Yeah. Get away from it. It's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse for anyone with traditional values or living on the deen or who rejects all this wokist, liberalist, Satanist rubbish. Yeah. Leave the West, take your family somewhere else. I really think it's the only play, the only move on the chessboard at this point.
So how do we reclaim the narrative with this leftist agenda?
Leave and let them burn themselves to the ground, man. And I mean that entirely symbolically. I'm not in any way suggesting harm.
In Minecraft, yeah.
I'm not suggesting any harm. I'm saying these people are their own worst enemy, and their belief systems make them unhappy. Again, the ultimate question for any liberalist, wokist, how are your belief systems working out for you? Are you fulfilled? Are you healthy? Do you have supportive, loving family members around you? Are you winning at life? They don't tend to be very happy. So leave them to play their strange games and move to a place where, ideally, it's funny, I used to think that religion and state should be separated. But if religion and state are separated, then you have politicians running it, and they're not checked by any sort of higher power. Yeah. They're going to do what politicians are going to do. They're going to be corrupt. Everything's going to get strange. Come to a country where there is that balance of religion and state, where the leaders are God-fearing, where the law is based on religion, on Sharia, and you will not have to worry about your children being pushed to be transsexual. You will not have a classroom where 3 out of the 25 kids, as per my son's classroom in Sweden identifies transsexual as 10-year-olds. It's perverted, it's disgusting, it is damaging for young minds.
Yeah.
Get your families out of those environments and bring them to somewhere where basic, healthy morality is kept in place firmly by a system of law that aligns with religion.
I mean, you remind me of this one ayah in the Quran when Allah is talking to Lut alayhi salam, Prophet Lot. And it's after, all these people are out here trying to do heinous crimes, men against men. And Lut alayhi salam's instructed in the morning, just leave. And it says, leave your family, leave your wife, right? Because she was a sympathizer with the LGTB electronics movement. And Allah is saying, just leave. Don't look back and just leave.
Yeah.
I think he took his family and his wife. But his wife turned around because she couldn't.
She turned,
She turned around because she loved the people more than Allah and her family, and she was taken with the destruction as well.
Wow.
SubhanAllah. Yeah, but the reason I think you should also look at, as you mentioned, the trajectory. Right? They have increasing mental health issues and the rate of which people experience
antidepressant usage, all these things. Yeah.
People are massively depressed. They're not happy. So the whole question of how is it working out for you? Clearly not very well. Also look at the trajectory. 20 years ago, we didn't have this kind of propaganda, this kind of stuff in schools. What happened was in Europe, since they were dominated by the church and it was oppressive, they flipped it. They said, we want to be secular. We want to make our own rules. This paved the way for now God's out of the equation. He doesn't get to dictate anything. Now they're trying to remove parents from the equation because they were the last stronghold for traditional values. And once they're out of the equation, the government will own everyone.
Complete communist control.
Yeah.
Man, the Cold War never ended. It just flipped sides,
Wow.
I know people who are moving to Russia to escape communism. Who would have thought?
Oh my
It's
God.
It's remarkable. It really is. Strange times we live in. But yeah, I think, alhamdulillah, for UAE, genuinely, I mean that. Like, I plan to retire here. I think this is the best country in the world by far. I think the leadership here, look at what they've done in a traditionally very volatile region. How many different nationalities are living in UAE with full religious freedom, with safety? Safety is important. Europe's starting to realize that. It's pretty important. With full protection of children's minds. There are no sexual agendas being pushed on kids in the schools here. Alhamdulillah for this country, and alhamdulillah for the leaders for having created such a safe, grounded, holistically halal place in terms of raising a family. It's safe to raise your kids here without all this weird programming. Alhamdulillah for that. It's very rare in today's day and age. And I think the word's out. I think the world has realized Dubai is the place to raise a family. Dubai is the place to be if, obviously, don't speak against a religion, don't act in any way stupid on the streets, then everyone's safe. Don't do anything you shouldn't do anyway, and you will live a good life here in the UAE. Alhamdulillah for this country. I fiercely believe in it more and more with the more I learn about how this country was built and how the leaders brought this pretty much, I'd see it as a utopia into existence.
SubhanAllah, it really is, because they allow that freedom for the people that are coming in. Just the other day, we were at this coffee shop. This brother from, actually, I can't say brother because he's not Muslim, but he's from Uganda.
Okay.
And when we were talking with him, turns out he's Christian. And he said he goes to the church all the time. I'm like, they have churches in UAE? He's like, yeah, they have a church. I'm like, wow, subhanAllah.
100%. I can see no better societal model globally than the UAE. And I've been around. I'm approaching 100 countries. I've lived in over a dozen. And when I travel, I'm not doing the tourist thing. I'm interacting with significant people and understanding the country. I see no better societal model than the UAE. I see no better built and run country than the UAE. This is the place. Lads, get over here. Seriously.
I would love to.
Inshallah.
Please let me know if I can assist. I'd love to.
Make it easy.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Brother, I wanted to say this before I forget. Please. But do you know how to do morning Adhkar and evening Adhkar? Have you heard of this?
Is that additional sunnah prayer?
So these are, it's part of it is you're reciting the three final surahs, or just three surahs in the end?
The three final surahs.
So you have Surah Ikhlas, Surah Al-Falaq, and Surah Al-Nas.
I know Surah Ikhlas, but I wasn't familiar with saying those three.
Yeah, and then another one is reciting Ayat al-Kursi. Now, I know, brother, you knew more newer than most Muslims, actually, and all three of us here. And I don't know all of it myself, but if you repeat these, or at least if you just put it on and listen to it in the morning, And in the evening, what it does is it actually protects you from evil eye.
Oh, lovely.
And for you, since you are just starting to, be on the online space, since you've been behind the scenes most of the time, I really do suggest that you start doing that, because it will protect you.
I'd love it.
Inshallah, will protect you.
I'd love that. Thank you. See, isn't that interesting? I've been, I reverted in January, so we're going on, 8-9 months. I've been putting in effort to learn. I'm still learning. And yet we're going to somehow criticize Tate, who doesn't have any Muslim brothers around him, doesn't have any support. There is so much to learn as a revert. It's you change your perspective on life, you change your daily routines, you drop certain things, you adopt new habits. There is so much change involved in getting on the deen. Even though I'm in the Middle East and have support, so much support from so many incredible brothers, I'm still learning things myself significantly every day. There's so much to learn. And inshallah, the Tates, inshallah Tristan takes Shahada. I'm not sure. I wouldn't bet on that though, but we can try. But inshallah, Andrew gets over here. They both get over here, and they can get on the deen properly with the support that they deserve, that every revert deserves. I think it's a real privilege to be so supported. And I've benefited from that. They haven't. So I'd love to see them over here.
Inshallah.
We'd love to send you these, bro, but just to
please.
go into that. So there's a hadith where Uthman bin Affan, Uthman radiallahu anhu, he reported that the Prophet ﷺ said, he who recites 3 times every morning and evening, I'll give you the English translation route. It says, in the name of Allah, with whose name there is protection against every kind of harm in the earth or in the heaven, and he is the all-hearing and the all-knowing. Nothing will harm him. Yes. So if you mention this 3 times, just in the morning and the evening, you're good. And then there's another one. It's this other Adhkar that you do. It says, oh Allah, you are my Rabb, you are my Lord. There is no true God except you. You have created me and I'm your slave. And I hold to your covenant as far as I can. I seek refuge in you from the evil of what I have done. I acknowledge the favors that you have bestowed upon me. And I confess my sins. Pardon me, for none but you has the power to pardon. So if a man or woman recites this in the morning and he doesn't make it to the night, guaranteed Jannah. And if you mention this at night, let's say before you go to sleep, after Maghrib or Isha, and you don't make it to the morning, guaranteed Jannah. Awesome. And there's also ones that you can do for traveling. The Prophet ﷺ used to mention these for traveling. Yeah, so inshallah we'll give these to you.
I used to do Dua Safa when I wasn't even Muslim. Yeah, 10 years ago. Yeah, 10 years ago.
Why?
Man. Just because I liked it and I learnt it in Arabic and I used to say it. I thought it was a good thing. I love the Arabic language. It's a complicated thing, but I absolutely love it.
So speaking about that, do you know how to recite Surah Fatiha?
Surah Al-Fatiha, I do, yeah. You're gonna test me, brother?
You wanna go?
Live right now.
Okay. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal lathina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim. Waladdallin. Ameen.
That's it, man. Boom. Amazing.
That was nice. That was nice.
But the thing is, when you really look into even the meaning of Surah Al-Fatiha, just the first surah, it's mind-bending, and you can spend a lot of time just looking into that. For example, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, the Rahim root coming from the word womb. So in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala cares for you and loves you the way a mother cares for her baby in the womb. It's beautiful. There's so much depth, even in the first surah, and there's a whole book full of it. It's incredible. So for me, it's such an energizing thing. The more I learn, the more I'm hungry to learn more, to the point where I am saying no to money. I'm scaling back certain businesses because genuinely, the time I put into learning about Islam is so much more fulfilling and so much more energizing and just more real. It's alhamdulillah for the depth in Islam. It's mind-bending.
Yeah, subhanAllah. That's a blessing, right? Because it's known that when Allah loves an individual, He blesses them with the knowledge of Islam, with learning more.
I do feel blessed. I feel incredibly fortunate to have found Islam. Genuinely, the overwhelming, predominant emotion I have when praying is just gratitude. It's intense, deep gratitude. And that's where some of the emotions come in. Such a beautiful thing.
That's very beautiful.
Yeah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, if you're grateful, indeed I'll increase you, I'll give you more.
Amazing. I feel that. And I've noticed too, Salah, again, I don't want to cheapen anything or say anything inappropriate. It's a little bit like, if I'm allowed to say it, like going to the gym. Once you're going to the gym regularly, you need to keep going.
Yeah.
Same thing with praying regularly. Getting going is a bit challenging, But once you're going, you'll miss it so much. It's a momentum thing. It really is. It's healthy habits. Once you've got them going, they're easy.
It's beautiful that you said that you are starting to take away time from the business stuff, and then you're putting it more towards Allah and learning about Islam. When you do this, you're essentially giving up the dunya for the akhirah. And when you do this, that thing that you're giving up, maybe some part in your mind is thinking, I'm going to take a little L here, I'm going to lose some money or some time in the business or some outreach or whatever, but you're going to gain so much more, not just in the akhirah, not just in like afterlife, but what you gave up, Allah will give you even more of.
Isn't that interesting? I see it like a double win. If you give up, hedonism or, being obsessed with money, all these things, you're already winning in the dunya and you win in the akhirah as well. Like it's a double win. It really is.
SubhanAllah.
Good one, SubhanAllah.
So I want to start off by something that Imam al-Ghazali, rahimahullah, he said. He said that patience and gratitude are like the same thing, right? He said that patience is gratitude in tough times, and gratitude is patience during good times. And something I'm curious about is, when you have your custom-made reality, you have everything you could really want in this dunya. Is there a part of you that just says, might not get much better than this, I'll just wait for Jannah?
Very interesting question, brother. I'm not asking for it to get better. Again, I don't pray for myself in any way, but man, it's getting better every year. Yeah. It's just happening. There's more businesses, there's more exciting projects, there's more incredible adventures with my lads, there's more insights about Islam, there's more seeing, my family, my kids get stronger, my brothers win. It's just this massive, ongoing, positive momentum. And I'm sure there'll be obstacles, I'm sure there'll be challenges, but life is so good and just keeps, I used to say this with the Tates, every year is the best year yet. And I put it to the Tate brothers, even though they're going through what they're going through, they're still learning, they're still having a positive impact on the world, more than they were able to last year. So this is their best year as well. Like I think that mindset of every year is the best year yet, and even if it isn't, alhamdulillah, qadr Allah, like I think the answer to that question, without being in any way rude, is I don't care. Yeah. Like maybe not. I genuinely, whatever happens, I'm extremely blessed and I'm extremely grateful. And it could all be terrible, it could all be amazing. Either way, it's alhamdulillah. Like I don't even think about it, to be honest, which is interesting, because for the longest of time, my main focus in life was, how do I make my life situation better? I used to write lists about what I wanted to change. I used to have plans and strategies and pushing. Now I'm just like, life is great, keeps getting better, alhamdulillah. And if it doesn't, alhamdulillah, I'm in a state now where I'm free from concern about my life situation. Whatever happens, happens, Having said that, I'm incredibly blessed. So it's easy to be in that state, right? I wasn't in that state for the longest of time. I was very stressed about my life and angry about it and wanting to change it.
Wow. Alhamdulillah. I think that's a beautiful answer. I think it's very good, because it encapsulates the hadith that you mentioned before, that amazing is the affair of a believer. When he's tested, something difficult happens, he's patient, and that's better for him. And when something good happens, he says, alhamdulillah, and that's better for him. Right?
And I think the patience thing is difficult. If you're a young man who wants to build that empire, get the money right, have, positive relationships, win with the boys, you want it now, right? Yeah. And I see a lot of that. I see a lot of guys on social media in their teens or, early 20s living this big flash life. I didn't live flash. I started working when I was, 12? I was gainfully employed since then. I didn't really start living flash till I met the Tates. Even in my late 30s, when I was middle 30s, I was a millionaire. You'd never know. I was living very sensible. Through seeing the Tates and thinking, hang on, maybe I actually want to enjoy life and see if I can inspire others to see what's possible as well, I started living large. But some might not agree with that, but I think to the young men out there who want to improve their life situation, yes, get angry. Yes, know that you can create better. Yes, go and create that better. Have that sense of urgency where you want to get the most out of every day, but also on the flip side, understand it can take decades to change your life. 85% of people are born and die in the same wealth bracket in developed countries, 85%. It's very rare to find those outliers who were born at the bottom and made their way to the top. It takes decades to get that. I'm an example of that. Tates are an extreme example of that. They came from the ghetto to flying private, owning Bugattis and being hyper wealthy. Find those people and learn their traits, learn their patterns, learn what you can from people who've gone from the bottom to the top. But understand, you don't see on social media the fact that it can take decades. You don't see the hours and hours of endless focused effort. So yeah, in the world where everyone wants that success now, yes, get angry, yes, deserve it, yes, apply yourself, but understand you could have to be angry and disciplined for decades before you really get to where you feel, I'm not poor anymore, everything's good.
And that's very real, because you'll have a lot of YouTubers who are like, you want to get rich fast, you just buy my course, $85, and pay my bills, and then I'll show you some way.
Exactly, and there's no quick win. And that's what I like about that Tate's product, The Real World. They say this is not a get rich quick thing, you need to put in the effort. They say if you're not putting in the effort, it ain't going to work for you. There is no magic pill, you know. And they put a lot of effort in their coaching and all the mentoring inside to keep people motivated, keep them healthy, keep them fit, keep them disciplined. Yeah. It needs to be a whole body, mind, body, ideally faith aligned on every day striving for success for many, many years before you get that success. And if you get it quick, if you get that crypto pump, your life's going to suck anyway. Yeah. If you go and build an empire without struggling, who are you as a man? What are your stories? What are your obstacles overcome? What have you really achieved? So I think people should embrace the fact that it takes years. They should embrace the struggle. Wanting that quick money, it's not even real. I wouldn't pursue that as real. It takes decades to build your empire. Embrace that struggle.
Yeah, I agree with that, because I'm very early on, as are all of us here except yourself. And
calling me old, bro.
Huh?
What?
No, your success. Habibi, bro, your success.
I'm playing. I got grey hair, that's why I shave it. It's okay.
Nah, but it's befitting. It looks very nice on you.
Appreciate your wisdom.
But in terms of like our success and all that, we're very young in the game, and man, you made me lose my train of thought, bro.
Oh, good, man. You guys are doing well. I'll pick it up for you. Like, you guys are, look, okay, some people will have more Ferraris than you. You can inherit money. Daddy can buy you a Ferrari. Who cares? You guys are having a positive impact on humanity. What you're doing has gone out to millions of people and no doubt had positive impacts on many of them. That's a form of wealth. You may not be able to count it in a bank account, but alhamdulillah, that's real, man. I would take that over Ferraris, and I have Ferraris. So it's like, I'm telling you, what you're doing is more meaningful.
Alhamdulillah. So I remember, alhamdulillah. So what I was saying is that since we're so young in it, we're essentially like little babies, and we haven't gone through that like passage of rites. And that passage of rites is going through all those struggles throughout the years to have the point where you've made it and you have this wealth.
The made man status.
Exactly. You've been through it, so you know what it's like, and you can speak about it. But if you have a guy and he just out of nowhere gets a crypto pump, well, he didn't go through the passage of rites.
He's just a nerd who's got some cash, mate.
Exactly. What you are now is you're essentially just you're just a boy who has money.
Yep.
You're not a man yet.
Yep. And again, you can inherit money. You can be given money through no achievement whatsoever. Right? I think money is valued as a metric because you can count it, you can see it. You know, it's palpable. But it doesn't equate to value. Value is value in a man. What struggles have you been through? What stories? What capabilities do you have? What brothers do you have around you? And what caliber are those brothers? And how much do they respect you? That's value. You know, what benefits and value and support and capability can you bring to your fellow brother? Whether it's in business or in, you know, if it's a violent situation, you've got to protect each other, all these sorts of things. That's value, man. A man you can trust, who you can rely on, who you know could, I call it the African jail test. You know, I'm falsely accused, I'm in jail, I need X amount of money to bail me out. How many men can you say, without questioning, would get that 10 grand and get on that plane and be there and navigate and do whatever they need to do and get you out? It's these sorts of things are value. Men you can rely on with capability is value. You can't inherit that. You got to build it. You know what I mean? I think everyone's chasing the wrong form of value. If you are a man who is on the deen and you're truly living a good, respectable life, you have more value than the vast majority of ultra high net worth individuals out there. I'd rather talk to you than, you know, Mr. Average, I'm worth 100 million, I'm so special. 9 times out of 10, they're just money nerds anyway who've neglected all the other areas of their life. I think it's really important to, yes, get your money right, but don't view it as the be-all and end-all metric of what is value as a man. It's just one form of wealth, and there are many more meaningful forms of wealth and more fulfilling forms of wealth out there.
So how would a man start to gain more value in this sense?
I think you need to seek out struggle. Tate speaks to this really well. I mean, if you're a young man who's broke, get yourself in a fight gym, and you know, I took the military path. I mean, I can't really recommend that because most wars nowadays are just, falsely generated for the military-industrial complex. This is basic stuff. But seek out struggle with other men, and fight clubs are a great way to do it. I started my son boxing when he was 3. I started my daughter boxing when she was 2. I have a video of me holding her hand while she's throwing knees when she was 2 years old. You know what I mean? Like I think being exposed to struggle and risk is what builds value, and being around other men who are also pushing to improve themselves in such a fashion.
SubhanAllah. So how do you assess the value of another man?
Oh, it's tricky, mate. One thing I screen for is red flags. Now, obviously, for me, I'm going to be more prone to trust and view a man as a high-value man if he's on the deen, obviously, because then his value system is checked out. It's real. Is he physically capable? Does he keep himself fit? That speaks to discipline. But in terms of red flags, man, one of the best ways to assess whether a man is of value, in my mind, is he thirsty? Is he thirsty for women, female validation? Is he thirsty for cash? These are the sorts of men who I view as low value. And you can have ultra high net worth individuals, men worth 30 million and up, but they will shark you for a deal, or they will throw your friendship under the bus because, there's a chance with a girl who came with you, all this sort of stuff. Like, to me, real value as a man is capability, which is born over time through facing struggle, risk, and so on. It's being on the deen, or living true to those values, that of holding yourself to account, that of being aware that shaitan does exist and temptation does exist, and you need to say no to these things. And it's a man you can rely on, to do what needs to be done in your time of need. That's a number one metric. Is it a capable man who you can rely on, who has his life together and can support you in your time of need? Now, ideally, you're not in a time of need where you don't need him to run into a situation of violence to help you. But that's what I look for in a man: capable, discreet, loyal, reliable, who's got his life in order, and ideally, nowadays, is very much on the deen. That's a high-value man.
Do you have a certain way of testing to be able to filter the men that come into your life out, or to bring them in?
I mean, look, it's changed now since reverting, right? Previously, I would watch how they act around women. I need to see how they interacted with their woman. Like the way a man interacts with a woman is a very good example of how much he's got his life in order, whether he can hold frame, whether he is an actual leader, or... I mean, you don't want to go into business with a man who gets bossed around by a lady or is thirsty for female validation, because he'll throw you under the bus for that female validation, right? So that was always a good way to... other successful guys I know also said you learn a lot about a man from the dynamic he has with his woman. But nowadays I don't really hang out with men and their women, so I can't assess in that manner. I think over time, first of all, is he on his deen properly? Does he take his faith seriously? That's probably the number one filter nowadays. Because again, if someone truly believes they will answer for everything that they do, they're going to be a good person, right? They're held to account. Just trust very slowly. I to be honest, I don't know whether this is halal or not, but I view everybody very negatively initially. I assume the worst out of people until they've proven me otherwise. Now, I don't know whether that's in alignment with our faith. Maybe it's something I need to change, but I assume that people are lazy. I assume that people want the most benefit for the least effort. I assume that most people are undisciplined. I assume that most people are not even conscious of their actions, or they lack self-awareness. I need to see all these qualities as being not true in someone before I fully trust them and fully view them as high value. So I just say it takes time, man. And again, if someone's on their deen, great, they can level up in terms of my perspective of them pretty quickly. But you have to be slow to trust in today's day and age. You have to be. Everyone can put on a good face. Everyone can pretend to be, a guy with his life in order. But you need to see them under some sort of pressure. I mean, ideally, get in the ring with someone. That's a good flavor of someone's character. Or get on the range and do some good training with them there. Do business with them. Be involved in someone when money's involved. That's a good way to see someone's character. Whether they're thirsty for that cash or they value their honor and your friendship above any amount of money. I have friends who I know would say no to $1 billion if it meant losing their honor. Honorable men who money doesn't matter next to my faith and next to the standards I hold myself to account. But it takes time to see these things. So yeah, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question very effectively, but it takes time, man. You just got to assess with time. See them in situations of risk, see them in situations with money, understand their dynamic with women. Are they thirsty or not? That's what I'll be looking for.
In Islam, there's I think it's a hadith. I'm not quite sure, but the way that you can really know someone is if you've traveled with them, lived with them, and done business with them.
I like it. There it is.
You know,
And it's written hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, subhanallah. And I remember, I won't say any names, so I don't want to expose anyone, but I had stayed at this brother's house, and when it was time for Fajr, he would not wake up for Fajr.
Okay.
And I would try to wake him up. I would say anything, and he was conscious of it. He would wake up, and then he would go right back to sleep. And to me, like when I saw that, I was like, huh. Like it ringed an alarm, like something off here.
Yep.
And
You got to listen to those red flags.
yeah, ever since
With
then,
men and women, when you see a red flag in someone, believe it. When someone shows you who they really are, believe it and take action. I'll do that. I'll cut people out. I don't mean to cut you off. I'll cut people out of my life all the time. People know that. I'm that guy who says, sorry, I can't accept that in my life until you change it. We're not communicating. No. Be that guy. You need to. Sorry to cut you off, bro.
Yeah, no, I just think it's so important that we learn to be able to test and filter people out, because not everyone that comes into our life is meant to be in our lives, right? And we're speaking with the brother Ahmed, and he has like the LV bag, the blue LV bag. He's got 500K cash, and that's actually an amazing filter if you think about it, because how many people, when you put 500K on the table, they're gonna look at you and their true colors are gonna come out.
Interesting. Dollars or dirhams?
Dollars.
I think dollars, yeah,
cool.
because he travels with it, if I remember correctly.
You have to declare that at customs. That's tricky. I got to talk to him about that.
Yeah. I
But
don't
he's
know.
doing well. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, interesting.
But think about it, like, if someone hasn't seen that much money in their life, and you just throw 500K on the table, and you're kind of like showing them, like, okay, this money, we can do whatever with it. I don't know where I heard this from. Oh, actually, I heard Andrew Tate say it first, and then I heard Ahmed say it as well. But they said that money is an amplifier.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely. I think people have issues around certain things: money, sex, death, and that's why I think it's good to be with men who you are considering to be your inner circle in situations that involve risk. You had a good, and with the business, do business with them because you involve money. These are all areas you can see: is someone in control of their issues, or are their issues in control of them? So,
Subhanallah.
awesome, bro.
Subhanallah.
Travels with 500K. That's pretty gangster.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah, nice.
So it's not the money itself that makes you greedy, but if you already had greed inside you, the money just amplifies that.
Yeah.
And I find the inverse to be very, very real as well. Like if you're very generous before money, you just don't have the means to give. When you do have the means to give, inshallah, you're even more generous.
And then what that comes down to, I figured this out from human experience, but then I realized it was written hundreds of years ago. It's about your intent. It's about niyyah. The intent you have in your heart with which you approach business, with which you approach relationships. If you're coming from a place of scarcity and thirst and this need to, I got to take and I don't care about the consequences, you're going to have a rocky road, and if you're successful, you're still not going to be fulfilled. Whereas if your intent is positive and I want everyone to win with me and coming from a place of abundance, you will be infinitely more successful and fulfilled. That niyyah, that intent with which we approach a task is so important. And Islam conceptualizes it with the term that everyone knows about. Oh yeah, that's niyyah. It took me 30-something years to work out the importance of intent. And my Muslim brothers are like, oh yeah, niyyah, no big deal. We know about this. It's written hundreds of years ago. There's so much guidance within Islam. It's amazing. It really is. Alhamdulillah.
So what are some of the things you use? Because you're trained in reading people. What are some of the secrets that you have on how to read people?
Yeah, so my experience within the intelligence world, you get trained in something called human intelligence. So that's effectively being able to interact fairly consciously, but still the execution is naturally, so that you can recruit and handle agents and sources to go and collect information for you, do things for you. So you're in a very objective, focused way, winning friends and influencing people, to put it simply. And different things go into that. Essentially, any young man who's seeking, or young woman who's seeking to know how to read people and build relationships effectively, you need to increase your emotional and social intelligence. And there's many resources out there. I don't agree with things like NLP or any of these sort of tricks or games, especially if you're dealing with members of the elite.
Yeah.
You're not going to NLP a billionaire. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He has a, what's a halal way to put it? A bull crap? That's fair, right?
Yeah.
Radar that works.
Yeah.
So you're not going to trick, especially, successful, important people. But if you can really develop your self-awareness, your social awareness, your emotional intelligence, and then you can look at things like micro-expressions if you want. That's real. So reading someone's emotional leakage, essentially through a hyper focus on someone's face and their tone and their body language, see whether they're congruent or not. If they're not, then perhaps there's an agenda there. So there's things you can read up on. But for me, the main thing is, if you want to be effective at building relationships, you just need to be very self-aware, very socially aware. Like one example, if you're dealing with, for example, a leader of a country or a leader of a large business, someone's very time poor, you need to understand how important their time is, and you need to be really efficient with your communications. A lot of people who haven't interacted with people like that, they've got no idea how busy that person is, and they just, hey man, how are you? No.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Yeah.
Forget the pleasantries. Be polite, but be efficient. Like knowing how to communicate effectively and respectfully with very time poor people, with important people, with the elite, that brings real benefits. So, yeah, anyone who wants to be good at reading people and building relationships, there's a lot of books, a lot of references out there. Just focus on improving your social awareness, your etiquette. Like, do you know how to sit down in a fine dining situation and, in a way that looks natural, follow the conventions that come with fine dining? A lot of business is done over dinner. You need to be good with these things. In terms of dress, do you know how to dress in a way that shows you understand the rules that go with dressing in a classic, classy fashion? Like all these unwritten rules that come with being upper society, you can study them, you can learn them.
Yeah.
And so I know I'm segueing slightly, because I think reading people is a good thing. I mean, you can go and read about, interrogation and the way, police and other people will analyze someone when they're interviewing. You can go down that path if you want, but I think the end state we all want is how to build relationships effectively with people who are useful and can add value to our life. A lot of that comes down to your cultural capital, so understanding what is it that wealthy people talk about. Can you talk about these things too? Understanding, as I said, the social graces of upper society, whether it's dinner, going to someone's house parties, things like don't rock up empty-handed, always bring a gift, all these sorts of things. The unwritten rules that come with being a member of upper society, these are things you can study and learn. Yeah. And I think any young person who wants to fit into upper society will do well to learn how to dress, learn fine dining etiquette, learn how to communicate efficiently and clearly and respectfully with very time poor people, learn how to carry yourself in a way where you're displaying the value that you can bring to them, whether it's practical value or other forms. Once you've built that relationship, more the sort of emotional, mental value, it's a skill you can develop like anything else.
Yeah.
And I think people would do well to consciously try and increase their self-awareness, increase their social intelligence, increase their emotional intelligence. I don't see that being taught that often. Everyone's like, go and learn this, go and learn that, then you'll be successful. It's like, people run the world, right? You learn to run people, you learn to run at least your world. And you can consciously learn to access upper society and interact with them effectively. I mean, I'm an example of that. I came from absolutely nothing. I didn't eat in a nice restaurant till my 20s, mid-20s even, as I went into the intelligence world. I remember sitting down when I was actually recruited in the intelligence world, and it was like a 6 or 7 course dinner. I was like, this is ridiculous. They keep bringing stuff out. Like, I had no idea. Didn't really know how to dress. I had to get taught how to dress when I went into the intelligence world. I was just this soldier from a welfare family who had no idea how to dress normally. These sorts of things. So there's skills you can learn. And now, alhamdulillah, I have many important friends and clients, and I fit into those rooms with the elite. Man, I came from nothing. So it is a skill you can learn. Yeah. It just takes conscious practice and takes some time. I think, again, without rambling too much, I think especially young men of today would do well to learn to dress well. And Tristan's talked about this. Tristan said one of his goals is to inspire young men to dress well. There's a reason for that. When you have, a classic navy suit, for example, or let's say a jacket, a navy blazer, which is nicely cut to your body, quality fabric, a nice crisp white shirt with a nice sharp collar, and just some sand-colored or khaki chinos with some nice medium brown penny loafers, you are projecting a bit of a uniform that signifies class and refinement and understanding the rules. And if you want to go on, you can personalize it and break the rules a bit, as long as you do it in an appropriate manner. But simply by learning to dress well as a young man who's going out, and whether it's doing a job interview or whether looking to get funding for a project you're building, knowing how to dress well projects a lot of value. Like if you want to start with a simple, easy way to bring high ROI, learn how to dress in a very classic, refined manner. You're projecting value into the room without saying anything. So that's a good place to start.
I wanted to touch on that earlier point you made about influencing people. It reminds me of how a lot of prophets, most of them became prophets after the age of 40. Most of them, right?
Yeah.
And many of them were herders of animals before people.
Oh, wow.
Because if you can't influence the flocks of animals, how are you going to influence people? Because the thing with the nature of herds of animals and livestock is they like to disperse. So the role of a herder is to kind of unite them into one direction.
Isn't that interesting? Amazing. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, and I think a lot of people focus on the technical skills, and I get that. Learn to be a doctor, lawyer, businessman, so on. Learn the technical aspects of jobs, but let's face it, the people I know who are hyper successful, I think we can all agree, they may be technically competent, but where they stand out is their ability to interact effectively with other people, to motivate people to get on board and support them, to help them, to work for them, and so on. The concentrated focus, especially as a young man, on people skills, which is increasing self-awareness, social intelligence, emotional intelligence, understanding the unwritten rules of interacting with upper society, understanding cultural capital and how to develop it. Can you talk about whether it's sailing or art or the families that are running the hospitality industry in your city, or a certain conglomerate making a certain move in the state that you're in? Do you understand what the elite are talking about? Educate yourself in that area. That will greatly improve your success. There's direct correlation with being able to be in such circles and benefit as a result. Because, man, when you get accepted into the circles of the elite, money's easy for the people at the top. If you can add value to an ultra high net worth individual and then go on to build a relationship with them, one of the things they do well is making money. They will bring you in, whether it's a property deal or an ICO or an IPO or some sort of startup. If you are friends with people at the elite and you've added value to their life, they're going to want to add value back. And the way to do that is say, hey, why don't you invest in this project? Or you might want to get a piece of this, talk to this guy, you might want to invest in that. That's where I've made the most money in this world.
Wow.
It's through access to investments from my friends who are a lot better with money than I could ever be. So I think anyone who wants to do well in life, put that time and effort into knowing how to belong in the room and add value to members of the elite.
Amazing. That's amazing. So look the part, know what to talk about, have emotional and social intelligence, and voice messages under 2 minutes.
Ideally, not voice messages at all, man. My good, like the amount of I joke about this with Tate and a few other very time poor people. The amount of people who say, "Hey, can we jump on a call?" If I said yes to all the people saying, "Hey, can we jump on a call?" That's literally all I do. Yeah. And people are 10 times, 100 times busier than me. I don't know how leaders of countries or someone like Tate does it, and that's why the idea of long voice notes, that's rude to somebody because you're expecting them to sit there for 40 seconds, a minute. Some people don't have that. Yeah. Quick, efficient type message. Boof, that's it. Now, I find people who aren't used to being that time poor might find that a bit rude. Oh, what, you won't even listen to a 2-minute voice message? I think you're rude for expecting that I will. It's little things like this. You need to learn this. With the ultra high net worth and the ultra busy in the world, don't go sending them voice messages or asking for a call. Very clearly and concisely say what it is that you want, because they're busy. They want to get that done and move on to the next task. So ideally, they can get some sleep at some point.
Absolutely.
So what's your take on why a lot of people in the West don't want to have kids now, or are delaying kids for the sake of dunya?
I think we're living in a world the West is I think the West is hyper masculine. I think in terms of its focus on what matters. Like, women are trying to be masculine, men are focused on conquest, even if they aren't that masculine nowadays. I think there's a loss of recognition of the importance of the role of the feminine. And a big part of the role of the feminine is creating a beautiful, safe space with which to bring in and raise children. I think it's greatly undervalued. I think it's disrespected. A woman nowadays, if she wants to be a stay-at-home mum, is looked down upon by someone else who's slaving away for a corporation that doesn't care for them. So I think an unfortunate side product of this I don't think it's materialism. I just think, right, we're all meant to be equal. Men and women are meant to work. Where's there room for the feminine? Because if you want to succeed, for example, in the corporate world, you need to be pushy, disagreeable, assertive, organized, good under pressure, hungry for status, hungry to push more. These are masculine traits. And if everyone is trying to exhibit these traits, the soft, gentle art of being a feminine, nurturing, giving caregiver, like, it just sort of gets run over. And I think that's why we are where we are. I think it's a very sad state, but I think women are all trying to be men, and men are confused as to what they are, and as a result, society's just, oh, well, I guess we should do what we're told, which is go to uni, then get a job, then work hard, and maybe when I'm 40, then I'll have time for a kid. Astaghfirullah. It's dangerous health-wise too. The way women are having kids later and later, there are real risks involved for the child. So I think it's a very sad state of affairs. And again, I think any woman who chooses to be a mother and chooses to find a man she can be looked after by, I think it's a beautiful thing, and I think there's no shame in it at all. I think it should be celebrated, not viewed as a negative.
And the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he always told us that I will be proud of my ummah that, you know, expands and increases. For their increase Islam and the ummah in numbers. And Allah even says in the Quran, you know, do not kill your children out of fear of poverty. At the end of the day, like, have kids and rely on me. I will provide. I'm Ar-Razak. I'm the one that gives the risk of the provisioning, not you. You know, so too many people take it into their own hands. And I think Western capitalism, it almost, there's two problems. One is it's too self-centered. So it's selfish. It's all about me. You know, forget kids. It's about me, my life, my journey, my independence, my freedom, my happiness. And then the second thing is it puts too much of an emphasis on how expensive it is. And at the end of the day, we as Muslims, we don't believe in that.
No, that's an interesting one. I think, raising kids is a lot of work. There's no doubt about that. And I think when you're in a society where it's all about the individual, why would you make those sacrifices? Why would you do that work? And also, I think in a situation where you don't have the belief in Qadr Allah, where you really think your life is all on you, man, that'd be stressful in terms of money. I can remember when I was raising my kids, at one point, they were both in nursery, and that was before they got to school. In school, my company would pay. I was paying, I think, $12,000 or $13,000 each year for nursery, for 4 hours a day. If you wanted them in longer, then you had to pay extra. Like, for numerous years of my life, I didn't save a cent. It was all going into my kids. Like, it is difficult financially. And if you don't have a belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala providing, I think that's just a risk a lot of Westerners don't want to take. It's just too scary.
May Allah protect us.
Man, so forgive me for backtracking, but I wanted to ask these questions, just y'all kept going. I was like, let me just be patient. You had mentioned something about NLP, that you couldn't, like, NLP some guy who is very well versed in, like, spotting things. What is NLP?
Neuro-linguistic programming was a system that was produced in order to try and replicate, as I understand it, the traits of the elite or of successful people, and bring in certain strategies with which to influence them to essentially view you favorably. I could draw some correlations with, for example, like pickup artistry, except NLP would be the sort of non-sexual version, having some techniques and tricks to make people like you, for example. But again, as with pickup artistry, and this is why I'm against all of this stuff, and always have been, it's only going to work with a very low caliber of person. No high-quality, virtuous woman is going to fall for the tricks of some pickup artist. It's not real. You know what I mean? Someone with a bunch of trauma, and someone, you know, perhaps seeking some sort of validation, and who has low morals, she might fall for the pickup artistry, but quality women won't. It's the same thing with things like NLP or trying to game a billionaire. It's not going to work. High-value people will see right through it, will think you're socially awkward and won't have anything to do with you. So yeah, all this NLP, all this pickup artistry stuff, develop yourself as a high-value person with capabilities, with specialist skill sets, with a network who can add value to an important person's life. That's how you go out and build relationships, plus all the social and emotional intelligence and cultural capital we talked about. Not learning tricks and techniques and game or NLP. That'd be my answer there, brother. I really do think like this, the whole pickup artistry thing, which kind of moved into the red pill thing, which kind of moved into the manosphere thing, it's all junk. It's all genuine junk. Like, Okay, that stuff might work on low-class women, but if you're looking to build quality and fulfilling relationships, why do you want to game someone? Why do you want to trick someone? For what? To get naked with them? For what? For what purpose? It's all just junk. So, yeah, I continue to challenge anyone who buys into this pick-up artistry or manosphere or red pill stuff. Look at the credibility of the sources of the information. The people who are telling you, hey, this is how you do relationships, what are their relationships like? You know, what people who are trying to teach you about dating and all this sort of stuff, what grounds do they have to do that? The internet has brought on the age of the self-appointed expert. And unfortunately, a lot of people listen to these self-appointed experts. So I think it's anyone who thinks red pill has value to add to your life. I mean, yes, if you're in a relationship where you were being exploited by a female partner, red pill can help you be aware of the negative traits that can be exhibited by women, and you see a lot in the West. I get that. But in terms of solutions, in terms of answers, there's nothing in that space. And indeed, the people pushing it don't have any credibility or receipts with which to do it. Islam, however, the green pill, that has very clear guidance, that has very clear answers, and also has advice on the potential dark side of women that you should be aware of, and the dark side of men as well. I mean, it's all covered in the Quran. I mean, I don't know whether we should say it, but I have seen the hellfire, and the majority of souls in it are ungrateful women. We've heard this, right? Like it's, and what they're saying there is, women have the potential to become ungrateful, and you can see why. Throughout history, a woman would survive through a man providing and protecting for her. She had to survive through taking from a man. So the downside is that they can take that for granted. That's natural. Men have a dark side as well, and that's talked about even more in the Quran. The fact that men can be greedy, the fact that men can be violent and unempathetic. You know, the Quran gives a lot of guidance for women as to, you know, the red flags in men as well. So I think everything, forget all this red pill stuff, and on the other side, forget all this feminist stuff. The answers as to the potential dark sides and red flags to look out for in man and women is in the Quran, and the solutions as to how to create balanced, respectful, sustainable relationships with practical foundation, not just, oh, I feel something when he looks at me, or she looks at me, or, you know, all that emotional nonsense pushed by Western culture. That is all in the Quran as well. The green pill is so vastly superior to any red pill or any other pill out there. To me, it's just the most natural way to live. It is the truth. It is the answer when it comes to relationships.
You know, in Islam, in the Quran, Allah says, he's speaking about the story of Musa, alayhi salam, Moses. And he was talking about the time where Musa had left and he was gone from his people for X amount of time.
Okay.
And during this time, the people ended up basically worshipping the calf, like the cow.
Okay.
And bro,
Some still do.
yeah, astaghfirullah, bro. Astaghfirullah. And when he came back,
I worship cow in a meeting. We eat some good wagyu in this house, right? That's my form of worship.
that was wagyu.
It's not shirk. Yeah, of course.
Oh
There's free-flowing wagyu in this house, man. I grew up eating nothing but chicken. Boiled chicken, grilled chicken. I can't even eat chicken anymore. We could never afford red meat growing up.
Yeah.
Now, alhamdulillah, free-flowing wagyu steak delivered every day.
Bro, that's why it tastes so good.
MashaAllah.
You guys are welcome. There's unlimited wagyu in this house. Sorry to interrupt them, but
No, it's okay.
let's stop talking about worshipping cows.
So these people, they were worshipping the cows, and Musa, he was very, very upset. And then Allah basically told him to tell them that, okay, you know what, know that you did wrong, repent, and then basically off the people that were doing this. And if you think about this, just really think about this. The Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the red pills aren't working right now, bro.
Go again, man. Keep going. More Red Bull. The answer is always more.
So,
Sleep next week, bro.
bro, listen, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that the ummah is one body, and that when one part of it is hurting, then all of it is hurting.
Interesting.
And if you think about the human biology, the human body, we're just made up of a whole bunch of cells. And these cells, if you think, okay, if my cells here are affected, it's affecting everything else.
That's the opposite of individualism, thinking about the whole community. If some are suffering, all are suffering.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
So look at that. Okay, if I have a problem here, it's going to affect me everywhere. If I have a problem in my heart, it's going to affect me everywhere. Now, if that's how the ummah of the Muslims is, imagine the ummah of the entire human population, the human world. Now, look at things like red pill. Look at things like feminism. Look at things like pickup artistry and all this stuff. Bro, listen. This stuff is so disgusting.
It is.
All right, these people, let me tell you, these people, I hate to say it like this, but actually I won't even say, I'll let you kind of like use your imagination and go like that. But we were all talking about this one guy who he's a pickup artist, and he made this guide. And the guide was basically how to pick up
can I pull this up?
Huh?
Can I pull this up?
Pull it up, please.
It's disgusting, bro. Listen, this is what Red Pill has gone into, okay? You need to see this. There's a group chat that I'm in with this one YouTuber by the name of Abu American. Somali brother, you know.
I haven't met him, but we've talked. Good guy.
About it. Yeah, he
I
makes
like
a lot
his
of
content.
proper masculine Islamic, content. And let me see.
He's the sort of guy you want on your team. He's a real
Oh,
guy.
100%, 100%. So, take in. So you see this picture, right? So, this is what was posted by a red pill pickup artist, all right, on Twitter. Just listen to this. Corrupting religious girls, a guide.
Stuck for a lot.
Religion.
You're going straight to Jahannam.
Yeah,
friend,
listen.
seventh floor.
Listen, religion is a scam. We all know this. But those drawn to it are submissive by nature. And in women, that is a useful trait to us. So when you meet a nice bird who happens to be in a cult, how do you become her new god? So it's like they're basically making video.
Who's the person?
This person, Christopher Zephyr on X. So anyway, you click on this, right?
Let me guess. He's some geek with
And
zero
this
fulfilling relationships.
This pussy
in his
out
life.
deleted the tweet.
Of course he did, yeah.
And it's like we're just talking about how
And he put a picture of a hijabi up for that.
for the shock factor. So
Some fights you don't want to pick, man. Be smarter than that.
Exactly.
Like, honestly, that's disgusting. Stuck for Allah.
It's funny because he said religious people are submissive by nature. He doesn't know what Muslims would do to him. Like, he has no idea what the Muslim guys would do to him.
But also, on that point of submissiveness, for a woman to submit to a man takes courage. You're in a position of vulnerability. For a man to submit to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala takes courage. You need to put your ego aside and say, you know what, I'm not the biggest, hottest, whatever. There's something much greater than me, and I submit to that. I think submission is an act of strength, if anything, when it's done in a healthy way with good niyyah. I don't see any weakness in it whatsoever.
Yeah.
Man, tempted to.
we found this Twitter, man.
I had the same
This
reaction.
person,
We
bro.
had the same reaction. He has 400 followers on Twitter.
Yeah, he's a nobody. He's a
Making these
loser.
guys-
This is no one, bro. This is no one. But the
He
point
was
is,
coming after Tate too.
I wanted to bring it up.
Was he not?
The way I wanted to bring it up is to say that this is what happens in the body. Sometimes in the body we get like a cancer cell. Right now, if you fast, you will enter a state of autophagy, and in the state of autophagy, the body is literally, it's basically only the strong survive. So all the weak cells are dying off. If you have cancer cells, they're dying off. So there's another process as well called apoptosis, where it's literally the cell death. The cell is killing itself. And bro, these people like this.
Yeah, it's true. Actually, that's a very good point, man. This is the thing. Like, a lot of people get angry at whether it's haters or it's people like this. We have to remind ourselves, because my response is anger as well, and I have certain capabilities. Like, anyway, but what we need to remind ourselves is these people are already being punished.
Yeah.
Now, people who are talking about pickup artistry targeting religious women, people who are talking about whether it's extreme feminists or the extreme red pill stuff, their lives are miserable. The haters out there, their lives are miserable. If you're living a good, productive life, you don't have time to spew hate and negativity from behind a keyboard. These people are already being punished. There's no point throwing hate or anger at them. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is giving them what they deserve already. We don't have to do anything. Their lives are the punishment. Now, we can pray for them, show them compassion, hope that they find a more meaningful, positive way to live. But man, all the people doing this sort of nonsense out there, the feminist red pill types, their lives are the punishment. It's very clear.
And if they don't repent, may Allah guide them, then Allah will deal with them justly.
Wow. Yeah, that's true.
It's a very low life. Just like they're a slave to their desires. Like they're upset that men and women submit to God. It's like you're submitting to your desire. You're basically, I'm sorry, you're like a dog.
That's a good point. They're submitting to dopamine. They're submitting to porn addictions. They're submitting to all sorts of things. We are submitting to the Creator, who has a very clear guide with which to with which for us to follow a day-to-day existence in order to live a clean halal existence, which when you are living it, when you're on Surat al-Mustaqim, is a beautiful state to live in. It's amazing. I love it. So yeah, unfortunately, they are their own punisher, you know. They are destroying their own lives. So let them do it. But man, I wouldn't mind having a little face-to-face chat with that individual.
Inshallah,
That's
I love
disgusting,
that.
bro.
So quick question, remind us, how old are you?
I'm 41.
41, Allah Mubarak, bro. 41 years young. How do you have the vitality and vigor to go day to day, having more energy, more aggressiveness and assertiveness than a lot of 20-year-olds, unfortunately, that I see today?
Yeah, I have more energy than I had when I was 20, that's for sure, without question. And I think, again, as a younger man, I'd look at high-performing people and think, oh, I wish I had that motivation. When you develop a certain amount of capability, and every minute of your day can be spent on positive impact for your people, on building businesses that are meaningful and employ people and bring money, when you can spend every minute of your day learning something which blows your mind, such as, you know, our faith, you realize you don't have time to waste. I think as a young man, you think, I got all the time in the world, it doesn't matter. Man, Warren Buffett, he talks about this, apparently. When people would write to Warren Buffett and say, hey, I want an hour of your time, he said, look, if I live to the average age of 80-something, that means I have 2,050, for example, hours left of my, you know, working days. Why should I give you one of those hours? So his response is, I call it, you know, memento mori, being aware of your mortality. Knowing you have a finite time on this planet. Man, young people, you don't have time to waste. Like, there was a point in my life, maybe 30 or so, when I went from thinking, I've got all the time in the world to do whatever I want, to thinking, hang on, how many more adventures with the lads do I have? If I do a couple a year, while I'm still physically healthy, I've got maybe 30 or 40 to go. I need to make each adventure count. I need to map out all the incredible adventures I want to have with my lads in this beautiful world, which you know, we're blessed to be experiencing before I perish. And I need to crack on and get these done. Like, I think young people need to have more of a sense of urgency. They need to be more aware of the fact that your time and your health and your energy is finite. Don't waste a single day, because, man, it could all be gone tomorrow. Like, people, you know, there's skulls in my house. I don't worship them. You know, it's not shirk. They are there to remind me of our mortality, that death can be coming tomorrow. You do not have time to waste. You must get the most out of every day. And what is that? It's learning. You know, it's practicing Islam as well as you can. It's contributing to your brothers, to your family, to your businesses. You don't have a single day to waste. You don't have a single moment to waste. And I think as you get older, you realize that more and more. But also, your capabilities increase. 1 hour of my time now, I can bring about so much more benefit to people's lives. You know, those who I'm mentoring, to my staff, those who I'm coaching and lifting up, in terms of financially, I can bring in a lot of money in an hour. When I was 20, I didn't have that capability. So time didn't seem as valuable, time didn't seem as finite. But if you can, as a young person, grasp the fact that your time is a finite thing, your health is a finite thing, and you need to make the most out of every day, you'll find the motivation, because you don't have time to waste. You cannot afford to be anything but your best self, giving your best effort every single moment of every day. You just don't have time to waste. And you tend to realize that as you get older.
Yeah.
If that answers your question.
You know, you actually remind me of two hadith of the Prophet ﷺ.
Oh, there it is. It's just written.
Yeah. Firstly, the Prophet ﷺ, he said, take advantage of 5 things before 5 things. He said, your youth before old age. He said, time before you become busy. Health before illness, and a few other things. Yeah. Alhamdulillah. SubhanAllah. So yeah, there it is. It's written again.
One of the things if we want to talk a bit of detail about my experience as a revert, after I pray, and my focus at first was fully understanding the words of the prayer, like fully understanding what I'm saying and reading the history behind that. And afterwards, and I find that to be very, very fulfilling. But each time after I pray, I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to protect and guide my family and my brothers and everyone I care about. I ask that those who are suffering in the world find peace in their hearts through Islam. And also, I focus on health. I sit there and I feel that I'm not in pain, or if I am in pain, you know, it's not too bad. I give thanks for the fact that I'm not sick and broken. Because I've been broken before. I've dealt with chronic pain for years. That teaches you something, man. Like, every day we are not in pain, that's a blessing. So multiple times a day, I give thanks for that. And I suggest everyone else do it. Like, don't be like me and break your back in multiple places to realize how important your health is. You know, like, any day you are not in pain is a beautiful day to be alive. I think that's something we all need to be aware of. I know it's a bit of a tangent, but
No, it's a
it's
great
something I
point.
think is really important.
Yeah, I mean, every time we get sick, even if it's a sore throat, when you swallow, you feel it. You think to yourself, "Oh man, if only
It's
I
all that matters,
appreciated
yeah,
when I
exactly.
could swallow and it didn't hurt." You
And I
know?
love that it's written. Of course it's written. What important piece of wisdom or guidance in life is not written in our faith? It's
There's-
remarkable.
yeah,
It's all
Islam
that-
literally encompasses everything. That's why it's a
Everything.
deen. That's why it's a full
Everything,
way of life.
yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Everything.
And the second hadith that you reminded me of was the Prophet ﷺ. He said, "Remember often the destroyer of all pleasures," meaning death.
Oh, wow.
Because think about it, you know, you're like, "Oh, I want to get this car. I want to go on this yacht. I want to fly here. I want to do this. I want to go on this trip. I want to be with these people." And you feel happy when you think of doing these things and when you're doing them. This moment you think about, I'm going to be dead. I'm going to be 6 feet under. None of that really matters anymore. It's like, obviously you want to experience when you're alive. You want to be able to do these things. But when you remember death, you're like, man, you know, they really hits close to home. And you remember, okay, well, what comes after death?
Exactly. There it is. Amazing. And I think that I love that it's written. So the concept of memento mori already existed in Islam. I love it. I think if you can keep that in mind, the fact that you're going to be dust one day, what are you going to look back on your deathbed with the most fondness? It's not going to be the cars. It's not going to be the jets. It's not going to be the yachts. Man, these things are better, you know, on Instagram than they are in real life, bro. I've flown first class more times than I can count. It's just a seat on an aeroplane. Like, after a while, it gives you zero buzz. Why does hedonistic adaptation happen? Why do you get sick of, you know, fine meals or luxury experiences or fine cars? Because it's all meaningless. What are some things you can't get sick of? You can't get sick of Salah. You can't get sick of time spent with your brothers and your family and good conversations. You can't get sick of seeing your child get better at a task they're applying themselves to. You can't get sick of helping your staff and the people who rely on you live better lives. Like, to me, it's so clear. I mean, it's easier to say once you've mastered money and once you've achieved enough in terms of money and done all the luxury experiences to say this stuff doesn't really matter. But I can tell you with full intent, I have more money than I could ever need. What matters most? What would my ideal day be? It would have nothing to do with flashy luxury. It would have nothing to do with money. It would be spending time. Would be spending time with my brothers, my family, doing meaningful work, hitting the gym, going to the masjid. That's what life is about. You don't need all this other stuff. Wallahi, you don't need it. So, yeah, I think if younger people can keep that in mind at an early age and try and live as to what matters, because one day you'll be dead, and avoid all the. I mean, we talk about thirst traps on Instagram. I think there's a lot of dunya traps. Oh, but you should have this car. Oh, you should be going on this yacht. Oh, you should. I mean, look, I do a lot of this stuff, sure, but I'm not attached to it, and I see through it. I don't think it's important. I don't think it's anything to aspire to. Experience it, sure, but don't define yourself as a human with it. Yeah. If you as a young man can keep in mind one day you're going to be dead, certain things matter, certain things don't. Western culture doesn't understand that, so reject all that and focus on what really matters. Time with your people, doing well, everyone winning together, your faith. You're going to live a better life. But I think people are pulled in so many different directions, especially with Western culture, with social media, all these things.
Yeah. I think something I really do appreciate is you seem to take a keen focus on investing in people, helping transform people, making their lives better.
That's it.
This is what the Prophet ﷺ did with the people, the Sahaba, you know. He transformed them like none else. And then he used these people to teach Islam, to push Islam, to teach others about the religion, and to bring more Muslims. And these are people he sent as messengers to other nations to speak to, like, you know, the elite, the world class, and all that stuff, subhanAllah. And he changed the whole world. And with the people that he inspired and he taught, they changed. Like, imagine Umar radiallahu anhu. He conquered like Rome and Persia. Khalid bin Walid radiallahu anhu. These amazing people that spread Islam to like the borders of China, around the whole globe. And today, you know, the fastest growing religion, inshallah, projections say soon Islam will be the largest religion in the world, all because one man invested in a team who transformed others.
Isn't that amazing? And I can understand that the satisfaction of winning with your brothers, it beats. Look, I've had investments that pop and make a lot of money. Like, all right, cool. I've had projects with brothers that have worked, made a lot less money, but have been 10 times more fulfilling. Winning with your people, seeing them win, especially the brothers who need it financially, that's more meaningful than just more money in the bank. Like, winning together as a team is such a fulfilling thing. And that's why I take so much care with the people I mentor, with my staff in the various businesses that I'm involved in. I take great care and pride in seeing them win, and for me, that's the flex.
Yeah.
I've got enough stuff. I've done enough cool things. But, for example, one of my staff members who can now afford to buy himself, instead of a broken down Honda, he's in a nice new Toyota Prado. What a fantastic win!
Yeah.
That's more meaningful than me getting another Ferrari. I get more satisfaction from having facilitated or enabled his win than I would more stuff. Like that, winning together as brothers, that's a special kind of magic. It's powerful.
100%. It's funny you mention that because I remember distinctly when we did the first podcast back in February. That was honestly, I think, the best one we ever did. Personally, like, it was my favorite, or one of my favorites. Yeah. And it didn't matter to me when it had 20,000 views or when it had 2 million. It did not mean, wallah, it did not make a difference. I think we spoke about that as well. And I told you guys, I'm like, 50K, whatever, 2 million.
Even
whatever.
before publishing it when we were at Shooter's house, I was like, it didn't mean anything.
It was the fact that we did it together,
yes,
and that we could help other people with it. That's why it mattered.
And that's the honest intent too. And that's why I think there's a lot of people who are focused on getting that cash. If you can just focus on adding value, doing meaningful work with people you respect, the cash is going to come.
Yeah.
The cash comes. And if your niyyah, if the intent in your heart is, I want to use my time on this planet to bring a positive impact on my family, my brothers, on my community, you're going to do all right. Yeah. You're going to be fine,
Yeah. Bro, it's sorry, I know I'm talking way too much, but it's crazy you mentioned that as well, because me and the guys, we had a chat very recently before this trip, and we were like, we need to fix up. We need to get our attention straight again. We need to make sure we're only doing things for the sake of Allah. We're not just trying to get people to click. We're trying to inspire people. Do da'wah for the sake of Allah.
Awesome.
As soon as we did that, you hit us up. You're like, okay, let's make it happen. We have all these plans in America with Ali Dawa and Akhi Ayman, like all these people coming. So literally, like as soon as we changed our intentions, like
it reminds me of what Brother Simon said yesterday on the podcast. Shout out to Simon Says Squat on Instagram. He said that you must become the person first before Allah gives you the things that person is worthy of.
Yeah.
So it's like if you want all these things but you don't get it right now, don't think that the arrow is not coming from Allah. If Allah wills, it's coming your way, but it's just not time yet. But you haven't grown into that person yet. And when you do, inshallah, Allah will always over-deliver.
Yeah. I like it. And maybe, again, the Prophet, ﷺ, he suffered a lot and he was God's favorite. If that's an accurate way to put it. Yeah. You think you don't need to suffer a bit before you're a made man? Of course you do. Embrace that suffering. Yeah. Tate speaks to that really well. Embrace the struggle, embrace the war. You need it as your path as a man to becoming the best man that you can be, to best look after your people. It's necessary.
Yeah. The Prophet ﷺ, he even I think before revelation came, he was a person who took care of orphans. He was orphaned as a kid. It's like, where do you think that empathy and that love and that compassion comes from? It came from him being tested. It came from him knowing what it's like to be at the bottom, knowing what it's like to lose your parents, to lose your children, to lose your friends, your family, to fight battles and win, fight battles and lose, to be rich, to be poor. He lived every kind of life, and of course he was the most empathetic, the most caring.
And a lot of people, I think, especially those who don't understand Islam, they don't understand, yes, the Prophet ﷺ was a warrior. Yes, he was a stern leader when he needed to be. He managed multiple families, a huge body of people. He was deeply empathetic. He was deeply compassionate. He showed mercy in ways that very few people would have the restraint to show mercy. He was actually a very caring, very careful man when it came to his people. I don't think people outside of Islam fully understand that. They just see this sort of harsh warrior type figure who conquered a lot. It's very far from the truth. He was a beautifully empathetic and compassionate man. Yeah, it's amazing stuff. Like as a foreigner who grew up again within I joined the military as soon as I could as a teenager. My view of Islam was definitely negative. Again, I wasn't ignorant enough to think that Muslims were the enemy, but I definitely thought Islam is dangerous and it's a religion that involves full submission and it can lead to extremism, all these sorts of things. But when you fully understand Islam properly and you research it properly, all of those mistruths are instantly dispelled. It's all about compassion. It's about, again, for those who think Islam is somehow negative or extremist, every single action you take, you are accountable to a higher force. Everything. Like, if someone truly believes that, they're going to be a good person. They have to be. They are forced to be by the structure for life that is Islam. So, yeah, if I can go from being a soldier who views Muslims as, sort of scary and and potentially dangerous to actually taking Shahada, 15 years later, there's no reason for anyone to not put in the time and the learning to realize how much value and truth there is in this religion. If I can come from that to this, anyone else can. It's so real.
So what would you tell someone who they don't really know much about Islam? What advice would you give them? Or better yet, what advice would you give yourself if you would, to be taken back in time?
I mean, to myself, I'd say, look, you're a man who's driven for truth and pursuing masculine excellence. All these things that you're learning over time through trial and error are already written, so just go and read them. That's what I'd say to myself. But what I'd say to people who perhaps are considering Islam or are just watching this and thinking, what's the big deal? Why is everyone talking about this so much? What if there was a truth and a system that came from that truth, which by following it made you the most fulfilled and most effective and best human you could be, to then serve your family, your brothers, your community, to leave the most positive impact that you can on the world? What if there was a clear guidance for every area of life that was the most natural and most beneficial way to navigate through life, to resist temptation, to make healthy decisions, to live in that optimal state of a higher frequency, high output, ethical, moral state? What if that exists? No matter where you are in life, culture, wealth, age, that would make you a better person, right? That would improve your life, make you better for your people. It does exist, and it's called Islam. So anyone who's sort of thinking, how do I become a better person? How do I be, how do I navigate the decisions of life? Where's the guidance and the structure and the meaning that everyone wants? We have these questions in us. We all have these deeper questions. What's the purpose of life? How are we meant to live? It's written and it's clear. And from personal experience, as someone who had no love for organized religion growing up, this works. It's real. You can sense it on both a logical and an emotional level. It is incredibly powerful, incredibly real. So to anyone who's considering Islam, you will be a better person and better able to look after your people with it, wherever you are in life. So why not put the time and energy in to learn about it properly? And inshallah, say those powerful words, the shahada.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
You can train your body to put up with anything, right? And one of the things you can train your body to do is to sleep less. I don't necessarily think it's a good thing. I think if you can get 8 hours sleep, great. But man, I've gone for years of my life with 4 hours sleep. And I'm the sort of guy who likes sleep. But if you've got work to do, if you've got something to build, if you're looking to change where you are in life, you're not going to be able to do it with a nice rested approach. That's a reality. I'm sorry. If you want to take yourself from here, at the bottom of the societal ladder, and join the elite and live well and be able to give good zakat and look after your people, you're going to have to be tired sometimes. Suck it up, get on with it. Like it's a real thing,
Yeah. For a long time, I used to feel like I needed 9, 10, 11, sometimes 12 hours of sleep. How old to be?
Man, Einstein required 12 hours of sleep, so you can justify it, right?
Can you imagine affording that luxury, bro?
Oh my God. Well,
once a week, I try and get a full 8 hours. That's my goal.
Once a week. And what are the rest? Typically ranging?
It depends. Like, my meetings start at 10 tomorrow, and they go all day until the evening. And someone will probably call me at 8:30. Like, so I don't know. I'll get a good solid 3-4 hours tonight. But at the end of the day, like, if you're doing meaningful work and you're looking after your people and you're with men you respect doing purposeful things, you don't really want to sleep anyway. Like, you don't want to sleep. You got stuff to do.
Yeah,
so it's a different frequency. Because if you feel you need 10 hours sleep, then you will need 10 hours sleep.
Yeah.
If you feel, I got so much to do and I'm so excited by it all, and I know that I'm living a good life and having a positive impact on everyone around me, you want to be doing that.
Exactly.
You don't be sleeping. Sleeping doesn't help you with that. So.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that I felt that before. And just recently, I'd say honestly, just this trip in and of itself, I went from Paris to Mecca.
Pause. You went from Paris to Mecca, right?
Paris to Jeddah.
Paris to Jeddah. I went from St. Louis. I drove all the way. I'm showing you guys how we met, right? So you took a flight from Paris to Jeddah. How long was the flight?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Alhamdulillah, it was about, I think, 7 hours. I drove from St. Louis, Missouri, in the mid-damn West, all the way to Houston, Texas, which was I think a 14-hour drive, right?
Not bad.
Then I took, not bad, it's just getting fired up. And then I took a flight from Houston, Texas to Jeddah to meet Anghel, right? No, I didn't.
But on the flight, were you driving?
I drove all the way to
But
Houston.
on the flight, you could just sleep. You could relax.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So I flew from Houston, Texas to Dubai. 4-hour layover, and Dubai to Jeddah, then I met Anghel, right? What time did we get there, bro?
We got there really late.
We got there at 4 a.m. You know what we did after this whole, like, almost 48 hours of traveling? We did Umrah.
Nice.
No sleep.
Nice, that's cool.
We did Umrah. We came back. I think we slept 2 hours. Went to a new hotel, did more ibadah around the haram. Next night, I think we slept another like 2-3 hours.
Nice.
Right? We got here to Dubai. Every single night, we've been sleeping how long?
Sometimes, basically, the sleep cycles have been like around 3 hours or so.
3 hours.
And then last night was the first night that we actually got like a decent amount of sleep.
Me too. I got a problem
Yeah.
sleeping last night.
That's what I'm saying. When you message like, oh, like lads, I want to just get some sleep. I was like, alhamdulillah.
Isn't it funny when you haven't slept for a while and you get a proper night's sleep, you wake up and you're like, "Ugh, what happened?" Like it's a different thing. It's different, right? I like it. I like
But
it.
I actually
what-
feel more tired today.
Yeah, no, but
You've
that's
slowed
what
down.
I'm
You've slowed
saying.
down, yeah.
That's what I noticed is that with less sleep, like let's say I'm getting maybe 2 cycles of 3 hours or just 1 cycle of 6 hours, it's more than enough. It's more than enough. Like I don't feel tired. And then when nighttime comes, it's like, okay, I'm ready to go to sleep. Whereas if I get more than 6 hours by nighttime, I'm like, yo, like let's keep going. Like let's stay up.
Yeah.
Rami, you're good, bro.
And you can push through anything. Like when I was evacuating families from Ukraine, at one point I drove for 42, 43 hours in a row.
Wow.
In and out, back and forth. Long lines. By the end of it, I was like straight hallucinating. Like the street lights, they were drawing these lines. In the Star Wars movie, when it goes into hyperdrive, and that was happening as I was driving. I was like, okay, this is different. And like I was hallucinating. I'd shake it out, and I'd still see it. I was like, yeah, I need to sleep. But you're not going to stop helping people in situations like that.
That drink kicks in fast.
It does,
Red
right?
Bull.
You
Oh
feel
my
it.
God, I'm buzzing.
Rami, take a sip.
Rami, take a sip, bro. We're going to start the
broken.
podcast.
I'm broken. I can drink 2 more cups, 2 more cans, and nothing. I promise nothing will happen.
Let's get you 3 then. My point is, the human body can push through things you wouldn't believe. It's just knowing you can do it and just having a reason to just crack on. Now, I don't recommend. I've worked to the point where I've had health issues. I don't recommend that. But also, at the end of the day, I don't know anyone who's really changed their life situation comfortably. I don't know anyone who's really built an empire and it hasn't involved them pretty much ruining themselves for a couple years. Like everyone wants to live large and have this flashy lifestyle, but they still want to get a nice sleep and have time for hobbies and stuff.
Yeah.
If you really want to change your life, work is everything, and that's all it is for years, for absolute years, before you even start to think about buying a Lambo and flexing on Instagram. People have got it all backwards nowadays.
We can rest in our 40s. Inshallah. I mean, I tell myself that, and then shooters over here still just hustling. So.
Yeah, man.
Maybe 50s?
Yeah, maybe. I'm trying to scale back a bit, brother. I am. It's just, I got a lot of people rely on me, and I like taking care of them, and I like what I do. I'm proud of what I do in many different areas. So it's tricky, man.
And being busy is a blessing from Allah.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I would like a few more hours in the day. Oh, if we could do like a 28-hour day, that'd be great.
Alhamdulillah.
It's
You'd be wanting 32 if we had 28 hours.
Yeah, I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, I don't need to be busy. I'm not the sort of guy who prides himself on being busy. I'm trying to simplify my life so I have more time for Arabic study, more time for just spending time with the boys as well. I really value it. I really value those adventures with the lads. I view them as some of the most valuable hours I get to spend on this planet. When you were out there with your boys doing, masculine stuff, whether it's shooting, which I think every man should learn, and we can talk about these sorts of things if you want, the motorbike trips, the hikes out in the middle of the wilderness, all this sort of stuff. I think it's really important. I really do.
Yeah, 100%. I used to know one guy who used to say, "We rest when we're dead." So,
Okay, then.
alhamdulillah, that's something.
That's
I
a
try
real
and
thing.
implement.
The ultra high net worth individuals I know, the really successful people, they're on it all the time, because every minute is turned into something amazing, and so they literally will rest when they're dead. And the West says, no. After a hard day's work, you need to relax. After the week, you need to have a weekend. What weekend? I haven't had a weekend in years. What holiday? I haven't had a holiday in years. The longest I've gone in the last 13 years without checking my phone was 2 days when I was on an island in Nicaragua which had no cell phone signal. What weekend? There's no such thing. And the people at the top, that's how they're living. So if you want to get to the people at the top, you're competing with the people at the top, you need to get to that level of output. There's no weekends, there's no holidays, there's no days off. You're here to conquer. That's what you're about. Tate's embodied that quite well. And being around them helped me pick up my frequency where I could just work and train endlessly as well. Yeah. With at least one proper night's sleep a week.
It's probably
That's important.
I think the more that I go on this journey, I won't lie. In the beginning, it was wanting to have more money so that I could do all the things that I couldn't do throughout my entire life. But now it's like, I just want what you said. You know, I want the simple things in life, and I want the luxury of having the time to be able to invest into learning more about Islam, getting closer to Allah.
Yeah. Awesome. Here we go. Let's go.
That's it. Boom.
Where's the sponsorship, Red Bull? Come on.
Bros, we have never till this day, wallahi Allah, I swear by Allah as my witness, we've never hit the 4-hour mark on a podcast.
Okay, cool.
The one with you last time was the Guinness World Record, 3 hours, 6 minutes. We've never done worse. So today we have to hit 4 hours, inshallah.
Let's do it.
I think we will easily, to be honest.
What time is it right now?
Yeah. I love it, guys.
What time is it? It's 2 a.m., 2:30 a.m.
No. It's 4.5 hours.
Fajr isn't that far
4
away,
hours,
guys.
actually.
Yeah, oh my God.
35 minutes to 4 hours.
Wow.
Oh, cool.
Right.
The challenge
Fajr.
is to keep high quality content.
Yeah, that's true.
Inshallah. We're going to hit 8 hours, inshallah.
Oh,
that's the goal.
The things we do for y'all.
Watch the dawn come up.
So this being said, you know, sorry, do you have a question?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about men being trained. I've always wanted to learn how, to shoot guns, to shoot a rifle. I'm in Canada. You need like all these licenses and all this garbage just to be able to go to a range. So
communists don't like guns in the hands of the people.
Yeah? Why is that?
Well, because it's a threat. Communism is about complete control of the masses, right?
Yeah.
And so obviously, you don't want people knowing how to, shoot, move,
Canada
communicate.
is not communism.
Oh, yes, it is.
Is it?
That's as far as we're going to go on.
Bro, at this point, I think Canada's more communist than China, bro. Like, if you want to break it down objectively, what a mess.
Left, bro.
What a mess. Yeah. Communism with a sprinkling of degeneracy. Canada's a mess.
Yeah.
Put a nice little rainbow on it. It doesn't seem like a threat anymore.
It's more masked. China is more like blunt about it on in the forefront.
Exactly.
Canada's more like, we want to be inclusive, so you have to say these things. You can't say these
Complete
things.
thought police control, committed thought crime off to the gulag. I think every man has in them the inherent desire to be a warrior because it's natural, right? What do animals do out in the wild? What do young animals do? Like they wrestle. What do in many societies around the world and again throughout history? What did the young men do? They trained in how to fight because they needed to stay alive. Now we don't need that in the West, alhamdulillah. In developed countries like safe countries, but it's still in us to train in the warrior arts, and that's why it feels so good. Man, at the end of a solid range day, you sleep so deeply. I swear your testosterone goes up. Like it's because you're doing what we're meant to do. Now it used to be sticks, and then it was swords, and then it was bows and arrows. The current platform with which we learn the warrior arts is weapons, is firearms. And so I think it's not only is it your right as a man, I think it's your duty to know the current day warrior arts. Now, I don't condone joining the military, again, because the vast majority of wars are generated on false pretenses and purely exist to serve that, endless war military-industrial complex. Anyone with a basic geopolitical understanding sees that clearly for what it is. But I think wanting to be a prepared civilian is a very noble thing. And I think it's something everyone should put effort into. So for those who are wanting to learn how to shoot and don't have access to weapons, get yourself some airsoft, they shoot those little pellets, airsoft weapons, and practice your dry firing. Practice your draw, practice your mag changes on a rifle, practice your high ready, low ready, all these sorts of things. You can develop a certain level of competency without real weapons. And then from there, travel to somewhere where you can do some dynamic training in a completely safe and professional and certified training facility. There's a lot of them in America where you can learn, good, competent self-defense tactics with weapons, how to clear your house, how to respond if there's an intruder, how to deal with, vehicle hijacking, all these sorts of things. Now, I don't want to be in any more gunfights in the rest of my life. Thank you very much. It's okay. I don't need that. But you better believe I still maintain that, currency with the various weapon systems, various platforms that are out there. people say, "Oh, what's your favorite weapon?" It's like whatever I can get that works, in the countries that I operate in. But I think it's every man's duty to know how to defend himself with a weapon, and it's a deeply fulfilling thing to do so, because deep in our DNA as men, deep in our in the chemicals, the hormones running through our blood, that of testosterone, we want to know how to be warriors. So I think every man should prioritize that and know how to shoot, move, communicate, work as a group, the basic tactics. The shooting's the easy part, really. It's not that hard to learn how to shoot with a decent level of proficiency. You learn the marksmanship principles, get your grip and stance right. It's not that hard. The challenge is the move, communicate piece, the working as a team, small unit tactics, knowing how to clear rooms, how to keep each other safe, how to keep a level head when you're in a situation that goes kinetic, where you have people shooting back at you. You can develop that capability. You can build those neural pathways that you rely on in a gunfight through force-on-force training, through using simunition, where you're shooting marking rounds. That you can go into simulation training with professionals. Again, there's a lot of places in the US. One of my companies, offers these sorts of services, where you can get in simulated gunfights to understand how to keep a level head and how to communicate clearly and keep that awareness, so you're not flagging your buddies and so on. Those are the skills you want to work on, not just how well can I knock down all those targets. You want to get some force-on-force training with the use of simunition, working as a team, and exposing yourself to the stress of an actual gunfight. That's what matters more than how fast your draw is. That's the training that everyone should seek to find. There's a lot of it in the States, and there are other certified, risk-managed training companies and facilities out there. You just search for force-on-force training. That's what everyone should be aiming for.
It's crazy. This is the first time I'm hearing of this. I didn't know this was a thing.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna have to drive over the border, Niagara Falls, and find some place there, inshallah. So how important is conditioning your body? Let's say someone's like, I want to train my body, can get a little more muscle, and maybe learn how to fight before I pick up a weapon.
Interesting. I think they're different things. I mean, look, if you're talking purely from the perspective of personal security, ideally you shouldn't have to have a weapon or punch anybody, because there are many different opportunities you had to see a threat coming and to take evasive action. For example, if you are situationally aware, and situational awareness is one of the key tools you have within your personal security arsenal, you'd be able to pick that somebody is planning to hurt you. Like, the vast majority of crimes follow what's known as the hostile threat cycle, or the hostile attack cycle. There's pre-attack surveillance. Then they'll have to bridge the distance, and then you should be able to see some intent on them. If you understand that the vast majority of crimes are going to involve some preparation, and you can see these things coming, and you know how to act. For example, if someone's going to mug you, you think they're just going to walk up to you randomly? They're going to watch you for a bit. Is this guy a hard target? Is he on his phone? Is he obviously a tourist? Has he got displays of wealth? There's going to be that pre-attack surveillance. But if you're the sort of person who has that level of situational awareness, where the second something is off, you can pick that person's intent, or you can pick that they've been trained, they're positioned in a room in a certain way that shows that they've been trained, or they've got that fast eyes, which shows a higher than normal level of situational awareness. Is it a trained individual, or is it a criminal element with some intent? When you learn to pick these things, you're not going to have to draw your gun. Within body, I did executive protection for years and managed teams all around the world, including high threat environments. If you have to pull your weapon out as a bodyguard, you've already made a series of mistakes. And the same principle can apply to personal security. You should live in a certain way where your house is secure. That's a lot more important than how you run a gun. You should be very careful of who you let in your house. The vast majority of crimes involving residences involve people who are known to you. It's a given fact. It's always the cleaner's cousin or something. Like, it's just a thing.
That's cool.
Sound guy.
The sound guy. It's a real thing. If you have very high level of situational awareness, so you can see threats coming. If you practice risk avoidance, certain areas of town at certain times of the day I shouldn't go to. When you're traveling, if you do a bit of go to one of the government travel websites. The Australian one is smarttraveller.gov.au. The US one is what is it? Anyway, just put US government travel advice. Read about the country before you go to it. Go to don't catch taxis. Pay a little extra to have the hotel send a car for you. These little things. When you're in a new city, if you don't have someone who has that local knowledge who can brief you on the city, go and talk to the concierge. Get a map out. Where are the bad areas of town? How are tourists being affected? Increase your awareness of the threat environment before you go somewhere. Do all these things. You don't need to fight or shoot. That's what you should focus on if you want to become personally secure. But having said that, it's very satisfying to learn how to fight and shoot, and every man should. How are you going to be a role model to your son if you don't know how to throw down if you need to? How are you going to role model to your daughter the sort of man she should look for in a husband if you don't know how to protect your own people? You know, yes, we live in a society with laws, but you can't. You're going to rely on others, the police, for your own personal security and that of your family. So I think you need to learn these things. But back to your question, running a gun is very different to fighting, and fighting in the ring is very different to fighting in the street. But I think ideally every man should have a foundation in striking, whether it's boxing or Muay Thai. I think you should throw in a little bit of grappling, because a lot of street fights involve grabbing, and that's judo or jiu-jitsu. Not that you want to go on the ground in a fight, you get your head stomped on. I think ideally you've done a bit of defense against edged weapons, so something like Krav Maga, but again, you need to know how to fight before you actually do that, so you can know how to deal with someone coming at you, to at least limit the damage. If someone comes at you with a knife, even with the best training, you're going to get cut. You just want to try and limit where you get cut, so you leak less. Ideally, you have that foundation, and from there, you'd learn how to shoot if relevant. Like if you're living here in the UAE, you don't need to learn how to shoot. Do it because you want to practice the warrior arts and feel good as a man, But if you're living in somewhere like the US, man, if I was living in the US, I would have to carry all the time. I would have to. I'd need to. If threat elements are out there, if threat actors are out there and they are carrying, you need to carry. Otherwise, how do you respond? You're going to kung fu them when they put a rifle in your face. So I think keep balance, stay commensurate. If you're living in a very safe country with no weapons, you don't really need to know how to run a gun. Focus on fighting with your hands, for general health. But really, if you take personal security seriously, fighting and shooting are last resorts which you should not have to use. You should have a full gamut of strategies and practices that limit your exposure to risk or enable you to act before the threat manifests, well before you need to get physical. That's the honest answer. But everyone likes to fight and shoot, so embrace it, go with it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the answer, because it's a lot deeper than just how to throw hands. It's like it's such situational awareness and like
Spatial awareness.
Man, look, even for the longest of time when I was in the military, I took the unarmed combat stuff really seriously. So my background was Muay Thai. I did some ground fighting. Again, it was all focused on being capable, not at a sport, but in hand-to-hand in a military situation. It was a big part of my life. I took it really seriously for years. Even then, at the peak of my training, and I was decent, like I was about it. If I found myself in a dark alley and someone pulled a knife and said, "Give me your wallet," I'd give him my wallet. How do I know if he hasn't got a mate with a pistol behind him? How do I know that there isn't 5 guys around the corner who are going to come out and all knife me? What, a wallet or a watch which I can pay for with money? So even if you have that heightened level of skill, your mindset should still be, all right, I'm going to bring my wallet out slowly now. I'm going to give it to you, brother. I don't want any problem. I'm a family man. I don't want any trouble. Here's my wallet. I'm going to drop it over there. There you go. It's yours. And just run. That is, even if you're highly skilled, that is the route you should take. Not wanting to put hands on someone. So you beat one guy, he's going to have mates. Man, I have mates who've been involved in knife crime. You're worried about disease risk. You're worried about all sorts of things. It's not worth it. So even though it's great to know how to shoot and fight and all these things, even if you are highly trained, your mindset should still be, hey man, it's my fault for putting myself in a situation where someone can draw a knife on me in a dark alley. Guess what? You've earned the watch, you've earned the wallet. Or if you're not prepared to give something away, don't wear it on you. Like this is the honest approach to personal security. It's not wanting to be that guy who can, I'm going to disarm him and I'm going to bash him. And man, life ends quickly. These meat sacks that we live in are very delicate. You should do everything you can to avoid needing to use those skills, even though it's very healthy as a man to develop and maintain those skills.
Wow. The more I learn, the more I realize I don't know anything, man. It's crazy.
I mean, risk avoidance is a pretty good approach. Don't be in dangerous situations. It's probably the best approach. If you can afford to not live in a dangerous area, don't live in a dangerous area. That's much better than having a shotgun in your house and knowing how to clear rooms if an intruder comes in. Just don't be there. Risk avoidance is the way.
What about if you can't afford to live in a non-dangerous area, though?
Then be very informed about what's happening to the local crimes, monitor them carefully, and live your life accordingly. If crime spikes at night, then do you need to leave the house at night?
That's true.
So
this being said, what would you say would be just three of the top strengths of our podcast that you've witnessed thus far?
Strengths of
our podcast.
Your podcast. Interesting. Strengths. I think you guys have a good dynamic in that You're good at each of you bringing your own strengths, asking your own questions, so there's good flow. I think number 2 would be your intent. I think it's beautiful the way you pray before you start, and your intent is that of dawah and helping people, as opposed to, hey, I want clicks, I want followers, I want likes. And people chasing clout. It's embarrassing. And I think the fact that you guys are global, I think that's really important. I think the future of podcasting is not sitting in your room, Zooming people or streaming. It's getting out there. It's getting that behind-the-scenes footage. If I were you, I'd mix in behind-the-scenes footage of your Dubai trip into podcasts. I'd make it an episode. I'd make it interesting. I think everyone nowadays has a podcast where they're sitting talking. What's next? The what's next is being out in the world, being in different places, getting to know somebody, behind the camera and including that, the behind-the-scenes things, bringing in your personalities. Again, a lot of people don't realize what made the UFC. At one point, and there's documentaries on this, the UFC as an organization wasn't doing that well. What made it popular was The Ultimate Fighter, the reality TV program that showed the drama, showed the personalities, showed the struggle that went into fighters. That's where UFC went whoosh. We've seen recently a very strong increase in fans and those who are interested in Formula One. Do you know why? That Netflix series, Race to Survive, that showed the drama, showed the struggle, showed the personalities behind the scenes. Now all of a sudden everyone loves F1 again. I think the same thing can be said with podcasts. It needs to be more than just, hey, here's 4 polished guys sitting. You need to show you're on the plane. Talk about the struggle to get here. Talk about your plans. Talk about your personalities. Show behind the scenes. Do podcasts in different situations. Walking down the street, going to the masjid, whatever you can do that's different and shows more interactivity, I think is the way to take it forward. You guys are already doing that well by being global and going out to people. I think that's the future. The more different situations and different stories and adventures to get there and adventures back, showing your personality, showing your struggle, to me, that would take this to the next level.
It means a lot from someone of your caliber, bro.
Thank you, bro. I don't know much about podcasts, though, to be fair, bro.
Alhamdulillah. Number 2, what would be 3 things that we can all improve on as a collective?
I think the art to, again, as somebody who used to question people for a living, in appropriate ways, of course, is open questions that are well thought out and that are tailored to the person you're asking the question of is very powerful. I mean, your goal is to get people talking in interesting ways, to open up. You mentioned with Tam, he was saying things he hadn't said before. It was really powerful, really impactful, inshallah. I would put really focused effort into profiling someone a little bit. Who's this person about? What are their belief systems? What are their challenges? What are their passions? And then I would build questions based on that to best elicit that free-flowing, raw data dump of insight and experience or whatever they have to offer. So I do a bit of a profiling on everyone before you talk to them and come up with some really open, as in, open-ended, intelligent questions to really get them dropping the insights that they can drop. Because, for example, with me, I'm not the sort of person naturally who's going to sit there and say interesting things. I'm not built for this whole, I don't feel the need to constantly self-promote. I'm naturally a bit of a private person. It takes good questions to get me talking. So you guys do that well, I think, give that even more focus. Profile each individual and come up with really targeted questions to best let them bring out the value they have to share. That's one thing I'd do.
That's great.
In terms of next, keep going global, guys. Just keep going all around the world. And again, if you need more funding is something that can be obtained. Like if it's a money problem, then it's not a problem, right? Like money is something you can solve. So I'd keep coming up with plans, initiatives, and then get backing. Do what any other business does, any other brand does. This is what we've done. This is what we plan to do. This is what the ask is. You will find backers to get you out there, especially when they see the ROI on the dawah that you're doing. So I'd be more ambitious in terms of plans and initiatives and then seeking backing for that. And you've got my number. Like it's not like you need to go and build some relationships.
Allah bless you, man. I appreciate it.
Of course, man. It's the least I could do, brothers. The least I could do. Appreciate you guys. I'm glad you're here. It's awesome.
And what would be number 3?
Number 3. What could you guys do better?
Could be anything even off camera that, just based on our communications, things you've picked up on us by now.
Yeah.
I think part of the reason why, again, I'll refer to someone who's the master of this space, knowing that I'm not a social media or a podcast guy. Part of the reason why Tate is so impactful is he lives what he's talking about. He talks about being mentally resilient. He shows that. Man, I was in the room when he lost his banks, he lost his Instagram, he lost his payment processors, he lost his website hosting, everything. Unfazed. Genuinely didn't care. Lost everything. Didn't care. Right, we've got work to do. Like he talks. He walks what he talks. I think you guys should refine exactly what is your message, what is your key message to the youth. So in the same way, any company or any brand, here's our company ethos, here's what we stand for. Have you guys sat around and strategized what you really are about? What are you here for? What are the key impacts you want to have on people? Have you written down your core messages and your core ethos that drives you? I'd do that, and then I'd live to it. I'd very openly and obviously be the guy who is walking what he talks, because that's what Tate does so well. So if you are all about being disciplined and hustling and being fit, then show yourselves doing that. Tate shows himself being a weapon of a man physically. He shows his training. He shows his boxing. You know, he shows his success through endless buying of vehicles. But I mean, hey, it's something he enjoys and that fuels him to keep going. He is showing the benefits of living by what he preaches. And I think I'd like to see you guys doing that even more. What are your key messages? What is the key impact you're looking to have on what demographics? You know, I'd say it's predominantly young Muslim men or those considering Islam, and not even just young as well. Like any Muslim man and perhaps sisters as well. What are the key messages you want them to live by, and then show yourselves living true to it. That's what I'd do, because that's what has made Tate so powerful. When you look at Tate, you can see what Tate is talking about works, because he embodies it. So I'd look to replicate that.
Yeah.
May Allah grant us that
amazing
congruency.
advice.
I mean,
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Cool, brother. Very cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Would you have any guests in mind that you really anticipate on our podcast?
I think Tate would be great. Inshallah, that happens.
Both Tates.
Yeah, indeed. Wow, that'd be interesting. That'd be really cool. It'd be great to have a discussion with Tristan. That man knows his history.
Oh yeah.
He actually knows his Islamic history pretty well
Really?
too. And Tristan Tate has an intellect a lot of people don't realize, because he's such an Adonis-looking figure. They just assume he doesn't have the brain on him. He has. He can talk history. I mean, I was at a gathering with him, and there was an Indian chap, and they talked for like 2.5 hours about Indian history. Man, what I know about Indian history is like maybe 2 minutes. And this Indian guy's just looking at him like, how is he doing this? He knows more about my history and my country than I do. Like, Tristan hears stuff and it just sticks in his head. So it'd be very interesting to have a podcast with him. In terms of other people, I'm not sure, guys. Again, I'm not really a big social media person, to be honest. Yes, I'm on social media, but my focus is the physical world and this space, not the social space. But again, I'd sit down, I'd strategize. What are you about? What's the key output? What is your goal? What is it exactly? In 5 years, what do you want to have achieved? And then I'd reverse engineer from there. Just look at yourselves as a brand, as a business, and get really, do a SWOT analysis, if you will. Have a 1-year plan, have a 2-year plan. Talk about how much funding you need, how much time you need to devote to it. Map it out and make it happen. Like Tate talks about this. You need a plan. Everyone wants to be big and do well. What's your plan? How are you going to execute it? Everyone has ideas. Everyone has motivations. Everyone wants. What's your plan and how are you going to execute? I'd just get really specific about that. I really would. Like you would with building any other business or building any other brand. That's how I do it.
All right. Thank you so much. Should we ask about our logo?
Yeah, honestly, man.
You guys got a logo?
We got to show you this.
Awesome. Logos are
I want to
fun.
give a quick shout out to a brother, Ahmed Ben Shaiba, who
He gave his
directly,
opinion on.
he gave his opinion.
Opinions.
But that's why we've been asking many brothers their opinion and just seeing what they think. So this is our logo. Let me see. I cannot see this.
It'd be funny if you had the same exact reaction.
Let's see.
So this is our logo for the 3 Muslims.
Okay, I like it.
Give us the most constructive feedback that you can give.
I see. Look, it's aesthetically very pleasing the way it flows like that. I see the symbology that of religious structures. I'd like more personality in it.
Is it too corporate?
It is rather corporate, guys. Yeah, I'd like to see more personality and more of you in that. That looks like a designer has gone and done something very nice, as opposed to.
How would you refine that? Or even completely, like if you had any other ideas.
Again, I think you guys need to sit down and find exactly what you're about, exactly what you're trying to achieve. Yeah, like each one of you should have a clear area of value add that you have to bring. Like we have a Revert, so you have an extra, input there. Obviously, your Arabic is quite strong, as is your knowledge of the scriptures, so your value there. You've also got a lot of hadiths to refer to. Like you guys need to, if you're Avengers, if you're Power Rangers, what color are you? What are you? What do you do? What weapon system do you have? Do you have the nunchucks or do you have the long stick thing? Define exactly what you are, what your roles are, and what are you here to do, and map it out. And again, if you want funding, man, we can get funding. That's not a big deal. If you have a clear plan and a clear, if you contribute to this is what we will achieve, then funding will happen. That's not the problem. That's not. Trust me. If there's a problem that can be solved by money, it's not a problem. Certain problems such as health issues or death of a loved one, that's a problem. You can't fix it with money. Money issues are not a problem. So yeah, I'd map it out, guys. What is your mission statement? What is your 1 year plan? What is your 3 year plan? Where's that clarity? What are you doing? View yourselves as a business that you need to grow. And obviously you're not chasing that cash, you're chasing something a lot more significant. But why not apply the principles of business which work?
Yeah,
that'd be my 2 cents.
We got some work to do, guys.
Map it out. You guys need a strategy day. You really do.
Yeah, inshallah.
Awesome.
How often should we meet to strategize?
Yeah, that should be written in as well. So you guys live in different cities, right?
We do, yeah.
Different countries.
Different countries.
Continents.
I looked at, maybe that comes in Australia. In 2 years, we all want to be living in the UAE. Maybe that's part of it, inshallah. But seriously, map these things out. Like, again, you think someone like Tate went from ghetto housing to Bugattis by accident? There's clear plans. And same with me. For the longest of time, I had different, this year I want to be doing this year I want to be doing this. I'm now at the point where I just don't have plans and every day is just a blur of positivity. But for the longest of time, I had very clear business strategy type structure and approach and KPIs and goals to hit for my life. You got to be very conscious and you got to have that plan and then you got to execute. That's the key thing, man. You got to do. Everyone's an overthinker nowadays. Everyone has these big plans. You got to do. There's successful business people that I know. They don't sit around thinking. They do. They don't like thinking. You have to force them to strategize. They're like, yeah, but we want to do. No, sit. We're going to have a corporate workshop. We're going to strategize. Yeah, but we want to do. That's what it's all about, getting out there and doing it. And that's what I've tried to teach my son as well. I think my approach to parenting is a little unconventional. From a very early age, I was talking about international commerce and supply chain and all these different things. The banking system with my son. I think I started talking about these things when he was like 5 or 6. To unlock that curiosity and to let him know, and also with my daughter as well, the complexity of the world that they live in, and to teach them that which school doesn't teach them. I think it's super important. All parents should teach their kids, the basics of business and of strategy and of personal finance and, business-related finance and how the monetary system works and all these different things. Man, you should have seen, like my 8-year-old son, when he found out about taxation rates in Sweden, he's like, over 50%? But Dad, how can they do that? I'm like, they're the government, son. They can do whatever they want. He's like, yeah, but how are they allowed to do that? 50%? That's too much. I'm like, I agree with you, son, and welcome to to being anti-socialist.
Like you come to Dubai.
Yeah, exactly, for real. But I think that there's something that the elite families know and they do quite well is they run their lives like businesses. And I think it's up to us to teach that to our kids. You can change your life if you want to. You're just going to have to take a very conscious and structured approach. Yeah. And man, I tell you, it's a crime how poorly schools equipped people with financial understanding. Yeah. It's just disgusting. But it's by design, right? School, man, the one time I realized school was broken, taking my kid to school in Dubai, and at a certain age, you just take him in the classroom. But I think it was maybe year 2 onwards, they gather in the quad area, this grass area. There's a whistle that blows, not unlike a factory whistle. They all have to line up, and they are led by their teachers into their classroom. Why? Why don't they just go to the classroom like when they were younger? Because they're being trained to be factory workers, man. That's what the school system does. It trains you to literally be a cog in the machine. So I think it's the duty of every parent.
Can't even take a slash without putting your hands up.
For real, man. There's a duty of every parent to teach your kids how to appropriately question authority, how to negotiate, how to understand how businesses are built, how to understand how to manage staff, all these different things. Like, you have to teach your kids this. Even if you're not at the point where you're running businesses yourself, it is your duty as a parent to teach your kids the skills that children from elite families grow up around. They grow up around their families running businesses. They learn this stuff by default.
So with that being said, do you have your children being homeschooled? Like, would you rather do this, or
It's a funny
It's
one.
still
I
a
mean,
public
look,
one.
I think my approach is a school system that is halal, which we see in this part of the world. That's my preference. Because I think schooling isn't so much... I mean, look, you can argue that what you're learning in school helps you build the muscle that is learning. At school, you might not learn what's useful, but you do learn how to learn. So you can argue that that's useful. I also think school is useful predominantly for navigating the social landscape that you don't necessarily get with homeschooling. So I think it's useful, but I genuinely believe what my son, when he moves to me, inshallah, in a year, and ideally, my daughter could move over here at some point too, which means bringing my ex and her current family over here, which I'm very happy to support. I love both my kids to be here, inshallah. I'm working hard to be able to afford such things.
Allah reward you, bro.
Thank you, brother. But ideally, genuinely, I believe this. What I teach my kids outside of school will be more useful to their life than what they learn in school. I'll build their characters. I'll expose them to healthy amounts of risk. I teach them about business, all these different things. So yes, do school, learn social, navigation, learn the politics involved of having to deal with a nasty teacher and so on, because that replicates the real world, right? But when they are with me, that's when we really teach them. These are the skills that are going to serve you well in life. This is the understanding that you need to succeed in life. I mean, have you noticed, why is tax not taught in schools? Every single successful businessman I know spends a significant amount of their waking hours dealing with tax and how to minimize tax, or how to pay, how to structure things so that they are tax optimized. That's never touched in school.
Maybe because they don't want you to be tax optimized.
They don't, yeah, exactly. This is the thing, right? There it is. So it is the duty of every parent to teach our kids that which school doesn't teach, and the majority of that is all things business and all things finance.
So, do you think that it would be enough if your kids had, let's say, several close friends from families that you knew, right? And that was their social environment? Because realistically speaking, let's think about real life now. Like once the person leaves college, university, or just high school in general. Actually, I don't know if they have high school in this part of the world, but just school, right? They leave school. They don't have as much friends. The friends that they have, it just narrows down.
That's true.
And then it's like you have 3 to 6. 3 to 6 close people.
I think that's more natural, definitely. I've met some kids who are homeschooled, who are remarkably more advanced than those who are in school. Because you get more one-on-one with who's teaching you, right? So I see the value in it. I just haven't considered it as a viable option. I don't have the time personally.
I feel you on that.
But yeah, I think it's a noble thing to do. If you have the time as a parent to school your children, they will invariably become a lot more evolved in terms of their knowledge and their capabilities, because they got that that more concentrated focus. Yeah. One teacher and 25 kids is inferior to 1-on-1 and 1-on-2.
Yeah, I just think to myself, like, imagine the benefit. Imagine your kid, you teach them exactly what they need, and by the time they're 15, if you do it all right, they can have all these skills, plus they can have the social skills as well, and they're essentially 15, 20, if not 30 years ahead of every single person.
Makes sense if you have the bandwidth, if you have the energy, definitely. But man, raising kids is challenging, let alone homeschooling as well, and businesses and yeah. In an ideal world, I think it's a very noble thing to do. Definitely, for sure.
Do you have any other parenting tips?
I think one of the things that I taught my kids, which I think has paid off very well, was at an early age I taught them, you have the right to choose your own belief systems in this world. And there are many different entities and individuals out there who are going to try and push belief systems on you. Whether that's a teacher pushing a certain alphabet agenda, whether that's advertising campaigns trying to get you to buy their products, whether that's Western culture trying to get you, to sexualize yourself, or, whatever degeneracy is being pushed. And I've made it clear to both of them, you are the ultimate decider about what you believe in life. Don't let anyone push their beliefs on you, and watch out for people who are pushing their beliefs on you. To the point now where my son, even at an early age, he noticed, he's going through Netflix, he's like, Dad, there's a girl power section here, but there's no boy power section. He notices as a young man. I'm like, and of course, I'm not going to tell him, I'm not going to put a belief on him. I say, why do you think that is? And he says, well, Dad, I see it in all the movies. All the girls are strong and all the guys are a bit stupid. And I say, okay, why do you think that is? Well, they're trying to push up women. It's from a young man. And I say, okay, and is that a good thing or a bad thing? He says, well, yeah, I guess it's a good thing, but why are they pushing down men? Why are they pushing down boys? I'm like, oh, well, let's discuss that. You know, there was a thing called feminism that came in, and now it's all about pro-women, and it makes sense because, you know, things need to be balanced out. Now perhaps it's gone over the top, and it's a bit, you know, it's pro-women and anti-men in some of the, like, man, the amount of times in kids' movies where you'll see one woman beating up 5 men. It's all the time. How often in movies do you see a man beating a woman? You don't. And good, I don't want to see that sort of thing. But man, just about every movie nowadays, there's a woman beating up a bunch of men. It's just standard. You know, like that Atomic Blonde film. You've got a woman who weighs all of 55 kilos beating up 10 Russian mobsters. I'm sorry, what? But it's everywhere. It's nonsense. But encouraging your children to see that many different individuals, entities, they have agendas, and they want to push that on you, and they want to influence your belief systems in ways that won't necessarily benefit you. They'll benefit them, and you need to be conscious of that at an early age. That's something both of my kids have, which I'm quite proud of, if you will, as a parent. But I think the main thing with parenting isn't necessarily the words you say or you know, what you try and implement. It's the role modeling. The most powerful thing you can do as a parent is role model. This motorbike right here, I bought that immediately after I divorced. And I didn't do it so much for the motorbike. I did it for my kids to see, you know, Dad's all right. Dad's, you know, he's an adventurous guy. He's having a good life. Because I was really down. I was really hurting. Divorce was very difficult. And you know, not having my kids in my life all the time hurt me a lot. And that was when they were still in the same country. But I wanted to buy the motorbike to say, you know what, look, Dad was obviously hurting, you know, they'd seen me upset, but he's still out there, he's riding a bike, he's taking us on the bike, he's having fun, you know, Dad's cool. Role modeling the sort of man you want your son to become and the sort of man you want your daughter to choose as a future husband, that's super important. More important than the words or the sort of parenting techniques you apply. You must role model being a powerful, masculine, noble, hardworking, upstanding, virtuous man. That's the key, that your kids see, whoa, this guy's my hero, I want to be like that. Or in the case of a daughter, that's a good man, I know what I should look for, what I deserve as a man. Some other things that I'll say, in terms of my son, I'm quite firm on him in that I've pushed him towards risk. You know, he's boxing and so on. He loves it now, but at the start it was a bit of a push. I often, you know, I push him in terms of his understanding and intellect, and I challenge him a fair bit. I challenge my daughter, but in a different way. I'm a lot more gentle with her. I think it's okay to teach or to raise kids differently. I think it's a very important thing. But the one thing that I do with my son is I'm aware of the fact that the validation from his dad is very important. I don't overgive it, but I definitely, when he does well, I give it. Son, at the end of the day, I'm proud of you. You know, I'll say when we're going to bed, you did well today. I want you to have a nice deep sleep. You know, I'm really proud of who you are and who you're becoming as a young man. You know, give that praise, because that's what sons want. Now with my daughter, she doesn't necessarily want praise, she wants focus. Like, a lot of women grow up with these daddy issues, not because their dad didn't love them, but because their dad wasn't present. Dad was invariably busy with work, but as a young, you know, mind, a young girl, she's viewed, Dad isn't present, Dad doesn't love me. I don't deserve love from the masculine, and then she goes and gets unhealthy relationships as she grows up. To this day, no matter how important the meeting I'm in, if I get a little ping from my daughter, because she has the Papa iPad, she can write to me, I will answer that. Excuse me, I need to take this. Throughout her entire life, any time she wanted to talk to her dad, whether she was living in the same country as me or now in another country, I am present for her. So if you're raising a daughter, give her that presence. Not so much gifts or praise, just be present and fully attentive on her. That's what she's looking for. That's your best way to help her avoid those daddy issues. That's the best way to help her feel on a deep level she deserves to be loved by the masculine, so that when she grows up and finds a husband, that masculine is someone who loves her. Because again, as adults, we're not attracted to what's healthy, we're attracted to what's familiar. If you have an unhealthy relationship with your mum, you're going to go and get yourself an unhealthy relationship with a woman because that's what's familiar.
Attachment
Same
styles,
with daddy issues, all these sorts of things. So you must give that full presence. And it's difficult as a busy man, but you must give that full presence, especially to your daughter. I also have a bunch of, I don't know how deep you want to go into parenting, but I have a bunch of different things that I brought in. For example, from the earliest of age, I'd say at the end of the day, we all say 3 things that we're grateful for. I may have mentioned this on our last podcast, I'm not sure. Like but we say, and to the point now, my kids will say, "Can I go first, Papa?" And we say 3 things we're grateful for in the day. And to me, I'm implementing gratitude as a default setting to keep them grounded. Because man, like my 8-year-old daughter has flown first class. This is tricky, right? You got to keep them grounded. It's tricky. And so the way I do that is by this gratitude practice. You want to give to your kids, but you also want to keep them grateful and grounded. And another thing I did as a very early age with my kids is I do those choose your own adventure stories. And I bring in a lot of archetypes. For example, actually, when you meet my son, inshallah, I want you to say to him, Amadeus, what do you do when life gets tough? What do you do when it's difficult? He will instantly reply, you keep going. It's deep in him at an early age, because what we do is we do stories where it's say, Amadeus, you need to climb up that mountain and fight that dragon and get that gold, or fight that dragon and save the village. But you're walking up the mountain to get him, your legs are tired. What do? Keep going, Papa. All right, now you're fighting the dragon, your arms are getting tired. You just want to give up. What do? Keep going, Papa. So at that early age, I put in that persistence piece. And again, what do we see in successful people around the world? They have incredible persistence. They may not be the smartest, they may not be, but they have that persistence that's key. So the traits that you want to see in your children, you can, in a positive way, you can program that into them. They have very soft minds. But again, ask him. And another thing, ask my son, hey, because now that he's a bit older and, they're talking about girls in school and so on, ask my son, Amadeus, are you going to chase women? He will instantly reply, no. I'm going to chase success, and then the women will chase me.
Wow.
Now, you may not approve of that as a parent, but that's deep in his mind now, and he knows I need to work on myself as a man, and then I'll be able to manifest a positive relationship. I don't need to be going and chasing girls like all my friends are doing, and especially when he hits teenage years, we'll be doing. You can get these messages in early. It's incredible sculpting these young humans and watching them grow. It's beautiful.
Wow, that's amazing. That's all amazing. May Allah bless you and your family immensely.
Thank you, brother.
It's beautiful to hear. May Allah make us all great parents. I mean, it's very inspiring to hear.
Thanks, man.
I love that, bro. With Shooter, we could just talk all day, man.
Yeah, honestly. Alhamdulillah.
Let us know in the comments, guys, if you want part 3, inshallah.
Inshallah. It's 6 months. Let's do it every 6 months, guys. Fly over here.
Minimum, inshallah.
Let's do it, inshallah.
How are we going for time, guys? Should we wrap it up?
Yeah,
I think it's
bro.
about time.
Awesome. And maybe next time we could do a live as well, and we can get some questions in
That
as
would
well.
be great.
That'd be cool.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
All right.
Anything else you want to drop? Any wisdom? Last minute?
Look, I don't pretend to be a social media guy. I don't pretend to understand, all this cool, this and that. But if you're utilizing social media to produce good, which you guys are doing, dawah, a positive impact. If you're consuming social media in a way that improves your life, I think it's a medium that's worthwhile. And man, I really do believe in your platform. I think it's up to us to make Islam cool again, especially with the youth. Islam is viewed as something that, it's a chore, it's restrictive, there's a lot of obligations. As a multi-millionaire with all of the trappings of dunya, Islam has added so much value to my life. And if it can add value to my life, someone who's got everything, so to speak, it can add value to everyone's life. Yeah. And so I really do see the value in what you're doing. And I think we should all keep trying to make, yes, you can be successful and be a good Muslim.
Yeah.
Yes, you can live an amazing, exciting life all around the world and still stay on the deen. Like, I think the more we can do to make Islam cool again and deliver dawah on platforms like this, on social media, the better. So I think what you guys are doing is super important, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala keep you motivated and steadfast and project your message out to as many people as possible, because this is the battleground. The social media battleground is where young minds are shaped, is where people's belief systems are influenced. So the battleground that you're fighting in is a really important one. I really hope, inshallah, that it just goes from strength to strength and your message gets out there even more.
Inshallah. Thank you so much. We're going to strategize. I think that's going to be our goal, inshallah. I think that's a great starting point for us. So, inshallah, we're going to do it.
Amazing, brother. 6 months, if not before, inshallah. And maybe we can do it somewhere else as well, guys. Like maybe we can set up somewhere interesting. Maybe we could do it in Saudi, inshallah.
That would be cool.
There's lots
If
of
they'll let our equipment in, then yeah.
I can help with that. That's fine. All good. I'm sure we can get the necessary permissions, or we could not do that as well. But yeah, let's keep making it interesting. Let's keep mixing it up. Your message needs to be made entertaining and made cool to reach as many people as possible. Let's think about some ways to do that. And again, if funding's required, that's easy. That's the easy part. The coming up with that vision as to how to make this most impactful, most entertaining, most cool, that's the challenge.
Yeah. 100%. Inshallah, we're going to get on that ASAP.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks for coming, lads.
Thank you
Always.
so much for having us. May Allah bless you immensely, allow us to keep doing it, and allow you to keep doing the great work that you're doing.
Thank you, brother.
To all the viewers at home, may Allah bless you all immensely for watching part 1 and part 2. If you didn't watch part 1, check it out, inshallah, with Sartorial Shooter. And we'll see you guys on the next one. Allahumma atina fid dunya hasana wa fil akhirati hasana wa qina adhab an-nar. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.